Testing. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Test test. Is everything working? Are we live? 23 is the usual time. Hello guys, hello. Hello Randod. Welcome to the stream. He's 34 seconds late, he hates us. Nice chair. I'm glad you guys seem to like that that particular gorilla. That gorilla footstool image, chair image. I actually got that one. I stole that off of you, Sumo Knight, because you posted that onto my Twitter. I should be at FaZe Academy, but I'm skipping to watch my favorite unofficial professor. Okay, so originally what I was planning to do was have this, because I rescheduled the stream that I originally had planned for today. Originally what I was going to do is replace it the exact same time slot with this, but to be completely honest, I shifted it back by an hour because I was watching FaZe Academy. Macarius, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you. Welcome to the new Footstool. Bacon Fox. Nice name, by the way. Hope you enjoy those emotes. I'm unable to hear you. Can you approach the mic and scream very loud? Is this... By the way, is this working? Chairman honor it. No, I wouldn't presume to be that. Hina has returned. Yeah, I saw. Miracles are... Maybe miracles are real after all. For a second there, I think... I'm glad that the BBs finally managed to get a happy ending to their particular... Like, their long segment of just waiting. Sorry, no problem. I'm here for scuff. They did surprisingly well in that spelling bee. Exactly. I would not have pegged them for being spelling enthusiasts, but I was in detention with the Rainy Ruse this morning. I'm sure you enjoyed your time there. Your voice sounds deeper than usual. I have a bit of a head cold. This may this may sound a little gross, but have you guys ever had a cold, but like in your eyes? Because I think that's what I have at the moment. Funless, I see what you're doing. That's what I have at the moment. So I think that's why my voice sounds maybe sounds a little bit different today compared to the usual. Chairman is sick, day ending in Y. Yeah, that is unfortunately the reality of what it's like to have my immune system. Yeah. Sorry, give me a second. I'm going to need to prep a cup of water for today's stream, because I just know it's going to be one of those throat raspy type streams. It's probably not going to be as long as the usual stream as well. Less than 100 slides, but hopefully it's enough to get the job done. Just a cup, get the Stanley 1 cal bottles. I feel like the Stanley cups are overrated. Chairman keeps getting hit by anthrax. Will we get any guest appearances like Rima did? Well, since I stream on YouTube and Anna Valens got herself banned by, well, quite predictably by making porn, I don't think we will. Although, we will be talking about the other instances where Anna did try to crash other people's streams. In a perpetual cycle of Tommy Horter like a true VTuber. True. Didn't they have a bunch of lead too? Apparently, yeah, I did hear that. Wait, she did? Oh no, she did. It wasn't just Rima. It was Ilara as well. So, It has truly been seeing how Anna has reacted to the coverage of her quote unquote article. It's truly been one of the more eye opening things to. It's one of the more eye opening experiences when it comes to just how low the bar is for contributors to Vice. Wait, who and what? Anna Valens, the author of the article that we are going to be talking about today. Impressive level of brain function for a journalist. Did you see that dumb controversy about Pakora? Yes, I did. Thankfully, it's been resolved in a way that's been it seems to be very professional on all sides. Maybe it's a bit sad that the Nintendo fanboys got a little bit of validation, but I think that's the smallest price that everyone involved could have paid for that particular thing. Okay, yeah. Yay, Guerilla. Welcome in, KGO. Wait, what? Where can I see the reaction? I'll provide sources in the stream, so don't worry about that. But if you go onto Rima's Twitch channel, and you go to about 1 hour 36 minutes into her VOD, you can see Anna Valens pop up in the chat and attempt to ask the people who are watching Rima to hop on over to her stream instead. Which is, well, it's quite funny to say the least. I thought Vice shut down last year. Not quite. They got bought out. Same difference, but only a slight one. I have no idea what happened. What is this Pakora and Nintendo thing? Basically, mild Nintendo fanboys started screeching about was it some sort of was it a copyright thing? An emulator thing? I'm not quite familiar with that. Besides the fact that it was Nintendo fanboys screeching about Pakora. Somebody else could probably fill in better. Oh, yeah, okay, so yeah, can't believe people were hurt by Game Shark action oh, yeah, so using a cheat code when playing a Nintendo game, I think. But it was just something that's pretty petty, if I'm being honest. I've read that it's not even sure that her cartridge was hacked, it's just very, very low chance due to an event. Yeah. Basically, people accusing Pakora of cheating. Or something along those lines, or buying a cartridge. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Save game file had a copy of a Pokemon game that had impossible characters in it. Okay, yeah, there we go. Hacked cartridge. Pakora using a hacked cartridge. Ever since the Chinese engineer girl article Vice wrote, I stopped reading since they just seemed like terrible people. Well, I mean, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a journalist nowadays that seems like a human being, so. ROM hack, yeah. Hello, Casadel Bowen, welcome to the stream. Potentially modded save file was on a used car. Yeah, pretty much. Again, really petty, just normal console fanboy stuff. Speaking of drama, before we start, have you heard of the controversy surrounding Netflix Devil May Cry? Yeah, no, I saw. I mean, when it comes to things like this, I default to the same opinion as Tolkien expressed during his time. Allegory is one of the laziest ways that you can write a story. And when it comes to Devil May Cry, them going with the, as you said, right? Them going with that stupid devils are the refugees of this universe. It's such a brain-damaged way of reinterpreting the story. Also, whatever happened to... Well, I mean, I asked this question, but I know the answer. When it comes to creating these remakes, the problem is all of these directors that try to get their hands on existing IP and to use them as nothing more than this sort of sordid vehicle for their own stories, they're all the same. They all go about this only... They view the IPs as nothing more than just something to latch onto in a parasitic manner, because they're trend chasers, all of them, which means that they know that if they were to just come up with their own story without any surrounding context, no one would care. But at the same time, they can't bring themselves to take that risk of trying to set out on their own to craft their own story, craft their own universe, craft their own narrative. Possibly because deep down they know that nothing that they make is original, or even attempts at any degree of novelty. And so they just grab these IPs instead, and they piggyback off of them. Adi Shankar is a hack. I couldn't agree more. Witness Void, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5,000 CLP. Pakora bought used copies of Pokemon cartridges. One of them was hacked to access an event that happened 20 years ago to obtain Mew. Pakora didn't know that the cartridge was hacked. Okay, yeah. Thanks for the summary. Funless, thank you for the 5. It was not a confirmed hack cartridge. Easy to prove/disprove too. Just need to transfer a Pokemon onto a different console. If hacked, it won't transfer. Ah, I see. Self-aware enough to know that you're not skilled enough to write, not self-aware enough to know it's going to suck anyways. See, the thing is, I'm not even convinced that they don't know it's going to suck. I think they just don't care. I don't think it's a self-awareness problem. I think it's a lack of shame problem. We need to go back to shaming writers. We need to go back to hiring writers that can feel shame. Try thinking for the 5. Oh yeah, the writer of this article showed up in Rima's chat and tried to reroute Rima's audience host stream. A real piece of work. Yep. Like I said earlier, I can't help but feel like crap. Like this is happening in all the popular franchises. That's why Free Run's inherently predatory demons got so popular. What do you think? Oh no, absolutely. I think in general, Western media is starved for depictions of genuine evil. I don't know if, well, for anyone who's been keeping up with the news, there has been a lot of things happening in the West that would make stories depicting genuine evil be something that resonates with a lot of people. And as a result of that, what ends up happening is, for years now, for about I'd say about a decade, possibly more, but all of our popular mainstream media in the West, it has all revolved around this one same message of, well, I think I talked about this briefly when I did that rant about Snow White in that other stream, but Hollywood especially has been trying to push this message of all evil is just misunderstood. If you provide enough compassion and empathy, you can even reason with evil. There is no such thing as true evil, just misunderstanding. And that kind of moral relativism was popular about a decade ago, but as time has gone on, it's only served to become more and more... Well, it's fallen out of favor more and more with people in general, and no wonder why. So, when it comes to something like Free Run, where it does depict, real, genuine evil, well, one, it short-circuits some people's brains because they don't understand that concept exists. But two, people who do understand that there are things that happen in the world that are genuinely evil, not worth trying to understand, and simply require elimination or some way of dealing with it, they resonate with that kind of story, and they're starved for it in the West, so it makes a lot of sense. Pure evil characters are entertaining? Yeah, exactly. They just need to be written well. There's a reason why when you think of Disney villains, you think about Ursula from Little Mermaid. You think about, Scar from Lion King. You don't think about, well, some people think about Maleficent, but I would wager not nearly as much as would think about, for example, the other two that I just named. So, it's overdone. On top of that, personally, I think it's a quite dangerous message, especially in the minds of children, because I think it is important to teach children that evil exists in the world, and children are naive, which means that if you try to impress upon children that evil can be reasoned with, that there is no such thing as evil, it's just misunderstandings, that leaves them vulnerable to being exploited by the worst elements of society. So, personally, I don't like that message as much. Is the bottom right picture how you would look as a female VTuber model? No, that's Imi Bizo from VLure, but I stole this image off of Azahara's Twitter, by the way, just to give credit where credit is due. But I think it will be quite fitting by the end of this stream. It's me, the evil one. I act in bad faith and complain on Twitter. Yes. Try to think of the two. Am I evil or just a misunderstood simp? Well, I think that depends on the day, right? And whether you're calling the VTuber in question whose stream you're in by the wrong name. I think that's a big factor. I mean, Scott, think of the two. Angry mustache man just needed a hug. Yeah. Funny how when it comes to talking about, evil mustache man, there's no question about there's no questioning whether he was evil or not. But when it comes to something like, literal demons from hell in a fictional franchise, everyone starts getting up in arms about how they represent the misunderstood aspects of society, Also, it's that whole funny paradox of the more quote-unquote anti-racist someone is, the more they say things that are not intended to be racist but are very much so. Like, for example, comparing people in the Middle East to literal demons. But yeah. Azahara's Twitter feed is a dangerous place. That's true. But only if you're looking at it in public. So we expose kids to Warhammer 40k's chaos. Honestly, I think that Warhammer 40k is not the worst thing you can show a child. Like, definitely don't show it to a toddler, or I don't think it would be a good idea to show it to a toddler. Might give them nightmares, but at the same time, I think if, for example, your child learns to play video games and the first games they start picking up are FromSoft franchises, I think that's fine. Winners Void, thank you for the 5,000 COP. Demons are misunderstood as like all tropes, something that could work, but with a good writer, not in DMC, it's not part of its essence. And less to make a critique of America, like, what the fuck, Netflix? Agreed. That's the problem with a lot of these tropes that have become overdone, though. It's an idea that requires moral complexity in order to lend it any sort of credence. And the problem is we don't have writers nowadays that can do moral complexity. Because everything is supposed to be... Well, funnily enough, what we get nowadays is more propaganda than actual media. Because it's all just telling the audience what to think instead of leaving it up to them to decide what they want to think or what they want to take away from something. Why not as creates religious undertones, Keck? True. The friends of racists being multiracial and the friends of anti-racists all being the same race is always funny to me. Because it's true. It's true. You've never met better diversity than in a community that is outwardly racist. That is just how it works. Because at the end of the day, when you look at people who are willing to point out how certain races have idiosyncrasies, certain behaviors, certain patterns of, certain patterns of behavior, I should say. Those tend to be populated by people who simply have very good pattern recognition. And people with very good pattern recognition is not something that is unique to one race. It is, ironically, it is a group of people that is joined by shared abilities and values, which is a lot more effective social glue than happening to share the same skin color or ethnic background, which is what it never ceases to amuse me when it comes to that kind of thing. When you notice that. Try thing with the 5. Tell Azahara he needs to get off X. He's in every situation that ever unfolds there. That's true. Well, I mean, I think he will. Gradually, I suppose Azahara will probably be on there. Maybe a little bit less, because he is making videos now. He's starting to script. He's starting to edit. He's starting to pump them out. So who knows? Maybe the V-tweeter arc is over. It's a shame he's not here himself yet. Have you seen the Genshin VA video by... Yeah, no, I did see that. Yeah, that video was... Actually, some people who were talking about it in chat when I was having that stream about the SAG-AFTRA strikes, they pointed out... Well, some people mentioned how it is a video that perhaps unintentionally makes the SAG-AFTRA voice actors look a lot worse. Or those who were advocating on behalf of SAG-AFTRA look a lot worse. And after actually watching the video myself, I could not agree more, because what that video confirmed was that there was never a picket line in the first place. There was no basis to try and strike against Hoyo of all things. And so literally everybody in that situation, all the way from John Patniode to Corina, all of them, except for Nathan Noakes and Jacob Takanashi, they all look a lot worse after that entire debacle and after factoring in everything that Joe said in his video. Because after watching that video, I find it difficult how anyone can conclude anything other than Jacob was the only VA in that entire debacle that had a legitimate claim to his role. Everybody else who was talking and complaining, they were either striking over a picket line that didn't exist, or they were working on a project that they should never have been on. It was really quite simple. And on top of that, everyone who implied that Jacob was a scab, absolutely no excuse for that now. Everyone's aware of how stupid that accusation is. So, cool, thank you for the 5. Immy on screen about an article complaining about Immy on Immy's made her mom scream at the hospital day. Yes. Are there repercussions or not? Well, that depends. That depends if SAG-AFTRA finally wakes the fuck up and starts enforcing their own Global Rule 1. But that's the thing. Like I talked about on the previous stream, they can't enforce the Global Rule 1 without also kneecapping their ability to spread their operations into overseas projects. So, they are between a rock and a hard place. Either they handicap their own members by enforcing Global Rule 1, or they don't enforce Global Rule 1 and they make a joke out of themselves in the public eye. I don't know about you guys, but from where I'm standing, I fail to see how SAG-AFTRA could ever attempt a strike like this regarding an overseas project and ever have any sort of sympathy from general audiences again. Because they fucked this one up that royally. Sorry, give me a second. Sharona, nah, they're in over their head, it's overreach. Oh, I couldn't agree more. SAG-AFTRA really does come across as a union that was only ever supposed to operate within American borders. And now that they are trying to essentially impose the way that they do business onto overseas projects and overseas companies, they are falling apart at the seams, because that is not something that they were designed to do. So, I don't... If anything, the whole Genshin situation exposed how unprepared SAG-AFTRA is to deal with an international industry. They are not an international player. They're trying to be, but they're failing miserably, because they're just not equipped for it. So I think what the 2? Don't tell Reem I'm cheating on her with the chair. And late as usual, welcome in, Azahara. We were talking about how you might be ending the VTweeter arc soon by putting out videos about the state of the VTubing industry. What did I do now? The very invasive. Yeah. I kind of agree, unless the situation didn't break containment sufficiently for general public outside of gacha players to care. I mean, that is a possibility, but if SAG-AFTRA repeats if they use the exact same playbook in future as well, if they don't put a tighter leash on their so-called advocates, then this is not going to be the last time that's going to happen. This is going to happen again. So, maybe Hoyoverse should just get rid of the English dubs. That would save a lot of money. That would save a lot of money on and headaches. Yeah, I agree. But I don't know about getting rid of all union actors. I think definitely the SAG-AFTRA actors should not be there unless they disavow Global Rule 1. Which, let's be honest, if you're not enforcing a rule anyways, why have it in the first place? It's exactly like the whole Twitch thing that we've been talking about for months now. If you don't enforce your rules, they don't deserve to exist. They serve zero purpose. SMG2 Daisy, Asahara released a video. Yeah, he did. He talked about how, well, common threads between all of the different corpo collapses that we've been seeing over the past year. Senor Tortillas, thank you for the 2. Are you becoming the Nasagi? No, I wouldn't presume to take Nasagi's place. I don't think anyone can do Nasagi like him. It's kind of hard to Todd wrangle activists, though. Yes, that's true, but it is not that difficult to Todd wrangle your union members. You have things you can do to discipline them. You can impose penalties. You can revoke membership. Problem is, SAG-AFTRA doesn't use any of those avenues of enforcement, presumably because they're tacitly all right with what the union members have been doing. So, who knows? Unless they are FICOR actors are not bound by that rule, for example, Sayu. That's true. It also doesn't help that a lot of the actors, including Karina, who are FICOR, not strictly SAG, how they were some of the biggest voices dunking on Takanashi for no reason. But, yeah. Double standard rule. Yeah. It does come across very cliquey. On an unrelated note, I watched the Gunpei video Rima made, and she definitely is not nice. I wonder if she had a childhood like Ashley Graves. I don't know if I'd go that far, but yeah, Gunpei does seem like a bit of a disturbed individual, to say the least. Anyone who might want to make clips or videos, remind them to watch it one last time after you render it before uploading it. Make sure parts of the audio doesn't get deleted. Yes. So I think with the 5, I thought rule 1 was don't say you're otherwise. Well, yes, for us, yes. Not so much for unions. Not for no reason they dunked on him in the name of solidarity. That's true. It's always the internet activists who love to use solidarity as a reason to behave like utter clowns and monkeys towards other people. The union wants union members to get into non-union projects so they can pressure those projects when there's a strike. Yeah. No, I very much believe that is the reason why they've been so lackadaisical in enforcing that rule. But it's reached a point, this recent controversy has pushed it to a point where I don't think that's a viable method anymore, because everybody's going to be viewing that with suspicion now. And again, I see no reason why these projects should continue to hire. Well, the other thing that kind of irritates me is there are SAG-AFTRA actors who have been sticklers for the rules. I forget the exact name of the guy, but in the aftermath of the entire controversy, there was a clip of a SAG-AFTRA actor talking on a Twitch stream about how he had been contacted for a role in Genshin Impact, and he said that he was forced to decline it by his agent because of the fact that SAG-AFTRA has Global Rule 1. Now, the thing is, if you have members like that who are abiding by the rules and taking a personal hit because of that, despite being asked to hop onto the project because obviously they are wanted, well, what excuse do all of these people who are going behind the union's rules, what excuse do they have? And if it's all up to individual discretion, well, congratulations, you've now created a system where you incentivize the people who don't give a shit about the rules that are supposedly there to protect your union members as a whole, and you penalize people who actually abide by whatever rules you've stipulated. It makes no sense. The Genshin Impact VA thing is interesting, whether whenever Paimon's VA makes a video, she makes everything worse for everyone. That woman has one of those... yeah, one of those tunnel boring machines digging her own grave. It is kind of wild how Karina seems to have a penchant for putting her foot in things. But yeah. Fun fact, Scarlet was nearly admitted to SAG-AFTRA. Well... At this point, I'm kind of convinced that being a part of SAG-AFTRA makes your career worse if you intend to participate in international industries rather than just American ones. Can't believe how unlikable Karina made herself look in that TikTok video. Yep. Zippy Zap, thank you for the 5. Have you heard of the Mizkif Sakura tree situation? Yeah, no, I saw that. It's just another case of it really does reinforce the stereotype of, American streamer live stream doing IRL, American IRL streamer in Japan, because at this point it's become a trope. It's a bit of a shame that it's gone to this point, but oh well. Mizkif apologized and disavowed the actions more than the other Johnnies. Yeah, I don't think the comparison to Johnny Somali is quite fair to Mizkif, but I do think it was kind of stupid at the same time that they did that in the first place. And I can see why people would make that comparison. Because Japan in particular has been put through the ringer when it comes to disrespectful foreign tourists, so... Well, I don't know why I said foreign tourists. All tourists are foreign, but yeah. I fear the day a VTuber union is formed. That's not going to happen. Simply because a VTuber union would require some body of VTubers to emerge that has a combination of authority and unity / cohesion. And we all know that VTubing is not an industry that is famous for its social cohesion. So... Rima kissing a horse on live. True. I've been keeping up with Sayu and Rima and Parrot posting about their Japan trip so far. It looks like a fun time. I look forward to what they are going to get up to when Nasagi joins them. I'm so annoyed my friends fully believe that Johnny Somali is an accurate description of manga people. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Yeah. I think Japan is tired of this. I don't blame them. Holy, I've been yamming for like 30 minutes. Alright. So, let me switch over to the slides. I think it's about time we got started. Asia in general is done with Nuisance streamers. Oh yeah. I mean, again... For some reason, all the Nuisance streamers think that going to Asia is the play. Although I don't blame them, because between going to Asia or going to, let's say, the Middle East, I can see why they probably... Well, actually, didn't Johnny try to pull his entire shtick in Israel, of all places? I vaguely recall him doing that. I think out of all the countries that he's decided to visit, Israel was the stint where he stayed... Israel was the country... that he stayed in for the shortest amount of time. So, I mean, I think we can all guess as to why that's the case, but... I doubt many normies even know of the existence of Johnny Somali. Yeah. He did. What's the Vice article? Don't worry, boiled shrimp. You are about to find out. Only cohesion I expect is within a company, and we know cohesion in companies is not a guarantee either. Yeah. But curious, think of the 5. Why are some people going to Japan to do pull-ups on Tori and Sakura trees? Because Japan is, well, partially because of the currency conversion from American USD to Japanese yen, I suspect. But on top of that, it's also the fact that Japanese people are, well, they have been generally very accommodating towards tourists coming in from the outside. Japan has a very big part of their economy is tourism. So that's pretty much the default location when you want to go overseas and film content, I suppose. It's definitely easier to do so in Japan than in China, because at least in China you have to be a little bit more careful about what you do or say because of the government there. But when it comes to Japan, people tend to just go over there and brain off when it comes to making content. Israel had no time for his foolishness. Yes. The funny thing about Israel is that Israel is very intolerant to crime. And as a result of that, going in there for the express purpose of nuisance streaming is about the stupidest thing you can do. It's been the cheapest time to go to Japan ever since COVID. Yeah. They're too polite. Because Japan is anime theme park. Hi from Japan. Oh, hello, Peter. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame that Japan does get used for that kind of stuff. Conversion rate is 1 USD to 160 yen. Holy. Yeah, that's rough. There is freedom of speech, but freedom after speech is debatable. Yes. In other news, good to see the Philippines are still based. True. Nowhere has any time for these fools. Yeah. Although in some places they find out sooner than others. For example, Johnny had to go to, Ramsey had to go to, Johnny Somali's real name. Ramsey had to go to Korea before he found out that not all Asian countries were built the same. And unfortunately, unfortunately for him, but fortunately for everybody else, he is rapidly finding out just how different from Japan Koreans are when it comes to tolerating nuisance streamers. At least Korea had the balls to punish a foreign streamer. Oh, they have more than just balls. They're whipping out the entire dick as well, just for Johnny. It's it's quite satisfying and cathartic to watch, to be honest, to see one of these nuisance streamers get so thoroughly put in their place. By the law, no less. Yeah, we're finally reaching the find out portion of fuck around and find out. There was that Russian guy who got busted in the Philippines too. Yes. What was his name? Was it something that started with a V? Vitali or something? I might be naming the wrong person. Yeah, Vitali. There we go. He was being protected by Japan's culture of politeness. Yeah. No such thing in Korea. No such thing in Korea. Would you host Rima and gang to visit Australia? Oh, absolutely. Well, I don't know how good of a tour guide I would be of Australia, but if they wanted to come to specifically like the Sydney area, I suppose so, yes. I think that there is much more to see of Australia than where I have been for most of my life. But if there is some sort of event or something that brings them to Australia, I'd be more than glad to sort of take them from here to there. Linksy, thank you for being a Footstool for 1 month. Where is my Guerilla? You're watching it right now. I remember Vitali was like a decade ago. Yeah. Horse, parrot, and rabbit go to Australia and visit a chair. It is a bit like one of those, enter the bar jokes. Vitali was lucky he pulled that stunt in an uptown area. He would have gotten jumped if he did it anywhere else. See, that's the thing, right? Most of these nuisance streamers, well, most with a survival instinct anyways, they know which areas of town to start pulling their stunts. Because they know that in certain areas in these countries, if they do so with no regard for who's around them, they are going to get jumped. Not even necessarily because they're a nuisance streamer, but just because they're carrying around expensive equipment. Yes, thank you for the 5. Hello, Armchair, just a heads up. The creator behind the Paimon AI video was threatened by a doxer into revealing that Tectone commissioned the video. The creator behind the Paimon AI video. Was this the one that Tectone briefly showed when he was doing his video on the situation? The one of Paimon like reciting lines talking about how stupid Karina was to camera? Because if so, that's a bit grim. Chat with the 2. Rima's PogChamp has to be invited too. Oh, no deal. You're gonna have to talk that through with the Honts. With Le Honts. Amir Scott, thank you for the 5. Philippine speedrunning Korea is 100% in the game and RKI has no money. Yes. Amen, amen. Tectone? Yeah, Tectone did a video talking about the SAG-AFTRA strikes. It's quite funny to watch. The moral people. Yeah. Yeah. What Tectone did now? I don't think he did anything in particular. But I think he just, at most, well, according to what Gearstark is saying, apparently he commissioned a short animation of someone, a short animation that had, of Paimon speaking to camera that was overdubbed by an AI voice reciting how Karina was being stupid. But yeah. The one that had the 6 seconds saying it's not Paimon or Paimon's VA? Yep, pretty much. Curious about the Vice article? Yes. That's such a cursed stream title. Tectone is like a weebier version of Asmongold. I suppose that's one way you could describe him, yeah. The only thing I knew about Vitali is that he first appeared online in a porn video and couldn't get it up. He then switched to dumb prank videos with 12-year-olds. That is certainly one of the career arcs of all time. Yeah. In any case, Alright, before we begin, few disclaimers. Again, as per usual, when I'm going to be talking about something critically, same rules apply as always. 1. Do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. 2nd, all text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and is thus protected under fair use. 3rd, all information and material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available and or traceable. Dates may be affected by time zones. They may be off by about a day or so, even though I've tried to adjust for when they were posted. And finally, I'll be narrating everything on screen, so don't worry too much. And as per usual, I'll be uploading all of the slides to my personal Patreon in any case after the stream is done. So, alright, hold on, just give me a second. The nose is already leaking, so you know it's going to be a good one. Alright, so when it comes to understanding the context behind the Vice article, see, for those who don't know, on April 1st, a journalist by the name of Anna Valens published an article in Vice that was essentially a hit piece on Vialore. However, the story of Valens' relationship with Vialore, or what little there can be said to be, doesn't begin on April 1st, 2025. No, it begins all the way back on January 4th of 2024, because this isn't the first time that Ms. Valens has written an article about Vialore. See, on January 4th, so this is about, 5 days? Or just under a week after Vialore posted their official teaser video for the fact that their agency was about to debut or would debut later on in 2024. Anna actually made an article praising them, generating hype, drumming up hype about how there was this new spicy VTuber group that was on the block. So, in order to get full context on what exactly the Vice article was supposed to accomplish, I think it's fair to start with this one instead, because this is the first time that Vialore was talked about by Anna Valens. So the headline of this, right? Thirsty anime fans, you're apparently getting a quote-unquote spicier VTuber group. It's getting help from a seasoned professional. So you can tell that already the slant of this article is very markedly different to the second article, which again, we'll get to this in a second, but it really makes you think, what exactly changed in between January 4th and April 1st? Because, well, to say that this article and the angle and tone of this article is extremely different from the follow-up one is a bit of an understatement. Did the previous article gain as much attraction as this one? Not really, no, because this was pretty stock standard kind of, I suppose, almost a fluff piece, really, where all they did was basically take all of the marketing material from Vialore, repeat it, except with a little bit of added commentary from the journalists themselves, and that was pretty much it for the article, which explains why a lot of people probably didn't know that this was it. This was a thing when it first came out. This was written for first gen? Yeah. So the way that this article goes, quote, it's no secret that VTubers are now a core part of online anime culture. However, there's one side of the VTubing industry that just doesn't get much love. That's right, we're talking about lewd tubing. These days it feels like every other anime fan is experimenting with the concept, whether creating assets for VTubers or hosting their own Twitch VTubing streams themselves. Even I, dear reader, am a VTuber, and I am not the only journalist out there creating content as an anime character either. Now, you can this gives a little bit of a blurb, a little bit of a background as to what kind of, I suppose, experience, or lack thereof, the writer has with VTubing as an industry. Because saying that lewd tubing doesn't get much love from VTubing as an industry, I think that speaks quite a lot to how uninvolved Valens is in the general, the general the state of the industry as a whole. Because anybody who knows VTubing knows that LootTubing is a massive part of the industry, and it has been for a while. But on top of that, yeah, Carlos Nolasco, you pointed out, shameless plug, right? Shameless plug. These days it feels like every other anime fans, even I, dear reader, am a VTuber. Now, when it comes to understanding, this will become relevant later on in the stream, but I want you to understand that this single line, right? Even I, dear reader, am a VTuber, and I'm not the only journalist creating content as an anime character either. This might seem quite minor, banal, right? But this is possibly the most damning line in all of Anna Valen's, in the entirety of this article. Mostly because if Anna is trying to present herself as some sort of qualified voice and talking about the VTubing industry, one of the most fundamental rules to this industry, one of the most fundamental taboos that streamers know of, they know not to infringe upon, they know not to violate when it comes to conducting themselves, especially around other streamers, is do not self-promote, right? Don't bring your own, your own identity as a streamer, your own stream, your own channel, whatever. Don't plug yourself when you're talking about somebody else and when you're talking in somebody else's space. It's just in poor taste. And this is going to become a bit of a recurring trend when we look at the way that Anna writes about VTubing as an industry and writes about other VTubers. She can't seem to resist plugging herself in all of her commentary on other people. To go on, quote, LootTubing, meanwhile, is just like VTubing, except with a spicy added twist. These VTubers create a sizable amount of adult content in some shape or form. The best-known LootTuber is easily Vshoujo's Project Melody, who quickly gained a following thanks to her 3D camgirl shows and raunchy but YouTube-friendly, safe-for-work content. However, Melody is an exception to the rule. Most LootTubers host modest, self-curated followings, building their careers independently from scratch, rarely turning to an agency for help. Now again, part of the thing that irritated me when I was reading this article for the first time is how much in the ways of missed opportunities there was to actually make some sort of commentary on the state of LootTubing, or how LootTubing is regarded both within VTubing as an industry and outside of VTubing as an industry. Because especially when they bring up Project Melody in particular, two things about Project Melody that make her a bit of an interesting case when it comes to the archetypical LootTuber success story. First, she keeps her content when it comes to LootTubing, quote unquote, her porn essentially, and her actual normal everyday content very separate. There is a very clear separation between those two content niches that she occupies. The second thing, though, and again, that separation, I'm willing to bet in no small part, makes it a lot easier for her to fit into your conventional VTuber agency, like, for example, Vshoujo, than it does for other VTubers or other LootTubers, per se. But on top of that, you also have the fact that Melody was a bit of a black sheep when it comes to other people in the porn scene. Specifically, other porn actors, porn stars, stars in quotation marks, who took issue with her specifically because of the fact that she was able to make porn without having to show her real face or real body. And essentially, it was all just a big envious circle jerk over how, Melody doesn't make real porn. She doesn't know what it's like to she doesn't have real skin in the game because she makes porn as a 3D avatar instead of as a fleshy woman. So at the end of the day, you had these two opportunities to talk about how there's this sort of ostracization, this sort of tension between VTubing, making certain types of content as a VTuber versus as an IRL content creator. But you also had the fact that Melody is a bit of a unique case, even when it comes to making lewd content or being a lewd-tuber, even within VTubing as an industry specifically. And again, neither of these points gets brought up. It's just mentioned in passing. In the case of, Melody having some form of separation between those two content niches that she occupies, that's mentioned in passing. The thing about other porn creators taking issue with Melody, that's not mentioned at all. But in any case, It's just little things like this that make it so that it's quite obvious that this article was written by somebody who is, to put it mildly, not that involved in VTubing as an industry, despite their claims. Versteel, even though she started as a cam girl, though, yeah, exactly. I mean, if it works, it works. Not a fan of Melody, I respect her hustle. It's not even that, though. It's more. It's not even something that's you. I don't think it's a requirement to be a fan of Melody as a person to be able to understand that those are two aspects of her career as it has progressed, and especially her journey as a LootTuber, especially as, you know, as a representative of what a LootTuber is in this industry, that I think are worth mentioning, especially if you want to be tackling this issue with any degree of familiarity with the industry as a whole in general. But to go on, that's just about to change, as women in LootTubing are getting a major boost in visibility and resources thanks to a new VTuber agency guided by one of their own. What is VAllure, the VTuber agency? Calling itself, quote, the first EN, a VTuber agency, end quote, or a VTuber agency for English-speaking adult VTubers, VAllure promises to help, quote, adult content creators who have a passion for creativity with a lewd side, end quote. Aided by LootTuber investor and advisor Dude That's Lewd, the agency promises a quote-unquote heavy focus on both ASMR recordings and audio roleplay work, two forms of online content that have a significant VTuber and VTuber-adjacent following. Quote, at the heart of our agency, end quote, VAllure's homepage states, quote, we know that supporting creatives in what they do and providing new exciting opportunities is the best course of action. We hope you follow our journey where our actions speak louder than our words, end quote. And again, you can kind of see what I mean when I say that this was intended to mostly be kind of, you know, a fluff piece, right? But it's mostly just quoting the marketing material and repeating it here with minimal added commentary. So won't say much, but Anna's information about Dude That's Lewd is inaccurate. Well, wait, what bits of that are inaccurate specifically? Because it is true that Dude That's Lewd is a LootTuber and investor, and they are listed on the website as an advisor to the company. Now, if you want to say that there's information missing, that's true. But I think that in and of itself isn't that bad. Scarling, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. To go on, for the first VAllure generation, the agency is looking for female creators who have streaming and content creation backgrounds. These women must have previously, quote, produced, engaged in, or sold lewd content, end quote. Oh, Dude That's Lewd is the CEO? Yes, that is information that they were missing, yes. But I don't think this bit is inaccurate, but it is incomplete in that sense. To continue, idols are expected to engage in at least 3 streams a week, and they'll create 4 erotic audio recordings per month. Don't worry if you aren't familiar with ASMR or audio roleplay work. The agency will offer its rookie LootTubers, quote, a dedicated team of script writers and editors, end quote. Here's thank you for the gift of membership. Welcome to the new Footstool. I hope you enjoy those emotes. He's the CEO. I thought that was Strawny. They're the same person. Same person. Strawny's past identity is Dude That's Lewd. There's so much more to say about Dude That's Lewd and how VAllure came to be. Exactly, and that's why I call this a fluff piece. Because it's not a deep dive into how VAllure came to be. It's not a deep dive into how Strawny came to found VAllure, the intentions behind it, all of the backstory behind how that particular idea, that particular business proposition came forth. It's mostly just repeating the marketing material. To go on, except that VTubers are given their very own live 2D VTuber to stream with, 80% of revenue, and, quote, the exciting opportunity to voice act in a lewd video game, end quote, along with other content creation and visibility opportunities. The agency teases a wide variety of VTuber character designs and personalities, suggesting VAllure will offer a little bit of spicy content for everyone. When can I audition as an VTuber anime girl? VLure plans to open auditions for its very first VTubers on March 1st, with submissions running until the 31st. Talent will be chosen by April 2024, with a June 1st, 2024 debut stage. And yes, VLure calls these auditions Gen 1. So if VLure's initial talent proves popular, we may just see more Vtubers from the agency in the near future. As a VTuber who discusses adult games and sexual content, I have to say, VLure offers a really good deal. The revenue split sounds good, merchandise revenue is given to performers, the agency lets talents have managers to navigate content creation, and they'll even purchase equipment for streamers if need be. And yes, you get a whole team to help you with content development, including an assortment of artists and audio editors already connected with the group. March, that's before April? Yes, 1 year tone shift, very much so. There's very quiet music. Oh, is the BGM not loud enough? Hold on, let me see if I can fix that. Give me a second to maybe increase it a little bit. Is that better? I've tweaked it a little bit. I can only hear the chairman. Should be there. Keep in mind, 80% doesn't say the whole story. Exactly. Hopefully that should be a bit better in terms of audio levels for the BGM. In any case, again, I can't help but notice this. I can't hear any music. Hold on. It should be playing. It should be playing. Can anyone else hear the music? Now I hear? Okay, there we go. There we go. Looks like we found out why they got so upset. Oh no, don't. This isn't it. This isn't it. Because they say explicitly themselves why that they didn't get picked. It's not something that they bring up here, but we will get confirmation later on that yes, they did try to. Well, they didn't audition as a talent according to their own words, but they did try to apply for some role within VLure, and they didn't get in. But yes. Again, I can't help but notice there's always this constant me, right? As a VTuber who discusses adult games and sexual content. Like, yes, we know. You told us right at the beginning of the article. Please. Ugh. Assortment of artists already created with the group. Again, most of this is just almost verbatim a repetition of what VLure said in all of their marketing material. Which, again, major missed opportunity if you actually wanted to be some sort of... If you wanted to do some sort of deep dive into Vtubing as a niche in Vtubing. Or even if you wanted to give a better background, a better backgrounder on VLure and how it came to be. However, the way that the article ends is especially interesting. Because the final paragraph of the article reads, quote, "That's a pretty unprecedented level of support for lewd VTubers given. Again, many of us are building our following single-handedly with DIY setups. VLure could be good for independent AVTubers too, bringing more visibility into the lewd side of VTuber content. It might just be the shakeup that the industry needs after the current Twitch meta has gone stale." Now, that last line contains a hyperlink to a Polygon article that was published in October 20th of 2023, headlined, "VTubers have reached their inevitable conclusion, selling out or hanging on." Now, we're going to get to this article in a second. However, when you look at this final paragraph, it kind of sums up quite neatly and concisely the overall angle that Valens is using to approach this whole, well, I suppose the angle through which Valens perceives VLure as a company. And I'm quite interested to see if you guys have picked up on what the main focus of the article is when it comes to talking about VLure. What is the main angle that they are using? What is the main, I suppose, perspective through which they are examining VLure? Because they're not looking at VLure in terms of the content. It's too early for that, right? VLure is just, they haven't even announced their first, they've only just announced that their auditions are going to be opening later on, right? They don't have their first gen yet. So, at this particular point in time, what is the lens, or what is, I suppose, what are they looking at VLure as, is the way that I would probably phrase it. Because they're not looking at it as a content creation company just yet. They're not looking at it in terms of the content they've made, because they haven't made any content at this particular point in time. For Goonie. Not quite. No. Power of the Thousand. This isn't an article on VLore. This is an article on the state of VTubing in general. Like it's a step towards legitimization of Vtubing. Exactly. They are looking at VLore as if it has some sort of obligation to advancing a socio-cultural state of the industry. And on top of that, they are looking at VLore through the lens of what it offers to people looking to sign up. Those are the two angles that this article is looking at VLore through the lenses of. Now, again, at this particular point in time, I would make the argument that yes, that is a reasonable premise for an article to explore this VTuber agency in terms of their socio-cultural impact on the industry as a whole, or potential socio-cultural impact on the industry as a whole, as well as what they offer to potential applicants. Since they don't have any content out, and since they only just announced auditions for their Gen 1, that is fair enough. However, if you were to, write another article on VLore almost a year after they've been in operation, I would expect the angle through which you examine it to have changed. I would expect the angle to have changed from looking at their socio-cultural impact or potential socio-cultural impact to looking at how they've managed to stay alive in this industry for that long as a small company, because that is a bit of a sore point for this industry in particular. And also to shift from what they offer to applicants to what they offer to audiences. Because, again, like I said, if you want a small company to succeed in this industry, you're going to need to make sure that you, 1, have an audience, 2, know who they are, and 3, are able to cater to them effectively. VLore's ability to continue existing, I know that's a low bar, but, over the past year we've seen that in this industry that's a low bar that seems to be quite difficult to clear. VLore's ability to have kept existing for this long, despite occupying a content niche that has gained infamy for being volatile in terms of trying to carve out a career for yourself within that content niche, their ability to do that is a success story that a lot of other people, a lot of other industry actors could learn from. But all of the lessons that warrant learning, that are worth learning, they all have to do with catering to an audience and finding that audience and knowing that audience. So, again, if you were to hypothetically write an article about VLore 1 year later, or almost 1 year later, that is the shift that I would expect in terms of angles. Now, if for whatever reason the angle stays the same as this, well, that's a bit of a skill issue on the part of the writer. However, the reason why I want to look at this article from Polygon briefly as well is because it sheds a bit more light into the kind of attitude through which Valens, and presumably anybody else who published this article, agrees with the article from Polygon, cites it as a source, the way that they view VTuber agencies or VTuber companies. Because there is a very specific perception of VTuber companies, very specific perceived role that they attribute to VTuber companies that this article, I think, sheds a bit of light on. VLore has to be one of the fastest growing agencies I've ever studied. Oh yeah, for sure. And again, their success does warrant discussion, but it should be discussion that actually focuses on the things that made them succeed. Alright, hold on. Okay, this is a little bit off center. Let me switch over to a different screen to see if it's... Let me switch over to the React screen. Oh, sorry, give me a second. Let me... Okay, there we go. Much better. All right, you guys can actually see that now. Okay, so this article is quite interesting because it attempts to present the thesis that the VTubing bubble has burst, right? That the VTubing industry is now entered a period of stagnation. Now, again, you or I might come to the same conclusion, but I would assume that if we were to come to that conclusion, we'd come to it for very vastly different reasons than this article comes to it. So essentially what this article does is it attempts to present that thesis, right? That VTubing has reached the sort of end stage of the industry's growth. It's starting to stagnate. People are reaching the logical conclusion of selling out or hanging on when they enter this industry, when they perform in this industry. And a lot of their argument revolves around how corpo VTubing has sort of reached a dead end point, right? A point where they don't know what to do anymore. They've run out of ideas, etc., etc., etc. Now, granted, if you wanted to have that discussion in reference to all of the companies that have cropped up and died of the past year, sure, but that's not what this article was doing. Quote, to actually read what the article says, right? Quote, Twitch has always allowed for various forms of expression, so it was no surprise when VTubing found a home on the platform, quickly gaining popularity among English-speaking audiences in 2019. So immediately you can kind of see how this is a bit of a skewed perception of VTubing as an industry, because not only are they, only talking about English-speaking VTubing, right, EN VTubing, but they are only talking about EN VTubing on Twitch, right? But to go on, since then, the novelty of avatar-based content may have worn off, but the format has stuck around, and VTubing agencies, which continue to introduce new talents and offer one of the more financially secure methods of pursuing this sort of content, are still holding on in an attempt to harness new talent. Now, that particular point about corpo VTubing, agency VTubing, that could be potentially interesting, because certainly at the tail end of 2023, so October 2023, you could say quite a lot about corpo VTubing. Now, we haven't entered the corpo hellhole that is 2024, but I think there are still some interesting insights about corpo VTubing that could be touched upon depending on who your sources are. And the reason why I say that is because, well, we're about to see what kind of sources through which this journalist has chosen to present the issues facing corporate VTubing. Quote, VTubing exploded onto the wider North American and European markets when Cover Corporation launched the English branch of HoloLive production in 2020. HoloLive's English debut saw the introduction of long-standing talents in the English community, such as the incredibly popular Guerilla, the most subscribed to HoloLive talent to date, and Ninamai Inanis. Inanis, I hope I said that right. I've been so used to saying Ina that Inanis feels weird to say now. Even high-profile content creators like Pokimane pivoted towards using digital avatars weeks after HoloLive's first generation of English talents debuted. Now, you know that this is a heavily normie writer, because the fact that they decided to orient and contextualize the rise of VTubing in the West by mentioning HoloLive, but then also Pokimane of all people. Oh, Cecilia, welcome to the stream. Brands too. Remember the Tony the Tiger VTuber in August of 2022? Yeah, I remember Tony. And anybody who's been keeping up with VTubing also remembers what happened to Tony, which is why Tony the Tiger is no longer a VTuber. But in any case, many creators that jumped on the trend have since stopped using their avatars, but at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a large increase in VTubers on Twitch and other streaming platforms like YouTube. As models and equipment became more accessible to the general public, Twitch has since gone on to highlight a wide range of VTubers through its VTuber Takeover promotion, which most recently ran in August. Twitch has also reported that VTubing-related content on the platform shot up by some 350% between January and August of 2022. Despite this, some have argued that the VTubing bubble has all but burst. And now, here's where we get into the real crux of the article, right? Some have argued that the VTubing bubble has burst. Who are the sources that we are going to cite to back up this particular claim about the industry, especially at this particular point in the industry's development, right? October of 2023. Who are we going to consult in order to get an idea of what is VTubing like? What is corpo VTubing like, particularly? Oh, Alan, welcome to the stream. 30 minutes jam end break for me. I hope it proves enjoyable for you. Quote, I do feel that VTubing has become less novel as the market has become more saturated, end quote, says a streamer with agency Niji Sanji, who is not approved to speak publicly. Quote, there are obviously some ups and downs when it comes to working with an agency as well, which requires a lot of patience if I'm honest, and there are some decisions that are made that sometimes don't make a lot of sense, end quote. Agencies for VTubers manage their talents, often assigning them a manager that helps them organize interviews, collaborations, paid promotions, and add content on streams. Sometimes they can be financial advisors, but that's not always the case, as money made through agencies may include subscription or merchandise sales. The source at Niji-Sanji notes that all talents within the agency are under non-disclosure agreements, which prevents them from sharing information with their audiences that could compromise their identity or even inform viewers on why they could be graduating, which is effectively retirement for VTubers. Now, technically, there's nothing wrong with what that source has said. However, two things. One, this is the only source that the article bothers to have when it comes to representing what corpo VTubing is like. And two, representing all of corpo VTubing using Niji-Sanji is a bit like representing all of indie VTubing using Marina VT. Sure, you might have accurate insight into some of the aspects of it, but you're presenting it through a very, very narrow lens as to what it could be like as a whole. Because I don't know about you, but I'd wager that, let's say, VShojo and HoloLive and Face Connect and VAllure might be very different in terms of how they operate in the day-to-day, and especially things like, what services they provide to the talents, what costs they incur to the talents in order to, pay for those services. I think I'd wager that those four companies would be quite different compared to Niji-Sanji. And if you want to talk corpo VTubing or the problems facing corpo VTubing, yes, you can make the argument that Niji-Sanji is emblematic of some of those, but I don't think that it's fair to say that Niji-Sanji is any sort of conclusive source that you could use to get a general idea of how the entire part of that industry works. Even over a year later, we're still dunking on Niji-Sanji. Yes. Niji was still not disgraced, but yeah, at this point, the whole Zion thing had already happened, yeah. Niji talents talking bad about the corpo since 2023, yeah. But this was written before the great Niji crash out of 2024, before everyone knew? Yes. However, at that point, Niji-Sanji was still the same company, and consulting Niji-Sanji, or a talent from Niji-Sanji, presumably, or a source with agency Niji-Sanji, a streamer from agency Niji-Sanji, as your only idea of how corpo VTubing works is, and that's basically my gripe, right? If the only corpo source you talk about is from Niji-Sanji, I'd wager that gives you a pretty skewed idea of how corpo VTubing in general works. To continue, quote, seeing agencies like HoloLive and Niji-Sanji shut down entire branches or graduate talents without any kind of real information is heartbreaking for just about everyone involved in the process, the source says. In 2020, HoloLive shuttered its Chinese division, graduating more than a handful of streamers. Now, I don't know about you, but I'd say the reason why HoloLive shut down HoloCN is quite different from the reason behind why Niji-Sanji shut down Niji ID, or Niji Korea, or Niji India, for example. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that the reasons behind those two are probably very different, if not completely different. So again, yes, it is fair to have this sort of quote from a talent at an agency, right? Talking about the impact that such a decision has on the agencies, on the talent in that agency or on the fan bases of those talents. But at the same time, to present it as if all of these companies doing the same action do it for the same reasons, I don't think that's quite fair to say. More recently, Niji-Sanji announced the abrupt graduation of one of its more prominent talents, Mr. Rias. He revealed that his choice to leave Niji-Sanji was due to burnout. And in August, the parent company of HoloLive, Cover Corporation, announced two talents would be graduating from its HoloStars division barely a year after debuting. Statements from graduating talents were not provided outside of an official announcement from Cover. So, again, it's not so much that I have an issue with the fact that Niji-Sanji is being used as a source. That's perfectly fine. It's the fact that Niji-Sanji is being used as the only source, and the implicit premise is that it is representative or representative enough of all other corpos as well. Which, I don't know, which again, nowhere close to being the truth when it comes to the way that this industry works. To continue, in some cases, VTubers are not given a choice and can be graduated prematurely, though the agency itself never specifies. Well, not always the case. I mean, I'm assuming that what the article is referring to here is terminations. And yes, terminations are sometimes muddied by having these quote-unquote graduations that are, well, not quite graduations, compulsory graduations, let's just say. But more often than not, general good practice for this industry is for agencies to clearly delineate between terminations and graduations. Kendra, the reason why they source Niji only is most likely has to do with the mentality that Vishojo and Niji were the talent freedom agencies and Hollow was big bad. People really forget that. Yeah, I forgot that Niji was also characterized as talent freedom in the early stages of, well, in the early stages of Corpo Vtubing gaining its momentum as well. Yeah. Quote, independent VTuber Nagami Mugi feels as though quote-unquote corporate VTubing is still a viable avenue for those looking to make a career out of the medium that can support content creation full-time. Quote, I think VTubing content has become kind of stale, she says. She goes on to mention that a lot of VTubers tend to be boxed into specific kinds of content, playing Minecraft or popular FPS games like Valorant. Quote, in order for VTubing to continue to grow, VTubers need to branch out and create more content in line with other influences, she says. End quote. Does anyone here know who Nagami Mugi is? I'm not quite certain myself, but in general, I think that this advice tends to be a little bit of a trap in any sort of streaming niche, not just VTubing, but just streaming niches in general, where there's always this idea that the way that the industry expands is by becoming more like the other niches or becoming more like the other industries. Whereas in actuality, I mean, yeah, if you want to bring in a quote-unquote general audience, or if you want to become more mainstream, that's probably the way that you do it. But in order for the industry to grow in the sense of gaining influence, I don't think it actually needs to do that. And also, in order for VTubing to continue to grow, VTubers need to branch out, create more content in line with other influencers. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's not like you're going to be able to guarantee numbers just by hopping on trends, which is basically what this advice kind of boils down to. VTubing stale looks at that one crazy man smoking steak with a cigarette, smoking stale, huh? Yeah. Now, granted, I will say that in this particular point in time, I don't know how big creators like, for example, Onigiri or Uo's Lab or Shindig's were at this particular point in time. But I mean, 1 year since then, I think VTubing has grown significantly as an industry. And even in the indie sphere, you get a whole bunch of different types of content that people are making. And it's all content that has been made in spite of the fact that it doesn't fall within traditional lines of what people usually stream, right? Like not Minecraft, not Valorant, not stuff like that. So I do think that a year on, I don't know if this advice has really borne out to be that accurate. Quote, Mugi says that if VTubers took cues from other content creators and explored options like lore analysis videos or short-form reviews, the scene wouldn't be as stagnant. And like other VTubers, Mugi has dreams of going corporate. Already relatively successful, having created her own storefront that hosts collaborations and merchandise featuring other VTubers and artists, she has auditioned for several major agencies. She says that one agency asked if she would close down her business if she passed the interview phase and became one of its talents. Now, I don't know about you, but so far we've heard of one major VTuber agency that explicitly and has confirmed to ask talents or prospective talents whether they'd be willing to essentially throw away all of their current occupation in order to join onwards. And it also coincidentally happens to be the only agency source that we are hearing about as a representative of all agency VTubing. So I found Uo through his collab with Pippa. Yeah. Oh yeah, Vedel and Neura. Yeah, Vedel and Neura is also another example of extremely niche content, something that's big while being completely novel to the space. Yeah. In 2023, Onigiri was big, but Uo was fairly small. Ah, okay, I see. But to go on, quote, this isn't entirely uncommon, as the source from Niji Sanji mentions that some talents have been given strict restrictions as to what content they can or can't create once their contracts with the agency expire. However, this can vary between talents and what is agreed upon between both the talent and the agency itself. It also happens to be unenforceable in more cases than it isn't. But again, that was news that more so came out a year after this article was written. So I think it's fair that the article doesn't quite mention it here. So while agencies can be viable in terms of long-term growth for a creator, it is often strictly tied to the avatar associated with said agency. Both Hololive and Nijisanji give creators very little freedom in terms of presentation, whereas newer agencies such as Idol allow talents to create their own concepts. While that may feel overwhelming to some, it allows for the talents behind these models to flex their creativity and create a persona that otherwise wouldn't fit neatly into the clearly defined boxes some agencies slot them into. Now, here's the interesting thing. So far, the entire article has been about how Vtubing as an industry is supposedly stagnating, right? How Vtubing is running out of new content or novel ideas, how there isn't enough freedom for individual content creators to branch out and express themselves. However, the other interesting thing, and this is the sort of premise that is kind of not said out loud in the article, is that it's exploring that problem, again, from one very specific angle, and only one specific angle. Through the lens of what these corporations, these agencies, what they provide to their performers. So far, there doesn't seem to be much discussion about what content is being provided to the audience. It's more so, oh, this is what creators need to do to capture more attention, to branch out more, and this is what agencies could do to help the creators do just that. And that's about it. There's no exploration of what audiences exist out there or what audiences might want that isn't currently being fulfilled. There's no exploration about, for example, what content niches have been pioneered by smaller VTubers in the space, like, for example, how Uwo's Lab was still a thing at this time period, just wasn't as big, right? There's no exploration of that. There's just, oh, this is what other content creation spheres, industries, niches have done in order to get big. So this is what VTubing needs to do as well. And this is how corporate VTubing could help individual creators get there. It's all about what corporations can give to their talents, and not at all what talents could give to the corporations. Because at the same time as it's fair to discuss things like how corporations have restrictions or how they limit, to some extent, how talents can express themselves while they're signed up with the corporation, there is also an aspect of what do talents bring to corporations. For example, if you want to talk about how a talent sort of broke new ground in terms of content for a corporation, you could talk about Kiryu Koko and what she did for Holo JP when they were basically just kind of, starting to hit their stride on expanding outwards from Japan. Or when you want to talk about introducing novel ideas to corporate VTubing, October 2023. This was a time period where, you could talk about how, for example, this was after Nijisanji had debuted. What was it? What was it again? I can't believe I forgot. But what was the name of Vox and Mista's gen again? I can't believe I forgot. What was their gen name again? So far, the article seems to be very sensational rather than evidence-based. Yes. Luxium, yeah, there we go. Yeah, this was after Luxium debuted as well, and Luxium was another example. Like, say what you want about the Luxium members nowadays, but Luxium at the time, they very much provided something new and something that at least the EN side of the VTubing industry had not had prior to that point, right? This whole, they proved that male VTubers could be a very successful content niche. Well, admittedly, they did lean into the more BFE, like parasocial type stuff, but at the same time, again, if you want to talk about novelty in VTubing, Luxium was a great example of that. And it's kind of funny that they reference a source from Nijisanji, but they don't bring up how Luxium was an example of breaking new ground for the industry as a whole. But in any case, Quote, agencies should allow for talent to experiment so long as it isn't hurting anyone, says the source. Let people fail and still have that opportunity for growth in the future. More risk-taking and trying to branch out in other ways instead of simply just streaming or following pre-established methods, end quote. So again, take note of how a lot of the voices here are voices of the talents, right? The voices that have been ex-nominated from this article, left out of this article, and especially when it comes to talking about the issue of VTubing supposedly stagnating, right? We're not hearing any voices from audience members. We're not hearing any voices from the corporations themselves. It's just talents, which explains why the talent has the angle, why the article has the angle of this is a problem whose only solutions come from corporations needing to offer more stuff, right? Needing to offer more to the talents, needing to offer more to audiences, etc., etc., etc. And as a result, it falls into this sort of mindset that, and Aria, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You forgot to change accounts. It's okay. We all make that oopsie occasionally. But in any case, it's all this sort of, me, right? It presents this as a very one-sided type issue where it's mostly just from the perspective of here's what talents want, here's what corporations should provide. But there is no mention of the complexities of this industry. For example, well, it is fair to say, right, that talents would want to experiment, would want to take risks. But that doesn't account for the realities of what it's actually like to operate a business in this industry. It falls into a philosophy that, and I believe this is a phrase that was coined by Homath, right? For those who know what the channel is, Homath is basically someone who makes I don't know how to describe his content besides relationship dynamic. Basically a sociologist's perspective on relationship troubles, I suppose, would be how I would describe it. But he coined the term Santaism, right? Where it's basically this whole process of only knowing, only talking about, only discussing what you want, only thinking about what you want, how good it would be if people gave you what you want, but not quite thinking about the costs associated with actually granting that, right? Santaism, wishing for things without thinking about what it would take to actually grant you those things. What are the costs? What are the side effects? What are the unintended consequences of trying to grant someone something, what they want, right? This is a great example of Santaism, because it's all, okay, agencies should allow for talents to experiment, let people fail, have that opportunity for growth, more risk-taking, trying to branch out. Yes, those are all good things, but at the same time, it doesn't acknowledge the fact that those have costs. And when it comes to costs, who pays for them? The agency. What happens when an agency has to pay for costs that it cannot pay for? It collapses. And that is what we saw in 2024. A lot of agencies cropped up, some of them taking quite big risks. Actually, funnily enough, funny that you should show up just about now in Aria, because one of the agencies that took that kind of risk was Nexus. And the problem was, it took a risk that it couldn't pay for, because the people running it had no fucking clue how much it would cost to run that risk of pumping out talents on a platform no one had heard about and constricting them to streaming on that platform because they thought that would be a good idea. Again, yes, you can say, it's all very well and good to say that you should take risks, that you should try to, experiment with new things. But at the same time, if your objective is to make money, that's not always going to be possible, and it's always going to come at cost. And so the final paragraph of this article reads, according to both the people we interviewed for this story, this is an agreed upon sentiment that to prevent further stagnation, this not so niche form of content creation needs to reinvent itself and allow more freedom to its talents. Again, this is something that you see very often in the West, and especially in mainstream commentary in the West, where it's mostly this idea that somehow, miraculously, talent freedom is going to solve all the problems in this industry, right? Industry is quote-unquote stagnating? Easy. Talent freedom. Talents are unsatisfied with their working conditions? Easy. Talent freedom. Content niches that are unexplored and, waiting for new people to break new ground and find new audiences? Easy. Talent freedom. And again, I can see where that comes from. Western culture is very different from the Eastern culture that VTubing stems from, in the sense that we are very individualist. We are very much for things like, individual freedom and stuff like that. It's a very Western value. But at the same time, this angle that I have seen people use in the West over and over and over, it is a very reductive way of perceiving all of the complex problems, dynamics, obstacles that content creators, and especially corporate entities in this space, have to overcome in order to build success for themselves. It's not as easy as just give your talents more freedom, and all of a sudden, stagnation is fixed, burnout is fixed, etc., etc., etc. Talent freedom, at this point, has been very much proven to be more of a marketing ploy than anything else. And it is far from being the silver bullet to the problems described by the article, as this article tries to make it out to be. Nara laughs in bad choices. Yes. And so, the other thing as well about this particular paragraph, according to both of the people we interviewed for the story, again, I want to point out, this is exactly how these articles achieve the illusion of consensus, right? Exnomination, only consulting talents, right, as sources for this article, and only consulting those two talents and then presenting that as if you have consensus, as if this is an opinion supported by consensus. Whereas in actuality, I would make the argument that no, not really. The angle that this article approaches the overall issues facing VTubing as an industry, as a content niche, there is merit to these issues existing, but the way that the article presents it is very reductive. And the way that the article presents the supposed solutions to those problems, even more so. Again, talent freedom is no silver bullet to these problems. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that no company ever has been able to grant talent freedom to its talents, despite what they may claim. There is always a limit somewhere. Because no matter what you brand yourself as, a company needs to be able to function as a cohesive whole. And when you want people to function as a cohesive whole, they all need to abide by a shared set of rules. And so that sort of absolute freedom just doesn't work. So, time will tell if larger agencies like Hololive, which reported 50% growth in its 2023 financial report, and Niji Sanji will allow their talents to break the mold. And again, here is where we see, kind of in the clearest way that this article will end up expressing itself, the implicit premise, the assumption, the underlying unspoken assumption that this article has about VTuber corpos, right? There is this unspoken underlying assumption, preconception, that VTubing corpos owe it to their talents and to their audiences to quote-unquote break the mold. Now, for those who don't know what that particular phrase means, it basically means to break new ground, to do something different, to try and go against the grain when it comes to making stuff, right? Basically to break away from tradition. And this article is essentially approaching the quote-unquote stagnation problem from the perspective of the best way to solve this is to break the mold. And corporations, even more so, they have an obligation to break the mold. And the reason why I emphasize this particular bit of rhetoric, this little preconceived notion that the journalist who wrote this article has about corpo VTubing, is that when you go and you look at Anna Valen's article, you see the exact same preconception about the role of VLure. They walked into this with the assumption that not only is VLure going to break the mold, which, to be fair, when it comes to EN VTubing, they have broken the mold in the sense that they are the first adult content specific corpo, right? There is this assumption that they have an obligation to break away from established traditions and formulas for success. Problem is, that is, at best, a very idealistic way of looking at corporate VTubing, and at worst, outright delusional. But the problem is, if you develop this idea that VTubing corpos owe it to their talents and audiences to do something new, right? you end up with unrealistic expectations for what a corporation can achieve. Because at the end of the day, doesn't matter what the corporation is, doesn't matter how it brands itself, doesn't matter who its talents are, all corporations have the same goal. They are all built from one fundamental premise: making money. Every corporation that has ever existed needs to make money. If they don't, they die. It's that simple. And regardless of how much they talk about, things like valuing talent well-being, wanting to make sure that they cultivate a magical atmosphere, content niche, experience for their audiences, etc., etc., they could mean each and every and all of those things. But at the end of the day, all of those things are subject to the base goal of making money. They are businesses. And so, if you expect a corporation to do anything other than make money, I'm sorry, but you don't really have a corporation, at least not one that's going to last for long. And if you are going to talk about a corporation and you expect it to succeed, you expect it to do everything in its own power to ensure its own success and the success of its talents, it is not reasonable to expect them to break the mold, quote unquote. Because breaking the mold only makes sense when it comes along with the beneficial effect of making more money. A lot of people like to talk about how, for example, Face Connect breaks the mold when it comes to VTubing. But the thing is, about Face Connect, they didn't set out to do that. That was a happy accident brought about by a whole combination of different circumstances that by all rules of logic should not have worked, right? Face Connect is an anomaly in the sense of how many things had to go right in their first year of existence in order for them to become what they are today. This was it's not like Sakuna set out with the goal of creating the sad girl company, right? And again, actually, yeah, Azahara, you make a good point. Despite the fact that a lot of people tend to make out Face Connect as being this sort of maverick in the industry, they don't actually break the mold in that many ways besides simply knowing their audience, right? And also having management that actually understands that, understands that simply cracking down on talents isn't always the best thing to do. Right? They have a management that seems to understand both their audience and the talents that they are working with. Say what you like about Sakuna, but for all of his autism and inability to communicate with women, at the very least he seems to be quite a self-aware CEO in the sense that he's able to recognize his own shortcomings. Which is why Face Connect is not part of the pile of corpo corpses that we have in 2024. They could have. They very easily almost were in their first year from everything that we've heard from their Gen 1 talents. But they managed to avoid that. And so, when it comes to understanding success stories that crop up in VTubing, what you will notice is that retroactively, when people are describing what made their success, people will often make them out to be these sort of mavericks, these rule breakers, these anomalies who set out to carve a new path in this industry. Whereas in actuality, what really defines their success is understanding what actually works in this industry and adapting before they run out of money. It's not so much forging new paths so much as learning what has worked in the amount of time that you have, I suppose. Because FaZe had wider window than a lot of other companies would have nowadays if they were just starting from scratch, but they did have an objectively narrow window within which to finally get on their feet and understand how to run a company in this space. They needed the correct balance between, essentially keeping the talents unified, on the same page, etc., in line, so to speak, versus not actually inhibiting their ability to make content that was particular to themselves. And that is a balance that very many corporations do not manage to find in time. But the fact is, finding that balance is not a novel thing. A lot of people like to say that it's a novel thing, but it's not. It is, in fact, the most basic recipe for success, the oldest recipe for success in this industry. It's not novel, it's just rare. And I think a lot of people confuse those two things together, including the journalists who seem to have walked into this industry with the impression that every corporation owes it to their talents and their audiences to try and break the mold, to try and break away from conventions and pre-established formulas for success. Because what people tend to not realize is that those formulas for success exist for a reason, because they work. It's just that so many people lack the knowledge or the intuition or the humility to accept them for what they are, and as a result, we get more failures than we get success stories. And every time someone stumbles across that old faithful recipe, it comes across as something that's novel and new. Because, unfortunately, in this industry, the people who are in charge of companies are, more often than not, hubristic to a fault. They refuse to acknowledge that there are other people who have figured out the formula to success before they have. They come into this expecting expecting that their ideas are better than what has existed prior. They test out new things that sound good on paper but are absolutely idiotic in practice. And so all of them end up failing. And unfortunately, we also have the negativity bias that both audiences and talents and corporate actors have in this space as well. We remember spectacular failures. We don't remember success stories. Because to us, successful companies are the fabric of this content niche that we use to orient ourselves, so we don't perceive it as such. But yeah. Zuli, this is a long-winded article of when JoeCat made the comment of trying to have the VTuber industry break away from everything of JP and idol culture. Yeah. Funny that you should bring up that. Because, isn't it weird that, all of the success stories that we look at in VTubing, when you actually break them down, are simply people who have the humility and the wherewithal to understand how other people have made this content niche work for them before they existed, and just simply had the ability to take that on board and then adapt it accordingly, rather than trying to start something new or create something new or break away utterly from what has worked beforehand. Funny how that works. But in any case. So, with this in mind, right, with this idea that there is this implicit expectation, right, I would argue unrealistic expectation of VLure and, by extension, all corporate VTubing as having an obligation to break new ground, right? Then we arrive at April 1st, 2025, a fitting date for an article like this to be published, when Anna Valens would make her return with another article, this time under Vice, titled, "These VTubers want you in their lewd game. You might want to pass. LewdTuber agency VLure is set to bring on its Gen 2 talent. You could even be in a lewd video game, but you might not want to join." Hop, skip, and a jump away from how the first article was written and the kind of tone and angle that contained. Sorry, give me a second. Now, I do want to make it clear that this is an opinion piece, right? Granted, it's an opinion piece, mostly means that it is supposed to be built on the premise of a writer expressing their personal opinion about something. However, what I have often criticized in journalism, and this is something that people who've watched my channel for a while, you know I talk about this like fucking for ages, but just because you write an opinion piece does not mean that the only thing you need to include is your opinion. Opinion pieces do not simply give the writer a license to say whatever the fuck they want, regardless of how grounded it is in reality. At the end of the day, there is still an obligation to adhere to journalistic principles, ethics, and best practice. Now, for reasons we'll get into later on in this stream, I don't know if Vice has those, but to go on. Quote, Auditions open today for the world's most popular adult VTuber or quote-unquote LewdTuber voice acting agency, Velour. If you grab one of the 5 coveted spots for Gen 2, you might just get to star in an adult video game. Nara, everyone's entitled to their wrong opinions. True, but, counterpoint, not everyone is entitled to be paid for their wrong opinions. To go on. But don't fill out that audition form quite yet. Despite Velour's offer of an 80-20 revenue split, equipment funding, fast popularity, and your very own live 2D model, the agency seems to be stumbling into one controversy after another. Wow. Really now? Because I don't know about you, but I haven't heard about shit. And I don't think the wider VTubing industry has been hearing shit from Velour either. See, the thing is, in an entire year where we've had collapse after collapse, dumpster fire after dumpster fire, foot in mouth after foot in mouth, I don't seem to recall any instances of Velour having anything remotely close to the defining tragedies of the past year of corporate VTubing at all. And so, when it comes to talking about, the agency stumbling into one controversy after another, that was probably the first sign that this isn't an article that's directed at, people who are actually familiar with this industry. However, if you are going to make a claim like that, you are probably going to want to back it up. And this is where the whole opinions have limits thing comes in. Because yes, this is an opinion piece, but if you're going to make a claim like that, you sure as hell need to back it up with some sort of evidence. And so, where did Ms. Valens source this claim from, I wonder? Quote, Velour messed up with trans talent early on. Whoa, that's pretty serious. Let's see how that happened. Velour originally made a splash in the VTuber landscape after the company debuted its announcement trailer in December 2023. Finally, a quote-unquote a VTuber agency for lewd voice actors across the English-speaking industry. Yippee! Even I was excited at the time, writing that Velour, quote, offers a good deal, end quote, to talent and promises, quote, more visibility, quote, to LewdTubers across the industry. Now, I want to make this very clear. What Valens has done here is a little sneaky, right? Even I was excited at the time writing that Velour offers a good deal to talent and promises more visibility to LewdTubers across the industry. The 2 bits are quoted from her own article, right? However, only one of them is presented as if it's actually a quote. Only one of them is actually something that approaches being quoted from the corpo themselves, which is offers a really good deal. This thing, promising more visibility to LewdTubers, right? Or specifically promises more visibility to LewdTubers, that isn't a premise that Velour sold itself on. That is the premise that Valens herself interpreted based off of her preconceptions about Velour. Yes, Velour did advertise itself on the basis of offering a really good deal to people who wanted to audition. But never did they say that they promised more visibility to LewdTubers across the industry. Now, the individual creators who are part of Velour, at some points, they have expressed that they are glad that they've managed to do that, but it is usually presented as a personally achieved side effect of the way that the business has been operating, not a promise that the company has made on its own. And presenting it like this kind of implies that it is, which is subtle but sneaky. Witness Void, thank you for the 5,000 CLP. Only 2 controversies of Velour I know. I see initially schizo-parasocial fans and restriction on the quantity of fans least streams the girls could do. Valens doesn't mention any of these 2 at all. Yeah, because again, Valens isn't Valens is not very familiar with Velour, at all, I would make the argument. So yeah, exactly, Saljun. Narrative spin. It's little things like this, right at the beginning of the article, that really set the tone for the degree of honesty that the writer is approaching Velour with. To be clear, what Velour offers in theory is great. New and semi-experienced voice actors, adult models, and VTubers are encouraged to apply to the company in exchange for significant agency support. Equipment, editing, and script writing are all provided to talent along with an agency-created VTuber model and personality. Talent slips into the role they're given and stream on YouTube along with creating adult ASMR. In early 2024, VLore seemed like a fantastic opportunity for new talent to spread their wings and soar. And here we start to see that there has been no shift in Valen's perspective between January 4th, 2024 and April 1st, 2025. She is still approaching this entire issue, this entire quote-unquote issue, this entire topic, only through the lens of me, and what talents can get from corporations, what corporations owe to their talents, and also, specifically, beyond that, the preconception that corporations owe it to their talents to somehow break new ground in the industry. Right? That is still the frame of reference that we're working with when this article analyzes, quote-unquote, analyzes VLure and its success. To continue, however, trans VTubers started to have misgivings about VLure during the Gen 1 audition process. VLure's audition requirements said the company only wanted, quote-unquote, female talent, with no additional clarification. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know how much more additional clarification you can give on female. Now, can you? Female can mean a lot of things. It can mean anyone who identifies as a woman. It can also mean someone born with a specific set of genitals. Now, I want you to take note of that fact, right? They present female as if it is this term that is vague, right? Requires discussion and clarification. And they present woman as if it is a self-explanatory term because of the fact that they don't bother expounding on what is a woman, right? So this whole paragraph implies that if only they said woman instead of female, then it would have been so much clearer what exactly they meant. I want you to remember that. I want you to put a pin in that, right? Because it's going to become very relevant in a few minutes. Then they go on with an entire other paragraph saying, this quickly left trans VTubers confused. Why female instead of woman? We figured this was just a minor point of linguistic confusion, so a number of us reached out for clarification last year to clear the air, but we never heard back. Not in emails, not in tweets, nor with a public statement, nothing. Trans talent quickly feared the worst. Trans women weren't welcome, and VLure was going to dodge the question by leaving the answer murky. Again, I want you to remember the premise of what Valens is trying to suggest here, that female is unclear, that woman would have been better, and that they should have clarified. Okay? Those three things. And then we get to the section that is really just archetypical, Vice media, right? Oh god, not the lolicon VTubers. Now ignore the fact that Valens doesn't seem to recognize the difference between lolly and lolicon, right? They assume that it's the same thing. Both ways. Oh god, not lolicon VTubers. Time passed, VLure finally debuted its Gen 1 models, and Jesus Christ, what the fuck? 1/3 of Gen 1 looks like children. Yes, children. This whole thing, this tired argument that's been trotted out. Now, again, fair enough if you don't like lolicon content. I don't either. But one of the easiest marks of tourism that you can spot is if, one, people don't recognize the difference between lolly and lolicon, and two, they view lolicon as if it's, they go with the whole lolicon is CP type thing, right? To go on. The first and third most popular VTubers in VLure are lolicon, or characters made to look like prepubescent girls. The company calls the models lollipop, although the agency's most popular star, Amy Bizot, pretty openly goes around calling herself a lolly. Everyone knows Amy and her fellow lollipop star, Icy Snowpaws, are leaning into lolicon viewership. One Redditor even said he was, quote, thankful for that, because there was not a whole lot of lolly VTubers that actually lean heavily into that fetish. Source? You're going to talk about somebody calling herself a lolly, but you're not going to talk about this supposed random Redditor that they're making the content for? You're not going to link to where you got that one from? Sorry, but given the rest of the article and how that unfolds, I'm going to need a source on that one. But in any case, the agency has 2 lollies at the moment, and it plans to unveil 2 more lollies for Gen 2. That means 33% of VLore will be made up of VTubers that appeal to a desire for underage girls. Now, petite women are the most oppressed race. You might be onto something with that one, Xanthopy, with how much shit they catch from literally all parties concerned. Okay, however, look. If someone wants to express the idea that they aren't very comfortable with lolicon content, sure. But at this point, the argument that lolicon content is tantamount to CP is some sort of pedophilia, as Valens is trying to imply with the way that this particular paragraph is phrased. I think that comes across incredibly hypocritical, coming from Vice Media in particular. Because, as many of you may remember, because Vice is quite infamous for this, not too many years ago, Vice tried to do a hit piece on not just anime, not just lolicon, but just the entire, not just lolicon, but the entire manga industry in Japan as a whole. Especially with this article, this little expose, right? Yeah, Nario, it's literally height of consent type shit. But also, this little infamous hit piece inside the pedophilic manga industry in Japan, where he tried to equate all of lolly with, pedophilia, and saying that manga was so problematic because all of it was, CP. However, nothing is so emblematic of the stance that Vice has taken than this article that was published in Vice by the same journalist who made that fucking hit piece, titled, "He abused kids for 24 years. Now he wants manga sexualizing children to be banned. Ah yes, there's nothing wrong with, platforming pedophiles. Manga is where I draw the line." And to be fair, that has proven itself to be a bit of a weird phenomenon over the years, where the more someone seems to, throw a hissy fit over lolicon and manga, the more likely it is to come out that they are actually, either a pedophile themselves, or at least they have dabbled in owning CP. Which, again, heaven knows why that is a trend that exists. But very evidently, reality has shown, precedent has shown, that is very much of a trend. And, funnily enough, this is a trend that Vice themselves have been leaning into and have become infamous for leaning into. Because for all of their hue and cry, all of their bawling about manga and lolicon, and how the Japanese manga industry is so pedophilic, how could they do this? Why does this media exist? Vice has proven themselves to have absolutely no problem platforming and even excusing genuine pedophilia. This little compilation of just a few of all of the articles that they have released, either excusing or attempting to outright normalize pedophilia, is insane. A pedophile opens up about being targeted by vigilantes. A child rape victim on why society should be more empathetic to pedophiles. Most child sex abusers are not pedophiles, expert says. I think that expert should be stripped of their accreditations, but whatever. I spent a year living with non-offending pedophiles. Does the pedophile next door need our help? By the way, this VOD is probably going to be demonetized with how much I'm going to be spamming the word pedophile in this specific section, but I think it's a price worth paying to dunk on Vice. Life's hard when you're a convicted pedophile. Oh, boo-hoo. Poor convicted pedophile and how hard their life is. Shut the fuck up. Why is this even an article that warrants being made? Ugh. Daniel's World examines our attitudes towards pedophilia. The Journalist's Guide to Eco-Friendly Pedophilia. Now, I checked out this article, and to be fair, it is just as redundant as what you would think, right? What the fuck even is eco-friendly pedophilia? And the fact that this is a thing proves how far journalism has fallen, well, how far Vice has fallen. They went from talking about the inner workings of, cartel gangs to talking about fucking eco-friendly child diddling. But in any case, the men who call themselves non-offending pedophiles, the strange, centuries-long history of satanic pedophile panics. I don't know about you, but I think panicking about pedophiles is pretty reasonable whenever they reach a certain level of concentration in society. But in any case, London, an interview with Europe's most famous pedophiles. Well, I don't know about you, but the only way I want pedophiles to be eco-friendly is after they've been put into a wood chipper, but whatever. Now, look, all of this is pretty bad, right? All of this pretty silly, pretty superfluous, pretty grim. But it's one thing to, write articles that are from, written by presumably non-pedophiles, trying to excuse or expound upon, solicit sympathy on behalf of child diddlers, right? That's already bad. But on top of that, Vice has also gone so far as to outright, not just platform, but actually present some sort of weird sort of moral posturing around the value of the perspectives of an actual pedophile. Because in 2016, sorry, let me just enlarge on that to make sure I have the correct year. No, sorry, that's 2018, I believe. Hold on, my eyes are bad. I need to see with this font. Yeah, 2018, September 7th of 2018. Vice published an article titled "My Gay Prison Gang Fights Neo-Nazis." Sorry, I worded that weirdly. "My gay prison gang fights neo-Nazis." And it had the tagline of, "When I first came to prison, I didn't know how I should act. I was a gay man, convicted of a sex crime. We've all heard the horror stories, but I had one thing going for me. I was big, weighing in at 310 pounds, a fair amount of which was muscle. For the most part, other inmates left me alone." And for context, this entire article is written from the perspective of this sex offender, this gay sex offender. For some reason, the article feels the need to recurringly reiterate that they are gay, right? It's a sticking point for whoever wrote for Vice. And for some reason, they chose to focus a lot on the fact that they are gay, they're a sex offender, blah 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 blah. And this is basically an entire article about this person talking about how their prison romances have developed and how they have managed to develop a reputation for beating up neo-Nazis in prison. Now, leaving aside the interesting moral quandary that Vice seems to have taken a stance on, where Nazis are worse than pedophiles, or for some reason pedophiles are okay so long as they're beating up Nazis. I don't know about you, but for me at least, I don't know how that morality weighs up against one another, that moral premise weighs up against one another. But before you ask about the sex crime that this particular individual is in jail for, yes, it was. Yes, it very much was. Because at the bottom of the article, they have a little blurb. Dennis Merton, the author of the article, is incarcerated at Idaho State Correctional Institution in Boise, Idaho, where he's serving a 45-year sentence for 3 counts of sexual abuse of a child under 16. So, I don't know about you, but for a rag that seems to advocate for inclusivity and making sure people are represented correctly in society, I don't know, continuously emphasizing the fact that this guy is gay, like as if it's some sort of pride movement, while the person that they've chosen to platform is a literal child diddler. I don't know how good of a move that is. I don't know if this is some sort of 5D chess to be more inclusive, but it's certainly not having that effect for me. I bet if any of my gay friends read this, they'd be horrified. My Gay Prison Gang would make an amazing TLC show. Yeah, it would. Probably not if if the protagonist was a diddler, though. Feels weird to defend, platform, and empathize with actual child diddlers, but shame lolly VTubers. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like victim blaming to me. Yeah, no, it sounds like that to me too. But yeah, my main point is Vice as a publication has no leg to stand on when it comes to talking about this issue. But to go on with this particular article, they go on to have this little cry session about how they caught one of their jail bays cheating on them in the bathroom. Quote, that is until the other gays and trans found out about me. At the time, one of the gangs, which called themselves the Aryan Knights, used quote-unquote beating up fags and chomos, child molesters, as initiation for new members. Like I said, they pretty much avoided me, preferring to go after the smaller and weaker. But that meant that a number of gay men and transgender women suddenly wanted to be my boyfriend or girlfriend, not because they liked me in that way, but because they figured I'd protect them. Oh, poor child diddler being used as protection in jail. For a while I went along with it. At one point I was the quote-unquote boyfriend of 6 different people at the same time. Nice to know that open relationships are, well an established part of jail for child molesters. But I tired of being used and wanted real companionship. Yeah, maybe try not seeking that in a child next time, who knows. Skill issue, I suppose. So I eventually started hanging out with just one cute little guy who seemed to have genuine affection for me. I was devastated when I saw him kissing someone else in the gym bathroom. I love how they present this as if it's this poor, lonely homosexual man who just wanted a monogamous relationship, but now has been tragically screwed over. How used and abused they've been by their other inmates who wanted protection from them. And oh, how horrible to catch one of their jailbays kissing another man in the bathrooms. Like, why? Why did this warrant an article is my question. And then they go on to whinge and whine even further. To be clear, adults are... Oh, sorry, no. It's by the way, okay, I forgot. The way that this article ends is basically saying, oh, well, I grew tired of trying to seek love in jail and in other people who only wanted me for my muscles and protection. And then it ends with this little cheesy paragraph about how they've now gained a name for themselves from beating up neo-Nazis as the Rainbow Warriors. Never mind that some of the Rainbow Warriors are, sex offenders, because that was the group that the writer conveniently brought up, but then didn't mention any further in terms of people who would come up to him for protection, right? So that's the way the article ends, right? Proudly proclaiming that they are now the Rainbow Warriors who go around beating up Nazis despite being comprised of presumably child diddlers. But in any case, that little interesting aspect of morality aside, that little quirk of morality that Vice seems to be, that little hill that Vice seems keen to die on aside, this, among many other reasons, is why, look, this probably... Vice, probably not the best publication to get on their moral high horse about how lolicon is pedophilia or whatever. But in any case, I bring that up because when it comes to establishing morality, when it comes to establishing ethics and principles, Vice's foundation for that is definitely not rooted in any sort of morality. Because if it were, they would not have a problem with manga and lolly, but also be willing to apologize on behalf of an outright attempt to normalize literal pedophilia. But in any case, to continue with Valen's article, to be clear, adults are performing these characters. That should have been where the paragraph ended, because once you establish that, nothing else matters. It's fucking fiction. Get over yourself. But in any case, oh yeah, Kendra, don't forget their article on cuties. Yeah, I didn't include it in the slides, but yeah, Vice also came out with an article basically carrying water for cuties, which was literal CP, because of how they glorified the sexualization of children by actually sexualizing child actors in the film. So yeah, it never ceases to perplex me that Vice is a publication that has problems with manga but has no problem with cuties. It's idiotic. But in any case, no kind of editorial consistency whatsoever. But again, we'll get to that later on in the stream. Quote, however, these lolly VTubers are creating explicit, sexual content as their characters and proudly flaunting it. Amy Bezos' page has adult ASMR with tags such as, quote, jerk off from behind, quote, blowjob cleanup, quote, pussy licking, and, quote, ass eating. Icy creates content with such tags as, quote-unquote, foot job, quote-unquote, fendom, quote-unquote, ball sucking, and, quote-unquote, anal. One sexually suggestive image created by an Imi Bizo fan was purposefully designed to make a model look particularly underage, writing on Twitter that the image is, quote, literally illegal in the EU and can't be viewed, end quote. Now, as to why Valens would feel the need to use EU law as some sort of standard for morality is beyond me. You know what else is illegal in the EU? Criticizing the government. You know what else is legal in the EU, though? Excusing literal child rape based on how they've been penalizing people, like, for example, the perpetrators of the grooming gangs. So, I don't know when it comes to making a point about pedophilia and using EU law as some sort of standard for morality, but I don't think that's a very well-founded position. Might just be me, though. Quote, Twitter reportedly sent the artist a message warning that the content was banned from the platform in the European Union for, quote, pornography or sexualized content, end quote. Amy responded by saying, quote unquote, I'm just too sexy. There goes all the monetization for the stream. Again, I appreciate each and all of your super chats because, well, I mean, that allows me to not give a fuck about things like ad revenue. Get Zerg, thank you for the 5. Didn't this article come out around the same time that the Business Insider article and Mint Phantom came out, which was actually a decent article? Yes, and actually, to be honest, if I were to have a stream in the future, a hypothetical stream talking about actual good examples of mainstream journalism engaging with Vtubing in good faith, I would include that Business Insider article featuring Mint Phantom. But it is wild that you can get two articles coming out at the same time that can have such a different standard of writing when it comes to actually trying to engage with the medium and the actors in it in good faith. Which, again, topic for a future stream, but it is something that, it is something that I knew about, don't worry. Now time to go check out Amy's page. Thanks for the recommendation. Amen. There is no EU-wide ban on lolicon material. So what's the point of all of that? Oh, it may be illegal in the EU. Oh, to be clear, adults are performing these roles, but these lolly VTubers are creating explicit sexual content. If there's no EU-wide ban on lolicon material, what was the point of all of that? It's just wasted words. However, various European countries have laws that criminalize the sexual depiction of underage characters in artwork. Well, good thing Imi isn't canonically sexual. She is canonically sexual, but good thing that Imi isn't canonically underage then. Because then that would be a problem now, wouldn't it? Ohio State University's Shari L. Savage argues that the proliferation of eroticized girl imagery in visual culture seen in anime, music videos, and other popular media outlets further tantalizes and at the same time normalizes due to numerous available representations. So I want you to take note of which voices Valens bothers to include in her article, right? You have some quotes spread sporadically from the talents themselves or from VLure's marketing material. You have one from a random Redditor that doesn't have a source or a hyperlink linking to the source. And now you have some sort of university academic who's coming in to talk about how, eroticized girl imagery, etc., as if it's relevant to VLure. I mean, even putting aside the specifics of Europe, we're not going to judge the morality of, say, gay marriage based on the number of countries around the world to have it legalized. Yeah, exactly. That is a bit of a weird double standard to have, right? If you're going to use countries, country law, laws of different countries around the world as some sort of moral standard, what are you going to say about things like, or actually, funnily enough, this is quite relevant to Anna Valens particularly, quite a few countries have laws that, discriminate against transsexuals or transgenders, right? Number of countries don't even recognize transgender as a thing. So does that mean that's moral? That's upstanding? Are you going to be willing to take those countries' laws as evidence that it is a morally sound position to take? Because I suspect that Valens would not be very keen on something like that. But again, if we use the exact same moral standard, Valens herself would be, the very embodiment of immorality according to these countries. So again, it's kind of a foolish way of trying to judge this kind of thing. But in any case, all I'm hearing is that we should lewd male characters more often. Of course, the pervy princess would say that. Quote unquote, images do hold the power to tantalize and move consumers to action. If images did not hold power and influence, and consumers could readily resist advertising, image-laden advertising would not be a billion-dollar industry. Savage writes in one study, sexual predators have also convinced children that sex with adults is normal, using the images in erotic lolicon content to say, this is how you practice with adults. You know what else have also convinced children that sex with adults is normal? Or what else seems to be trying to convince people, not even just children, people in general, that sex between children and adults is normal? Vice media. You could have replaced lolicon content. Because, again, I want to draw your attention to this, by the way. Square brackets in a quote like this means that is an addition added in of the author's own volition, right? That is the journalist adding in something that wasn't part of the original quote as means of clarifying their idea of what the quote says to the audience. So this was Anna Valens deciding to put erotic lolicon content in here. That was not what was in the original quote. Anna, funnily enough, could have very easily put in Vice media articles and it would have had the exact same effect. Right? That nothing would change in that sentence. But no, we can't have moral consistency in our publication, in our rag. Fuck's sake. Oh, and Aria, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. I hope you enjoyed those emotes. Might as well get a sub on the business account as well. Based. And it's just so... It's this blindness to the kind of inconsistency that is just part and parcel of this publication that irks me so much reading it. But yeah, you know what else people use? Cartoon characters. I remember how a cartoon reviewer used Nickelodeon characters to prey on kids. It's not lolicon content. Exactly. Holy shit. And Ari, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I hope you all thank the pervy princess for allowing you access to those emotes. I hope you enjoy them. But in any case, thank you so much for... thank you so much. No way this stream is going to get monetized. Who knows? Maybe we matrix it in between all of us, all of the different instances of us saying the word out loud. But in any case, to move on to the next section of the article... Trans girls, I guess you can be a lolly now. A year later, Vialure is now prepping for its Gen 2 audition run, which starts today. Talent are promised the quote-unquote exciting opportunity to voice act in a lewd video game, likely performing as the VTuber models created by the the adult agency. Along the way, new talent will likely pop up in video games by the agency's viewers. A twin-stick shooter fan game, The Endless Stream, is already out with the Gen 1 cast. Naturally, Vialure's Gen 1 team decided to host an audition advice stream for their potential Gen 2 sisters, and that's when a second bout of controversy blew up for Vialure over social media. Controversy? Controversy my fucking ass. This is the first time that I'm willing to bet most of the people both within and without of Vialure's fanbase heard of any such quote-unquote controversy. Because I'm willing to bet my left nut that most people just tuned into the stream and that was the end of it for them. But to go on as to how Valens actually describes that stream, and this is where we get to see journalistic integrity at its very finest. On Saturday's stream, quote, "So you want to be a whore, eh?" The Vialure team finally addressed whether trans women can apply to the agency. The answer is, quote-unquote, yes. However, there are caveats. Maybe. Once again, communication is not Vialure's strong suit. During the stream, talent Sheeby Cottonbum stressed Vialure will accept transgender talent as long as they, quote, go by female pronouns, quote, live life as a woman, and, quote, sound like a woman. The Gen 1 team laughed as the issue was discussed. At one point, Sheeby said transgender talent asking about the issue should, quote-unquote, shut the fuck up. Now this This seems quite rude, quite intolerant. Why all of these individual stipulations for, talking about being a woman? How insensitive to people who don't pass. Telling transgender people asking about this to shut the fuck up? Surely there's a better way of doing it than that, right? Surely you could have a bit more tact than that. Well, that would be the case if this was actually the quote itself. See, what Valens did with what Chibi Cottonbum said, because Chibi did address this quote-unquote issue, right? Chibi did provide clarification for people asking about, can you apply if you are not a woman, right? Or if you don't identify as a woman. Or if you don't identify as female, etc., etc., etc. That was addressed. But this was not the quote. The actual quote starts at 11:11 in the VOD, and it goes like this. We are looking for female talents. Oh, but what if I'm... Shh. Shut the fuck up. Do you go by female pronouns? Do you live life as a woman? Do you sound like a woman? Okay. We don't care about anything else. You're free to apply. Ho. Now, the way that Valens quoted this, for starters, it wasn't even the quote in a way that was even remotely attempted to be faithful to the original way that it was phrased in the context surrounding it, right? Because, to give you additional context, this was a question that was asked and answered right after Chibi clarified the average monthly income for a member of VLore. So this is in the context of what makes the business work, right? That is very obviously the context of this. Basically, the subtext is we make content female for male content, right? Female performer, male audience, very simple. As a result, we want to take on talents who are capable of making that content. That's all this was. However, what Anna did is, one, chop the quote up into halves, right? So she separated the shut the fuck up from do you live life as a woman, do you go by female pronouns, do you live life as a woman, do you sound like a woman, etc., etc. So she chopped that quote up into halves. Then she presented those halves out of order as a way of trying to frame it as if Chibi was specifically trying to dunk on transgender people. That is not what was happening. It was very obvious when you actually look at the quote in context that what Chibi was poking fun at was rules lawyers and professional contrarians. So as a result of looking at this, right, it's very obvious that VLore does not have a communication problem. Anna Valens has an interpretation problem. Specifically, Anna is deliberately interpreting this in bad faith. Now, as to why, well, it becomes a lot clearer when you go on reading the later sections of the article. Quote, as I mentioned during my own discussion stream over the weekend, and here she plugs her own Twitch stream where she was talking about the initial announcement as well, the 1-year delay on the topic and the insensitive tone during the advice stream revealed an extreme level of unprofessionalism towards Viola's transgender colleagues. First of all, to our awareness, they have no transgender colleagues. Second of all, the comment wasn't directed at transgender people, period. It was directed at rules lawyers and contrarians, like yourself. And third, you want to talk about unprofessionalism. What the fuck is a journalist doing chopping up a quote, butchering it in that manner, and then presenting it out of order in that way? That, I don't know about you, but that doesn't scream professionalism from a journalist when you see that, when they're caught with their pants down, so to speak, doing that. For trans talent who considered applying to VLore during Gen 1, at least prior to the debut of the aforementioned lolicon models, yeesh. The lack of communication towards trans VTubers was a clear sign that the company was not prepared for the professionalism and maturity required from an adult company. Oh yeah, another thing. This was a Q&A stream that was pretty much hosted on Imi Bizo's personal channel, right? I don't know if you noticed from the screenshot, but yeah, it was on Imi Bizo's channel. It wasn't on the VLore channel. Secondly, with a title like, So You Wanna Be a Whore, eh? Yes, it may have been addressing a professional point or a company thing, like, audition Q&A. But to say that there was an expectation this was going to be professional in a corporate sense is a little misleading in the way that this article presents it. Yikes much? Yeah, pretty much, freak man. When you goon too close to the sun and start making things up to smear corporations, 10 out of 10 journalism for the modern audience. Yeah, this really does come across as an article that was made for the modern audience. However, the part that makes that whole outburst about Shibi's response so idiotic in retrospect comes here. Quote, "Don't get me wrong, it's great Velour does, in fact, allow trans women to work with the team. But even then, its standards are still very strict for trans performers. What does it mean to sound like a woman? Is Velour willing to accept trans women like myself? Even though I have a feminine voice, I'm often clocked as trans during streams and in ASMR comments. I'm sorry, but the harsh reality is that if only one of those two things can be true at the same time. Either you have a feminine voice, or you are clocked as trans during streams and ASMR comments. It can't be both simultaneously. Those two things are mutually exclusive. Would I lack the right credentials to quote-unquote sound like a woman? In other words, do they want trans talent, or do they want trans women who specifically sound like cis women? Trans women who pass for cis women and could, if necessary, hide their gender identity. Velour never clarified these specifics during the stream, essentially putting trans talent right back to square one. How does Velour really feel about trans women? Again, a lot of people in chat are picking up on this, right? It's all this me, right? And then, of course, comes the issue of pronouns and transition. Not every woman uses quote-unquote female pronouns. Cis, trans, and non-binary women commonly use pronouns other than she, her. He, him lesbians are out there. What do he, him lesbians have? What? So are women who use they, them? What does it mean to quote-unquote live life as a woman? Do you have to socially transition IRL and present as a woman? Do you have to stream with a female presenting model X amount of times? Well, for starters, that's a question that they would know if they actually watched any of Velour's content, right? Tell me you're a tourist without telling me you're a tourist. These questions may seem silly and dumb to Velour's performance. You're leaving out the part where it sounds silly and dumb to Velour's audience as well, but I digress. But they are serious considerations for trans talent running a VA business. Auditions take time. More specifically, they take time away from streaming or ASMR work. Why work so hard on something that will lead to an instant rejection? And the reason why I take issue with this part of the article in particular, especially, it's not because of the trans stuff, it's not because of the pronouns. You can have your opinions on that. No, I take issue with this because it's fucking bait. It's all fucking bait. And you want to know why? Compare that with the earlier part in the article where Valens implied that, Gen 1, when they communicated that, they wanted female talent. It's so unclear. They should have used woman instead. That's so much clearer. And here, Valens spends 2 entire paragraphs, bigger than those 2 prior paragraphs from earlier on in the article, by the way, talking ad nauseum about how vague woman is as a term. What do you mean when you say you want women? What do you mean when you say you want people who sound like a woman? What does woman mean exactly? And this, when you compare the article, these 2 sections of the same article, you realize this was not a complaint that was ever made in good faith. They had no interest in using female or woman or whatever, because either way they would have complained. It was just a fucking trap from the beginning. Because people like Anna Valens, when they complain about this type of stuff, they don't give a shit. They don't actually care. You can't keep them happy. Because it's not about that. They're not complaining in good faith. They are being facetious. Because in the same article, where Valens talks about how vague it is to say female instead of woman, and how woman would have been better when the Gen 1 audition announcement came out. Yeah, when talking about the Gen 2 announcement, they go on to talk about how vague woman is as a term. There is no keeping these people happy. And so, my only conclusion is, again, this really hammers home. This is no more proof than this do you need. That this is an article that reveals that, again, it's not a Velour communication problem. They tried using female the first time round, but now they're using woman, right? That may not even be intentional, right? It may just be something that they either didn't even think about or are doing subconsciously as a way of pivoting. But they have done both at this point, right? They've tried using female as a term, well, evidently, rules lawyers and contrarians like Valens would take issue with that. And now that they've started using woman instead of female, well, same people are taking issue with that. Again, not really worth appealing to as a crowd, evidently. People like Anna Valens, contrarians, rules lawyers, not really worth indulging. And so, it makes this more hilarious when the entire article is phrased as if this is an inherent communication problem that VLore has in their business, rather than a single individual, Anna Valens, deliberately, maliciously going out of their way to facetiously misinterpret what it is they are saying and trying to say. And that's why, in my humble opinion, it's not worth it, right? This is why, actually beyond that, this is why I regard the whole pronouns thing as a courtesy rather than a necessity or a right. Because it is impossible to know what exactly people want you to call them. And what people want you to call them, well, if they want to be offended, they will find a way to do that, regardless of how courteous you attempt to be. And so, at least for me, personally, and this, by the way, this is my opinion, nothing to do with VLore. But for me, if I refer to you by a specific set of pronouns, and I make an effort to refer to you using terms like that, that is a courtesy. It is also a courtesy, as such, that is quickly withdrawn if it is not reciprocated accordingly. And I think with this example of how Anna Valens has repaid an attempt by VLore to refer to their applicants specifically as females, then as women, and in both cases, throwing shade at them, giving them shit for that, I don't think VLore owes Anna Valens any sort of clarification whatsoever, or owes anybody else any sort of clarification whatsoever. Because, well, it's not a complaint that's being made in good faith. And the next paragraph kind of solidifies that. Ironically, by addressing the controversy poorly, VLore has taken one step forward but two steps back. But I guess trans women can be lollies if they sound feminine enough. If you try hard enough, you might just get a trans-inclusive fan who draws fan out of you that's banned in various European countries. Again, the whole complaint about, there was no trans controversy because the whole thing was just, people, well, specifically person, Valens, looking for something to be offended by. There's also enough examples of you can be a man and still use a female model in Vtubing. Yeah, exactly. You could be a Barbie Niku. But it's not like Anna Valens would know what that term means anyways. He, him lesbians are about as sensical as an adult VTuber being considered pedobait. Yeah, I very much agree with that. For fuck's sake, just be Shota if they're that upset about it. Yeah. VLore dodged a bullet with this one, sure. VLore has not responded, no, and that is absolutely the correct thing to do. Slop like this does not merit a response. In fact, as we'll get into later on in the stream, not responding, best possible outcome, because other people ended up responding for them, basically. I follow VLore closely, and I can tell you that I've seen no one complain about this but Anna Valens. Yeah, exactly. Because Anna Valens isn't even making a legitimate complaint. It is purely facetious. The next section is titled, "Oh, and there's a ban on lesbian content," right? Phrasing as if it's some sort of restriction that it's imposed from top down. Quote, "The second and more baffling controversy is VLore's policy on lesbian ASMR, or female for female content. In short, there is a female for female ban, as the company has a specific method focused on appealing to straight men. When asked whether the company was quote-unquote open to content beyond female for male, VLore's head, Stronny Cuttle, said straight up no. Quote, VLore is based on a previous established method that worked fantastically, and I want to ensure the success of anyone who is willing to take the risk to join under me, join under the company, and share the vision that is what VLore is going for, Stronny said. So at this point in time, no, it will always be female for male content, and I can't see that changing at this point in time. The funny thing is, Valens presents this as a bad thing, whereas in actuality, Stronny's response embodies the kind of thing that this industry has been crying out for years now. a boss that actually gives a shit about their employees and is willing to acknowledge the realities of the industry in the interests of not collapsing the entire agency and everyone under its roof. Again, if Valence had any, even a modicum of familiarity with this industry, they would know that last year was absolute hell for corporate Vtubing, because audiences across the entirety of this industry were exposed, bang, smack, again and again and again, beaten over the head with the recurring trend, the recurring trope of bosses who don't know how to run an agency, don't understand that they need to prioritize catering to audiences over whatever the fuck whatever the fuck vision they have for the company. That vision is superseded by audience demand, right? And also the fact that you had so many of these companies that cropped up and died because either some combination of the boss not understanding that, they have an obligation to keep safe, to safeguard the careers of their employees, and also they didn't pay attention to what audiences in this industry actually wanted, right? If Anna Valence had any degree of familiarity with this industry, she would look at this response by Stronny Cuttles and understand this is the archetypical thing that people want in this space. This is a good thing. And yet it's presented as if some sort of blight on VLure. There are a lot of things in this article that convey how out of touch with VTubing Anna Valence is. But I think this is one of the most egregious. Not understanding just how much of a breath of fresh air this kind of mindset from a VTubing CEO is. Because it's one thing to walk into the space with this idea of, okay, I have a vision, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to make. That's fine if you're an indie. That's fine if you're a content creator, an individual content creator. But if you want to start a business, if you want to start a company, if you want people to work under you for pay, you best make sure, you best be ready to compromise on aspects of that vision just to make sure that the people working under you can eat every month. And that's exactly what this is. Note that nowhere in here does it say that there is a ban on, lesbian content. It's just that they don't make it because at the current moment, VLure is, to nobody's surprise, still a private company. A small private company. Yes, they are growing rapidly for most small companies, but they are still a small private company. Their success is far from guaranteed. Statistically speaking, the odds are against them. So it makes perfect sense that the leader, CEO, would want to make sure that their revenue, audience is as safe as possible. This is responsible planning for the business. So it's characterized and presented as if it's some sort of arbitrary ban, whereas in actuality it is simply I can only assume to be a consensus-backed stance on what content actually generates income. That is the reality of this industry. The proportion of audience demographics, male to female, vastly skewed in the direction of male. So if you're going to make sexual content, if you're going to make porn, no shit, you're going to make porn made by women for men. Straight men are the majority of this industry when it comes to the audience. Now, you can express that, that is something that irks you, right? Maybe you want female for female content. Maybe you want specifically female for trans female content. Trans woman content. Maybe. And as we'll see later on, that is something that Anna Valence very much says she wants. But at the same time, the business doesn't have an obligation to cater to you specifically. If you want the business to cater to that, maybe try offering some more money. Because a business only has one main objective: make money. And if you don't like that, if that means, if the demographics of the market means that your specific content desires, your specific fetishes, since we're talking about porn, aren't catered to, well, that is a personal gripe with the market, not a professional gripe with the company. Those two are very different things. If you don't like the way the company, if you don't like the way that the company exists, well, why does the company exist that way? It's not to offend you specifically. It's not some sort of giant middle finger to you and other people like you. It's simply a response to the market as it is. And if you don't like the market as it is, well, tough shit. That's just that's just audience demographics. Find your own audience. Make your own content in that niche. Or find other people who are capable of making that content, who can afford to cater to that niche of an audience. Pay out money. Open that wallet. But don't go at a company like this for simply looking out for them and their own. That's business 101. Know your audience. And that's exactly what VLure has done. That's what they are doing. VLure's only crime so far, based off everything we can see in this article, is 1, knowing who their audience are, and 2, catering to them successfully. Or maybe 3, doing so without the blessing of Ms. Valens. But that's about it. Now, funny thing, as a way of providing further context, right? Anna thought it was a good idea to link to a Blue Sky post underneath this, where she sums up her thoughts on this particular clarification by Stronny. VLure says, quote, straight up no to female for female content, as the agency says it cannot ensure quote unquote success if it creates content for queer women. Straight content is quote unquote the vision of the company because of a quote unquote established method. It will always be female for male content, and I can't see that changing at this point in time. Now again, granted. Oh yeah, actually yeah, Music Lover, that's a good point. It's not like VLure ladies haven't done female x female content before. Shibi and Imi had X-rated audio collab, and my god, one of my all-time favorite audios. See, small difference there. That is female x female content, not female for female content. Slight difference there. Sounds arbitrary. Sorry, give me a second. Things are falling over on my desk. Little difference there. The intention is to provide a sort of lesbian fantasy for male audiences, rather than something that is geared more specifically towards lesbians. Now, some of you may ask, okay, what's the difference then? If you have, the fantasy of a woman doming another woman, like, how would that be different if you were making that for a lesbian versus for a straight man? You would need a lesbian to answer that question. I don't possess, well, I could consult my friends, but I don't have them on hand at the moment. But again, you can make the argument that there's a slight difference there, but overall, the main point still holds that VLure knows who their audience is, right? Whatever the content is, whatever sexual content it is, whatever fetish they are, catering to, the common denominator is that it is a form of content that is designed to appeal towards straight men. Because that's just market demographics. That's just how it works. So, in any case, with this particular Blue Sky post, right? Now, granted, it is still kind of negatively slanted. It's implying that it's a bad thing or it's questionable. But this is a pretty neutral summation, right? It makes it look as if Anna's documentation of this situation, even on her own personal social medias, has still been kind of neutral. What this conveniently leaves out, though, is that this wasn't the only Blue Sky post that Anna was posting on the platform about the VLure stream, right? Because this was actually a quote post, well, I'm just going to call it a fucking tweet, because that's basically what the fuck Blue Sky is, right? It's just Twitter 2.0. This was actually a quote tweet of this. VLure doesn't allow for female content, question mark. Girl, this is why I'm doing Vtubing for lesbians. Because lesbians deserve adult material too. Nobody's saying that they don't. And this is the problem. This is missing context as to why Anna has approached this with the angle that she has. Because she's going at this from the angle of lesbians deserve adult material, and VLure is thumbing their nose at lesbians because of that. No. She's presenting Stronny saying, this will always be female for male content. I can't see that changing at this point in time. As if it is as if it is equivalent to saying lesbians don't deserve adult material, right? And the degree of mental gymnastics required to make that leap between what Stronny said and this is immense, admittedly. When it comes to the, mental acuity Olympics, I do think that Valens would be a serious contender. But at the same time, you can see that this is very much the extrapolation that Valens has taken and walked into this article with, right? Because, again, no one is saying that lesbians don't deserve adult material, just that Vallure is not the company that's going to be making it because it's not profitable enough. And they have no obligation to do so. They have no obligation to do anything that isn't profitable. And also, the ever-present self-shill, right? This is why I'm doing lewd tubing for lesbians. Good for you. Keep doing it. I hope you make lots of money. But don't try and press that upon somebody else's business. Private business, no less. More like Twitter 0.5. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate description, Xanthropy. And adding on to that, trying to make male-dominated stories and worlds asking and trying to force them to appeal more to women has also destroyed franchises. Yeah, exactly. Because it all stems from the same problem, right? People dismissing the importance of the audience, right? It's just more Santaism. I want to make something without thinking about who am I making this for? And without thinking about, okay, if I'm just making this for myself, why do I expect to make money on this? And what do I offer when I ask for other people to give me money to make this in the first place? Because at the end of the day, when you look at all of the disasters that have infested Disney, taking all of these predominantly, these franchises that had predominantly male fandoms, but also had a pretty strong, female fandom, even if it was in the minority, they've just utterly butchered all of their franchises so that they don't have a fandom anymore, or that the fandom universally hates it now, male or female. And as a result of that, what ends up happening, what that is a result of is a whole bunch of people deciding, I want to make X or Y, but not thinking about who am I making this for beyond just themselves, and expecting that they will get money for this. They have been given money for this, but with no expectation that they are going to make a return on that, because, well, they can't, because they're not making it for an audience, they're making it for themselves, right? And this is why I say, when it comes to, when you're making content, right, if you're just making it as an individual content creator, make what you like. You'll find an audience that gravitates to you over time. The size of your audience may be capped based on what kind of content you want to make, but that's just simply reality. If you want to make a certain type of content, you're going to have to put up with that, right? However, if you're going to be making content for the express purpose of making money on it, well, that's when you need to start thinking about audience demographics. That's when you can no longer afford to be me about the way you make your content. And that's the gap that Anna Valens does not seem to recognize exists between her and Vallure. Vallure is not one individual content creator who has the ability to decide to make content for themselves. Vallure has an obligation to make money, to make sure that the people who work under them make money. And this is one of the other things that becomes a stronger and stronger recurring theme as you go deeper and deeper into this article. The fact that Anna Valens seems to be incapable of differentiating between their own lived experience and that of literally everybody else. Their evaluation of Vallure stems entirely from their own preconceptions about Vallure and the Vtubing industry. Corpo's in the Vtubing industry as well. Stems from their own experiences as a content creator, and stems from their own experiences as a LewTuber. And from these pillars, and these pillars alone, they have formed this entire opinion on Vallure that they feel warrants this entire article. They can, however, venture into D4C anytime. I hate when we make something for one demographic and others not in the demo scream that they are not included. Having the issue right now with Otome games. Yeah. I pray for your niche, Kenko. But yeah. Too many people fail to realize that there is nothing wrong with exclusion. There's nothing wrong with having a target audience in mind. And there is, target audience and exclusion work hand in hand. You cannot have a target audience without being willing to exclude other audiences. That's just how it works. Half of branding is differentiation, and differentiation necessitates alienation. If you're too scared to alienate an audience, congratulations, you will never have a distinct brand. Because, again, you need that in order to have any degree of distinctiveness. Too often what I end up seeing is modern marketing is infested with cynical corporate FOMO. These soulless corporate husks, not understanding that you don't need every single person with a wallet to potentially like what you have to put out. Just have a target demographic, lock in, and be willing to pursue them at the cost of the others. That's it. That's how you guarantee that you have growth potential, rather than going out like a fucking light bulb. If you don't have a target, you'll never get bullseye. Exactly. I don't get how she's making it as a YouTuber streamer or a woman. For a woman. For women, makes sense why she has to get a second job as a journalist. Yeah, she's not making it as a YouTuber either. These are the kinds of people that would complain that there's no fighting in Infinity Nikki. These are the kinds of people who complain that there are not enough men in Infinity Nikki. However, let's go on. So, sorry, this is extra slide I should have taken out of it. To go back to the article. So let me get this straight. Erotic content of young girls is fine, but lesbian content goes too far? What? This is particularly strange when you consider the popularity of female for female. Specifically put, the genre is not only enjoyed by queer women, but straight men as well. Now here is where Anna Valens is, I don't know if it's deliberate or simply down to sheer incompetence and illiteracy. Actually, you know what, now that I've thought about the term, I would describe this article as illiterature as well. But Anna is conflating female for female with female x female. By definition, female for female is not for men. It is for females. Now, female x female, yes, that can be for men, because it can play into a male fantasy of, having two women make out with one another in front of you or whatever, which is something that is fairly common. But female for female, no, that is not for men. By definition, words have meaning, not that a journalist would be able to understand that concept. But straight men as well. Men commonly listen to female for female content for the same reason that men enjoy watching real-life lesbian porn. Again, not the same thing. Female x female, not the same thing as female for female. Because it's about two women having sex. Armchair x armchair content when... Now that is a question that's going to require some time for me to come up with an answer to, Evo. This is doubly the case when it comes to fetish material, like bondage, feederism, giantesses, and vor. None of these words are in the Bible, by the way, where the premise is more important than the gender of the performers. Also, female for female isn't illegal in various European countries. There's a plus too. Okay. Congratulations. But in any case, I also want to point out that Anna's audience is into that because that's what they built their brand out of. Exactly. Right? So again, it's funny how, yet again, you see how Anna is incapable of differentiating between their lived experience and everyone else's, right? Because for Anna, yes, female for female may be very popular because they've built their audience on that brand, right? But they fail to recognize that there is a difference between their own little corner of the internet and literally every other aspect of that same industry. Arm for chair. Yes, stressful. Arm for chair. But let's stop talking about men for a second here. Content oriented towards queer women is very popular in the ASMR space, thanks to the explosion of female for female and female for all I would assume that's all, not asexual. Content creators on Reddit slash r/gone wild audio. In just 5 years' time, Gone Wild Audio's sister subreddit, Gone Wild Audio Sapphic, gained 137,000 followers. Now, I'm very interested to see how many out of those 137,000 followers are actually active at any one given point in the day, but I digress. I post on GWA Sapphic myself, and I can attest to its immense viewership. Again, you just can't stray away from the self-shill with Anna, can you? My most popular audio on the site, a trans girl for cis girl yandere breeding audio, has 18,000 listens. That makes it more popular than one of Mercy Modest's top yandere ASMR audios. Yandere forces you to love yourself. To quote the old adage, if you build it, they will come. Come. Sorry, I meant come with an O, not a U. You know, hi-hat. But, however, at the same time, two things I want to point out here. One, why the fuck are you number monkeying in a fucking article about VTubers of all things? And two, why are you number monkeying using your own audio as a sort of cock measuring contest? Why are you doing that? Because let's be very honest here, right? Oh yeah, one other thing. That's not Mercy Modest's top ASMR audio, by the way. So not only did the author of this article number monkey, but they did so not even they didn't even do so on equal footing. But on top of that, this is one of the things that screams to me that this is not someone who has even remote awareness of streaming culture and etiquette, let alone VTubing culture and etiquette. Because anyone who has been engaging with streaming culture in good faith, with an attempt to actually interact with, other parts of the industry besides their own little corner, they will understand that number monkeying is taboo. You don't do that shit because it is disrespectful. It boils down the creative work, the personality behind it, into just a bunch of digits. That's why you don't pull that shit. And if you're going to be writing an article about VTubers as if you're some sort of insider in the quote-unquote community, or as part of the industry, as we call it around these parts, you don't do that so offhand and casually. And the fact that Anna did, I think it's all that we need to know about their degree of familiarity with the space. Didn't need to know about that specific genre of audio. Yeah. It is quite depressing. But in any case, to go on, no doubt there are more men out there listening to female for male content than there are queer women enjoying female for female. But what makes female for female incorrect for the quote-unquote method, while literal lollies are okay? Now, that is a false equivalence. One is a demographic, one is something to do with the premise of who the audio is for, the other is to do with the premise of what the content is. Those are not the same thing. They're not even, it's like comparing, to make an analogy, right? I'm trying to think about something that is suitably brain dead that I could use as an equivalent to this. This is like going up to a coffee shop and saying, "Why don't you offer soy milk?" This is like saying, "Why don't you offer soy milk?" when hot water is something that people something that people ask your shop for. Like, it's so stupid, right? Because again, female for female is more to do with who you're making the content for, whereas lollies are just, it's for males, right? There's no sort of equivalency here that you can use as an axis to compare the two. It just doesn't fucking work, right? It's like going up to SeaWorld and asking why don't they have rhinos, because it's very popular in the zoo next door. Like, what the fuck? That makes no sense, especially when you consider the popularity of the female for female genre among listeners across genders. Even in spaces where female for female and female for all are highly disliked, it's not uncommon to see listeners request the occasional lesbian pairing with talent. Again, requesting a lesbian pairing doesn't mean it's geared specifically towards women. Like, what? Boys want to watch girls kiss each other, among other things. And it's an open secret that a lot of the VLore talent are queer women. At bare minimum, bring on talent for a female-for-female focused model or something, it would do numbers. Now again, the qualifications that Valens has to say that it's going to do numbers, dubious, but we'll get to that in a second. Ordering pizza at McDonald's, yeah, pretty much. Asking for a sushi at a steakhouse, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Yuri lover and straight hater are different things. That's a pretty good way of putting it, Sumanai. Yeah, that's probably a better analogy than the one I went with, right? It's kind of the same thing. I think that's a pretty comparable false equivalency to what this article is trying to do. Now, final section of final two sections of this article. Final section of this article. Don't expect me to play that lewd game. And again, just another thing, right, that kind of makes the tourism more and more evident. Everybody knows. If you're going to announce that you're not interested in somebody's content, it's not a fucking airport. Just tune out. You don't need to announce that you're not going to be, you don't need to announce that you're not going to be participating in something, right? Just leave. Just leave. It's fine. You won't be missed. There'll be other people to take your place. You may not like that lewd game, but nobody was expecting you to anyways. Calm down. Holy shit. But in any case, such is the case for VLure, the AV-Tuber agency that continues to disappoint. As for that lewd game in the works, Gen 2 auditions open today, and if you want to play as one of the 3 remaining non-lolly talents, the opportunity is yours. But things are not looking particularly flattering for the world's first EN LewdTuber agency. The lack of professionalism, the lack of sensitivity, the fans drawing illegal content. Why bother? And to be clear, Stronny is talented. I have a lot of love for Mercy as a fellow yandere myself. I'm sure you are one. And I do legitimately enjoy Shibi and her content. We are both degens for Futanari after all. But even though I want the best for the girls piloting the non-lolly models, I can't support what's going on at VLure in good faith. There was no good faith to be found at any point in the article. What good faith? It certainly is. Is this good faith in the room with us? Because it certainly hasn't been in any of the paragraphs prior to this. Nor do I think you, dear reader, should apply to Gen 2, even if you want to be in that lewd video game really, really badly. Which I won't be playing if there's lolly content. TLDR, just make 33% of the company Futa instead. VLure. That would be so much better. I love how the solution is get rid of the lollies and replace it with Futa, as if that's some sort of sound business decision or advice. But that was the conclusion, of the article. But we're not done yet. No. Because this is far from the end of the saga that unfolded after the article started getting picked up by people who actually do exist in this sphere, in this content creation industry. So, to my knowledge, actually, Gil Thunder, ZanVT, I think he was the first one to post about it on Twitter. Because on April 2nd, he made a series of tweets, a thread of tweets, basically talking about how Vice had come out with this hit piece, right? This is an April Fool's joke, unfortunately. Vice just published a hit piece on VLure. Anna Valens is she's well known as a spurg. She's one of those Tumblr porn generation types. She's just upset that VLure doesn't cater to her fetishistic trans and queer porn addictions, and then basically going on to point out Vice's hypocrisy in criticizing lolly and stuff like that, when they've platformed articles defending pedophilia and zoophilia of all things, as well as how it comes across as if Valens is just bitter and jealous at having been rejected by Vialor, despite very obviously not following what requirements, not paying heed to the requirements that Vialor stipulated for their particular entry requirements. However, that wasn't it, because on the same day, a user by the name of Josh the Funk Doc would make a Reddit post on r/Kurasanji talking about the article as well. Waypoint's critique of Vialure. No to lesbianism, yes to lolly. Saw this, and while I suspect a good chunk of this sub would not agree with the points made here, it's at least worth talking about. For that's a very bold assumption, my guy. For those not in the know, the author, Anna Valens, is herself a trans ASMR YouTuber who focuses on female-for-female content, hence the topics you see brought up in the article. What struck me here was that Vialore seems focused on appealing to the stereotypical VT poster. Now, where on earth did you pull that particular assumption out of? Given their various positions outlined here, and regardless of your own feelings on lolly content, it's hard to argue it's an extremely dangerous route to take for the long term. Yeah, Marquisi Darko. It's been a whole 10 days and this still sits at 0 updates. I think that gives you a good idea of how unpopular this sentiment and post was here. I think it all boils down to the assumption that it's worth talking about. I don't think literally anybody else who saw this post agreed with that. However, that wasn't the only funny point to emerge out of this post, because Anna herself would show up in the replies and attempt to give further insight onto where exactly this article came out of. Quote, so, a user by the name of Guzmom says, God forbid a group focused on porn wants to appeal to straight men. Very obviously poking fun at how the article seemed to be so dead set on the private small business compromising their bottom line by making female for female with no concrete proof that would actually be profitable. And then AC Valence herself popping in to say, author here, statistically on YouTube, most female-for-female listeners are also men. That was the case for my own channel before it was removed. A significant portion of my paying customers on Fansly and Patreon are also men. Some straight men prefer female-for-female content because they like the idea of a female star interacting with another woman instead of being in the actual pornographic scene. Can anyone spot the problem with that line of argument? That's female on female. Exactly. Yeah, Zan, exactly. My audience. Again, Anna is trying to extrapolate her own experience doing content creation, even however briefly on YouTube, as if it's universally applicable, including to Vialure. When we all know, that's not how it fucking works. That was just her audience. Not all audiences with that same content niche. I mean, for example, if you want to get an idea of how different audiences can be depending on which individual creator you're talking about, despite the fact that they all inhabit the same content niche, technically, I inhabit the same content niche as False ID, Ilara, Rima, and, well, what's another quote-unquote drama tuber? Under the T, right? I'm willing to bet that while I think my audience does have quite a bit of crossover with Rima's, my audience does not have too much crossover, I don't think, with, for example, Ilara's or Falsa's, even though all of us occupied the same content niche. So to assume that your experience as a content creator, your audience demographics, what works for you, your statistics, what audiences tune into what content you make is universally applicable just because it's the same content niche, that doesn't fucking work. Not at all. If I tried to appeal to False's audience with my content, I would not make it very big at all. Same thing would happen, I suspect, if False tried to appeal to his current audience using the same methods that I use when delivering my content. Because, again, he's gathered quite a big audience for himself, but he's done it by being him specifically. If you tried to apply the exact same things that he did, as as a sort of step-by-step recipe to try and make it as a content creator, you would not be able to replicate his success, because that's not how it works. So, yeah, Nux, exactly. Yeah, no, technically I occupy the same content niche as like Nux or Parrot as well, and we all know that we have pretty different audiences. So, I do watch Forsma not often, but Rima, yes. Yeah, exactly. Starting the market is its own thing to do. Exactly. Definitely overlap with Rima and DN. That's why I'm here. Yeah. I have a lot of audience crossover with Rima and DN as well. Also, I have a lot of people here. Oh, I have a lot of Synchronites here, which I still see you guys pop up from time to time in my streams, and I'm very appreciative of that. To play a bit of devil's advocate, I could see female for female audiences having a decent overlap with straight dudes. Oh no, absolutely, yeah. However, like you said, right? Enough to consider it, but it's not a thing that they have to do or have any sort of obligation to do. Definitely not moral obligation to do that, as Valen's article seems to try to imply. And then you have a whole bunch of other people talking about how, quote, this user by the name of, what was it? Be kidding me, I think. I'm saying this as someone 100% uninterested in VLore, never watched any of them. In my experience, many articles on Vice are hit pieces designed to bring someone down and not intended to be constructive in any way. What is your personal investment here? Did you try to join them as a female for female creator? Did your revenue go down after they launched last year? Are you labeling them as transphobic or opposed to gay/lesbian content? Setting aside the article, what is the breaking point that drove you to write it? Very reasonable questions, considering how that particular article was written. I'm a fellow Synchronite, but I'm not consistent at all with Twitch, and Saya hasn't been on YouTube for a long time due to problems, which makes me a bit sad. I'm sure she'll be able to make her return eventually. I hope that this trip in Japan should be different to her last one, because she's specifically going there with Rima and Parrot. So hopefully she'll be able to come back a bit more rejuvenated as a result of this. But I don't know. I have faith. In that. I have faith in that particular friendship to make that trip, enjoyable for her. I hope that trip, makes her feel like better. And so I'm pretty confident that when Sayu makes her return, things are going to be back to normal. Personally, I don't watch Twitch. Yeah. Personally, I don't watch Twitch. Yeah, I don't blame you. Twitch it's definitely not a platform for everybody, but yeah. And to this particular, these sets of questions, quite reasonable ones, Valens replies, I've been pretty open and honest about why I wrote this. I am a LewDtuber with a female for female and female for all focus. I considered applying during Gen 1, but was confused by management's stance on trans talent. I publicly brought it up on social media at the time, as other trans talent with a smaller focus/reach had similar concerns left unaddressed. A year passed, the audition stream happened, and I was alarmed by the unprofessionalism regarding the trans issue. I also thought the female for female business decision was nonsensical, as I used to work as a content strategist. Well, don't hold your breath. In the process, I uncovered the lolicon aspects of VLore. Oh, shut the fuck up. Uncovered. Again, we'll get into it in a second, but say that she uncovered this. To give you context, by the way, remember VLore's teaser trailer, right? December 31st, 2023, a whole, almost a week before Valens wrote her first article on VLore. This is what the trailer was, by the way, just as a reminder. Hold on, let me mute it. Let me mute it so we don't get blasted by the music here. Volume mute. Just as a reminder of what their trailer looked like, by the way. This is a trailer that contains silhouettes of all of the talents. Now, to be fair, right? If you look at the relative heights of the talents, and I hate that I'm kind of doing this, you can kind of maybe say that the lolly models, like Icy and Imi's models, are not really made to look that much shorter. But if you actually looked at the proportions, it becomes very obvious if you have any degree of familiarity with conventional VTuber model designs that Imi and Icy are lollies. Like, look at that head to torso ratio. And look at that compared to Azura, for example, who's right next to them. If you were watching this trailer, you know that these two are lollies, right? If you were paying any modicum of attention. You didn't uncover shit. And so, again, I want to remind you that the article came out almost a week after this trailer dropped. So there was plenty of time to know that there were going to be lollies in this company. You just weren't astute enough to pick that up. I uncovered the lolicon aspects of Velour and dug a bit deeper, leading to Imi tweets. As if those tweets aren't perfectly fucking public for literally anybody to see. She's not been trying to hide them or anything. Imi is somewhat ambiguous, but Icy, yeah, you'd have to be blind. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Imi, I could make the argument, I could see the argument that in that particular trailer, right, because it's just silhouettes, maybe with Imi it's a bit more ambiguous because of her hair, but with Icy, there's like no way that you don't know that that's a lolly just by looking at the silhouette. As I've said on social media, on Twitch, and in the article, I have no ill will towards the non-lolly talent. My criticism of the lolly talent is purely because of the lolicon nature and marketing of their models. My criticism of Velour is purely because of the questionable management decisions. Now, I have to ask, if that is your main criticism, why publish your article on Vice of all things? Because the way that these articles work, by the way, is that you pitch an article to a bunch of different news outlets, and then a news outlet picks your article, and you have to be willing to, you have to pick a bunch of news publications to pitch an article to, and then any news publications that are interested in that article, they say, okay, yeah, we want this, and then you post that article on their website or their publication or whatever, then they pay you for it accordingly based on traffic, etc., etc. Why pitch this article to Vice, of all things, if your main issue with the company is lolicon? It's not, but if we're going to pretend that it is, why? Why Vice? Like, I have to ask. Because that was not a decision that was made by Vice. That was a decision that was made by Anna Valens. Because Anna Valens is a contributor, which means that she's not, she doesn't have to publish for Vice at regular intervals. So, why pitch to Vice? But in any case, even if I was accepted into Velour as Gen 1, I would have declined the offer after learning about the lolicon talent. Again, mixing up lolly and lolicon. Same for Gen 2, same as any other work at Velour. I have never applied to Velour as a VTuber and was never motivated by personal malice. Now, it becomes quite clear upon examining this that Anna Valens was never a fan of any of the talents of Velour. She was never a fan of the company. Well, granted, at that particular point, the company didn't properly exist yet, so I think that's fair enough. But at the same time, you can tell that they don't seem to have followed on with the whole journey of, the whole evolution of Stronny Cuttles, or Mercy Modiste, or Imi Bizo, or any of the other talents as well. This is just somebody who came in, saw a business, had a preconception about how that business should work, and then went, okay, well, fuck them. Something that, mind you, wasn't even encouraged by anything that the business said or did themselves. All Velour said is that we offer a good deal to people who want to sign on with us. And for some reason, Anna Valens thought that was, we're here to shake up the industry. That's not how it works. But later on, I wanted to include this because there was a user by the name of President of Cunny came in and basically pointed out a pretty accurate inconsistency, pretty notable inconsistency in Anna's stance regarding Velour, where they said, "Do you not see the irony in trying to force the agency to create content that they have no interest in making, while being uninterested in creating female for male content yourself? Are companies not allowed to have target audiences anymore? That aside, what gives you the right to criticize lolicon content or creators if both the creator and the audience are adults? Fiction and reality are separate things and for a reason." And President of Cunny is exactly right. Because if you yourself, you understand that you're not interested in female for male content, either because you don't like it yourself personally, or you don't find it fulfilling, or it's just not enough to pay the bills, well, how is VLure any different? Why is it the case that when they don't want to do female for female content, or they just simply, they didn't even say that they don't want to do it, they just said, for the purposes of ensuring financial viability for the company as a whole, female for male content is the most profitable niche. That's all they said. And so, why do you take issue with that specifically? Why do you make that out as if it's some sort of moral failing when it's nothing of the sort? And then here you have Mag X Valet saying, I don't think the problem being talked about is appealing to straight men, but more appealing to stereotypical VT posters. Again, accepting that idiotic premise that VLure exists purely for VT for some reason. And then AC Valens coming in, basically reinforcing that by saying, in my honest opinion, VT is management's target demographic. Everything about the company suggests they want to appeal to the posters that use that board. The question therefore becomes, is this a wise idea, or are they needlessly limiting themselves to VT? Perhaps even held hostage by the board? I believe VT is the main VLure heuristic either way. VT dislike female for female, and female for all. VLure doesn't do it. VT loves Immy and Icy. So we get more lolicon models, etc., etc. To give you context, this is the equivalent of Hitler also drank water and wore shoes. That's the same thing. There is no difference between that argument and this. That's all this is. So it's not really worth even indulging for the sake of argument, because it isn't one. However, granted, there's a bit of lore behind this. Yeah, no problem. I'm keen to hear it. But in any case, this wasn't the only crash out, by the way, that Valens had about this article and the way that it was received. Because our very own Rima Evenstar Lehons herself, she would end up reading the article on her own in due time, and she'd end up making this tweet about it, describing how appalled she was at the standards, or lack thereof, that were upheld when the journalist, quote-unquote, was writing it up. Quote, the VLure hit piece made by Vice is utterly ridiculous. Not only does it contain more ads than a damn porn site, I see what she did there, it almost made my phone crash. It's one of the most condescending pieces I've ever read in a while. I'm not sure who the intended audience is for this. Kind of ironic considering how Anna Valens can't seem to identify the fact that V-Allure is trying to pinpoint theirs as well. But it certainly isn't VTuber fans. If the intent was to convince anybody, it definitely had the opposite effect. The VLure girls are incredibly sweet and have navigated this space drama-free until now, which we are all grateful for, unlike what the article wants you to believe. It's really sad and disappointing to see mainstream media try to tear down the work of these creators. I'll be talking about this in 30 minutes on stream, so make sure to tune into this and Niji Sanji updates. And this tweet would end up blowing the fuck up. More than 500,000 views, plus over 5,000 likes. And, funny thing is, Rima, true to her word, and I'm doing a stream about this. However, something very funny would end up happening during the stream, because, as a follow-up tweet by Rima would suggest, she would receive an unexpected guest showing up in the chat for her stream going through this article. Quote, the journalist in question stopped by my stream. Of course, I like to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, so I was willing to listen. However, she didn't clarify anything besides asking me to look at her Twitter as proof that she is a fan of Shibi, and then said, quote, hold on, I'm hopping on to explain myself, end quote. I thought she would talk on Discord, but instead she started her stream and proceeded to come back 3 times to ask me and my chat to watch it. Wild. I apologize for sidetracking the stream so much. We had other topics to cover, and a good chunk of it was spent waiting. So basically, Rima being someone who's, willing to take a chance on people, she kind of, when she saw Anna Valens pop up in chat, she
sort of put the stream on hold for a little bit, thinking that Anna maybe wanted a conversation impromptu. She was willing to extend that benefit of the doubt to her. But then it turns out Anna was just interested in starting her own stream and then shilling it in Rima's chat. Which, again, I want to reiterate, this is what makes me doubt that Anna Valenza is even acquainted with streaming culture, let alone VTubing culture. Because if you don't know even something as basic as, stream etiquette, don't shill your own stream in somebody else's chat while they're live, I'm sorry. You're not cut out to be a streamer. You don't know shit about being a streamer. And funnily enough, if you go to that particular Twitch VOD on Rima's Twitch account, what is going on at Niji Sanji? Question mark, exclamation mark, plus Vice Media made a VLOR hit piece, question mark, exclamation mark. Starting from around 1 hour 32 minutes 6 seconds to around 1 hour 50 minutes 38 seconds, you see Anna pop in 3 separate times. Okay, I can tell this is a thing. Give me 1 second. I'll hop on stream. Okay, I'm live. I'll be addressing anything else on stream. Hop in and watch. Okay, I'm taking questions now. For real. Hop in stream. Okay, for fun. I'm actually addressing the controversy. Come in and see. I have questions on. I'm for real this time. So basically, hopped on stream, talked shit, hopped back into Rima's chat, said, come on, I'm actually going to talk about it now. Went back to talking shit, hopped back into Rima's stream, and then said, okay, I'm actually going to talk about it now. And then went back to her own stream. This sad behavior. However, thankfully, you had people in Rima's chat as well who were calling it out for what it is. DKIS Aerospace, please let me hijack your stream for my attention. Come on. Gavamon, asking a streamer that's live to watch your stream on their stream is wild. Gabriel Cross, wow, the self-promo in chat. Daytime Room, Lamau, I'm fascinated by this. I still feel like I'm Rickman. It's fascinating. Now, I feel like I'll stay on this stream instead of giving you traffic. And then we're on a different topic now. AC Valence, Lord Umbra VT. Oh, Umbra. Hello. This is inappropriate. Do not redirect the audience to another stream. Again, the most basic pillars of stream etiquette, streamer etiquette. Something that has gone evidently completely over Valence's head. However, Rima wasn't the only person who this would happen to, because this shameless behavior would be repeated later on with Ilara when she would end up talking about this particular article. Quote, I'm a little late to this, but today I was talking about the Vice article written on VLOR. The writer of the piece came into my chat. The second I disagreed with how they went about writing the article, things took a turn. They went on to criticize Rima and to draw correlation between her community, and some comments they received. I, for one, know Rima doesn't stand for any type of behavior like that in her community and has been outspoken before. On top of that, I don't believe right-wing drama tubers belong in VTubing is a wild statement. We may not all agree with each other's ideals, but a generalization like this is unfair. The whole point of conversation is to generate diverse ways of thinking into a discussion. And Ilara would include screenshots of Valence's chat logs, including the following. Quote, yes, Rima often carries water for right-wing streamers in a way you don't. Why would I treat her with respect? Now, I'm sorry, but at this point, Valence is very much boxing with ghosts. I don't believe right-wing drama tubers belong in VTubing. Also, the whole left-wing, right-wing thing is such an idiotic way of perceiving politics nowadays. But that's neither here nor there. Did you see the people in her replies being transphobic to me? How is that okay? See that transphobia only started after Rima began discussing this. I don't know about you, but in all the criticism that I've seen about Valence and her article, especially in Rima's posts and under her chat, in her chat, under her posts, whatever, none of it was about Valence as a person. None of it was about what was between Valence's legs. It was all about the abortion of a journalistic practice that Valence exhibited when putting together that article. That's it. Oh, is that okay? The right-wing VTubers host transphobia. They use the wrong pronouns. They deadname me. Use the wrong pronouns? What? Also, what is this assumption that every single time someone refers to somebody by a different name, by different pronouns, it's always deliberate? There's always this assumption that it's malicious. It must be malicious. Each and every time, it must be malicious. Even if you've never spoken to them before, they have no idea who you are. why this assumption off the bat that it's always deliberately designed to be an insult? That's something I never really understood. It's her community. Then why did the transphobic harassment start after she started streaming? Transphobic harassment? What? Again, all of what I saw was, in terms of the criticism, was all to do with the lack of integrity and lack of ethics. Criticism equals transphobia? Yeah, pretty much. You can see it for yourself. I don't know is not a good answer. Bad people are bad people. We're talking bigotry. Well, I don't know. Some pretty heavy bigotry was happening in that article too, but again, neither here nor there. Well, if people in your community start dead-naming me and saying, ew, gross trans girl, yes, again, no evidence of that whatsoever. The correlation is there. I might have bad people. Then moderate them, lol. Transphobia is unacceptable. We're talking about trans issues. She should be sensitive right at the start. Trans issues? Again, if you want to talk about trans issues, that's fine. Why the fuck did you jam Velour in there, though? Because, I'll be honest, the inclusion of Velour into that piece was forced at best. Didn't really make a lot of sense to put them in that particular article. But in any case. By nature, the topic invited transphobes. Then why did you assume it was Rima's commentary and not the topic itself? What the fuck? And trans misogynists. What the fuck is a what? To hijack the controversy, which is what's happened. And everyone has enabled, person to person, she is, and it's obvious to trans VTubers. This is an ongoing problem in this space, and it's not being solved. So it goes, but this problem is going to remain and must be addressed. This isn't really about Velour. It's about extended focus and harassment of trans VTubers. This isn't about Velour. Honey, you just wrote an entire article that was supposedly about Velour. So which is it? If it's not about Velour, why the fuck was the article structured around them? Why was the article a hit piece about how they are so transphobic in the way that they operate, in the way that they audition talents? If it's not about Velour, if it's not really about Velour, don't shove them into your piece. You're entitled to write whatever you want. You're entitled to talk about whatever issues pertain to you. But don't go with this whole... It's the same... Actually, no. It's the same reason why hacks like Adi Shankar feel like hijacking an existing IP as a way of using it as a vessel and vehicle for their own shitty little storylines. It's the same thing with this, where Valens very obviously has a pet issue that she wants to talk about, but for some reason she just can't see a way of making it relevant to an audience beyond jamming Velour in there. And that's exactly the same purpose. There is no consideration as to what Velour is, for what purpose does it exist, what its demographics are, how has it managed to succeed thus far, how does it break trends and uphold them at the same time when it comes to pursuing established avenues to success while still breaking the mold in the sense of occupying a content niche that is quite novel in the EN Corpo space. There's none of that, right? All of those things would actually have to do with Velour as a company, or Velour specifically, or Velour as a representation of what you could achieve in Corpo Vtubing. No, this was all about Anna Valen's own personal grievances and gripes with the Vtubing market, or the Vtubing audience demographics, or other social issues and how they tie in with Vtubing. And if that was all it is, sure, write an article about that and pitch that instead. But at this point, it's pretty obvious why you jammed Velour in there, as a bad faith attempt at getting people to care about your specific pet issue. And this is what I've talked about ad nauseum at this point. But the reason why journalism is dying is because journalism is it's falling into the exact same pitfall as all of these god-awful Disney directors and all of these people, these hacks who get handed the ability, the reins to these IPs and Netflix original, quote-unquote, Netflix TV shows, Netflix adaptations or whatever, Disney remakes. These are all people who have been making content for themselves first and foremost, and for an audience like 49th or 50th. That's why all of these are shit. That's why none of these works of media have any sort of coherent message, any sort of cohesive, or any sort of adherence to ethics or principles, or any sort of broader appeal beyond their little, their little circle of probably IRL friends. And that's it. And I actually see Valence say that as if it's like something that, aids her argument for the article's legitimacy, that is intended to deflect criticism, is fucking glorious, because it just solidifies how little awareness Anna seems to have. Imagine writing an entire article, an entire hit piece on a company, and then later on going into another creator's chat to say, the problem, this isn't really about, the thing that, the topic, the subject of your last article. Like, come the fuck on. Liam Weeks, with 5. These are exactly the kind of people I hate. They use their demographics as an excuse for shitty behavior and drag down the rest of their community. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, by the way, this is why I never recommend trying to form a community on the basis of some sort of arbitrary trait like what's between your legs or the color of your skin. Because you risk lumping yourself in or being lumped in, being essentially used as a meat shield for the worst of the worst, the lowest of that particular demographic. Because people who use things like their skin color or their genital equipment as a way of trying to deflect from their flaws as a person, they end up making everybody else who identifies themselves, who uses, those traits as a pillar of their identity, look much worse. So, again, this is not by any means unique to trans people. This isn't unique to Anna Valence, but it is something that doesn't change regardless of what the demographic is or what the defining identity trait is. And then Alan Valence goes on to then say, she would be upfront and immediately publicly called out. You can control what your community does. Transphobia is a major problem in Vtubing. I don't know, maybe, just maybe, the transphobia that you've been seeing isn't from Rima's community. Wild thought, I know, that it's possible for Rima to, it's kind of possible that the criticism, the transphobia exists, and yet it doesn't come from Rima or community at the same time. I know that's a wild set of circumstances to process, being, happening simultaneously, but try. We're talking about trans issues. She should be sensitive right at the start. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. Person to person, she is, and obviously VTubers, etc., etc., etc. So same thing as we just read out. Imagine if I started saying slurs and claimed that anyone who had a problem with it was discriminating against people with mental disorders. Yeah, right. I could start rattling off all the different slurs, and I could say, "Oh, if you don't like it, then you hate autistic people." Like, what the fuck? Doesn't have anything to do with it. It's the same reason why I found it so cringe when Coroner in last week's stream was talking about how it's okay for her to be a scab because she's disabled, but it's not okay for Jacob Takanashi to be a scab because he's not. Like, it's so stupid. But in any case, now, at this point, pretty cut and dried. If we were to look at the article on the basis of its merits as a piece of journalism, fucking, 0 out of 10, no journalism was attempted, no adherence to principles or ethics or anything along those lines, no actual research was done, nothing of insight was provided, etc., etc. Sorry, give me a second. So, as a piece of journalism, the article doesn't stand. No legs whatsoever. If we look at it as an opinion piece, as an expression of an individual's thoughts and feelings, also not great. Anna Valence has proven herself to be somebody who's incapable of any sort of reflection, self-reflection, any sort of understanding of viewpoints outside of her own, incapable of empathizing with experiences that may be different to herself, seeing as how she assumes that her own experiences must be universal in nature. And also on top of that, is very prone to moralizing while failing to embody any sort of moral consistency herself. So, we have those two aspects. The article fails on all fronts. It fails as an opinion piece and it fails as a piece of journalism. So, then, the question becomes, why the fuck was this published? Why the fuck was this paid for? And to answer that question, we're going to have to take a bit of a closer look at Vice itself as a publication. Now, if you want to get an idea of how a publication works, pretty easy starting point. Look at its competition. Because at the end of the day, journalism is a business and an industry just like anything else. It has an obligation to make money. People have competitors. And so, let's start by looking at some of Vice's competition. All of these. New York Times, Washington Post, The Guardian, CBC, Reuters, NPR, BBC, AP, ProPublica, PBS. Does anyone want to take a wild stab in the dark as to what all of these have in common, or what all of these publications happen to have in common with one another? Despite the fact that, they operate across, all across the English-speaking landscape, from US to UK to, Canada. Besides the fact that they all speak English, of course. Even worse, Anna assumes that their experiences are representative of the industry as a whole. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Mainstream media, not quite. They're all rags. That's true, Zule. That's true. But there's something else. They don't have futa-obsessed writers. They are dying. Okay, I want you to think a bit less abstract than that, right? We all know that they're dying. We all know that they're smear merchants. We know that they are print media. But what else? Something to do with where they where they used to get their sense of legitimacy. Paywalled, we're starting to get there. Publicly funded. My dad reads them. All owned by the same entity? Not quite, no, not quite. Although they are very concentrated in terms of their ownership. It originates from something that they use to derive their legitimacy. What little there is. They're all old. That's true. No, not quite. It's not to do with the ownership. It's not to do with how they make money. It's to do with how they present themselves. They made articles for people? Not quite, no. No, it's not to do with the paid subscriptions. They have a logo. No, not quite. I mean, Vice has a logo too. Attempting neutral reporting. Okay, now we're getting hotter. Attempting neutral reporting instead of opinion pieces. They all have opinion pieces. They were established when journalism meant something. Okay, we're getting closer. Professionalism, licensed journalism. Okay. Their actions have been pretty deplorable at certain points in time. They look legit. Yes. Okay, there we go. Freakman. Reporting standards. Each one of these publications, despite being a rag, admittedly, it's performative, but they are there, right? It's symbolic, purely symbolic at this point. But each and every one of them have some form of journalistic standards or ethics that they have registered in print on their website for people to look at. This is a measure of, I would say it's a measure of accountability for the fact that, it actually was used to penalize journalists that ended up violating them. But on paper, ironically enough, because that's what these are. On paper, what these journalistic standards are supposed to be, once they're written down, is supposed to be a measure of accountability for the newspaper, so that if you ever get an article that violates one of these, people can complain about it and point to specific commitments that the publication has made that they've failed to uphold in the publication of a certain article, right? Standards and ethics, editorial values and standards, news values and principles, editorial codes, journalistic guidelines, codes of ethics, standards of our journalism, standards and ethics, etc., etc., etc. All of these publications have one of these, right? All of these publications have somewhere on their website, in their About section, that documents, again, at least ideally, the kinds of ethics, principles, values, standard practice, norms, whatever, that their journalists... excuse me, that the journalists, at least on paper, are supposed to abide by. Wanna guess what Vice doesn't have? Yeah. Vice doesn't have anything of the sort. If you go onto Vice's website, they don't actually have any sort of editorial values and standards. They don't have a code of ethics. They don't have an editorial code. They don't have journalistic guidelines. Nothing of the sort. However, they do have something that maybe, just maybe, kind of fulfills a similar position in reference to how the publication works overall if you squint really hard, right? The closest thing that Vice has to some sort of editorial code happens to be their pitch guidelines for their Vice Life Desk. Basically, the area of their, the editorial body that is responsible for accepting or rejecting pitches from various different contributors. Marquis Starco, thank you for the 2. Why does no one do the bare minimum anymore? I see what you did there. Yeah. Well, it's unfortunate, but journalism doesn't exist for the sake... Well, there is no speaking truth to power anymore in journalism. It's just a business. It's all about engagement. No different from any other gossip rag or social media platform. It all runs off of the same currencies and the same priorities. But in any case... So when you look at these guidelines for the pitches they do or don't accept, list a bunch of things, right? Explanation of what Vice is. Who are we? The Vice Life Desk covers mental and physical health, wellness, sex, relationships, drugs, alcohol, and money. Our pieces explore identity, choice, connection, power, dynamics, and social progress down to the level of the individual. We question and think critically about how and why we live the way we do. We cover scientific research, current events, trends, and individual perspectives in short-form blogs, first-person journalism, service-focused guides, and original reported pieces, as well as key franchise series that tap into the undercurrents of health, work, and relationships. Sure they do. Yeah, pretty much. Our readers are vital, curious, funny, fact-driven, and pragmatic about the manifold ways that people live right now. Now, look, it could be perfectly true that the people who read Vice articles are vital, curious, funny, fact-driven, and pragmatic. But I bet that all of those qualities belong to people who read Vice without their consent, right? Without express desire to do so. We are here to provide the advice, information, and harm reduction that the young and delightfully reckless need and deserve. Basically, these are pieces that are designed for young people, so they don't need to make certain mistakes face first. A noble goal, if it weren't for the fact that the articles themselves are utter dog shit. But are their readers cute and funny? Now you're asking the real questions. Sorry, give me a second. I can feel my voice getting a little scratchy, so... If any of you have something on hand to drink, I recommend taking a hydration break as well. My brother can't stand Vice articles, but has recommended some documentaries whose names I forgot. Vice is only tolerable if you're looking at their material from about a decade ago. But in any case, to go back to reading this explanation of of their guidelines quote unquote. Oh, Gator, welcome to the stream. I would comment that Anna Valent's entire issue is essentially 1, they weren't invited, and 2, they were mad. No, don't worry. We know. They tried to get a scripting gig. Not a talent, but a scripting gig. To no one's surprise, they were turned down. However, then they have a section titled, What Are We Looking For? Quote, we are primarily focused on mid-length, 700 to 2,000 word original reports, reported essays, and narrative features, and service journalism meant to help readers find their way through how we live today. Specifically, guidance focused on how we relate to one another, the world, and ourselves. We love a good explainer, though we already have a pretty robust body of them, so we'd ask that you check whether your particular subject of interest has already been thoroughly covered by Vice. You know, this is the other thing that kind of pisses me off, right? Whenever a publication like this publishes an abortion of an article like the one that Anna Valens put out, usually what that means is they assume that the person who got that article published is supposed to now be their default expert on whatever topic was being covered in the article. So I would not be surprised if the publication of that VLOR hit piece makes it more difficult for other people with, a different angle or different things to say about VTubing as an industry, if it makes it more difficult for them to get an article published in Vice as well. Not that I think it would be that much of a loss, since Vice itself, I mean, if you're going to Vice for VTubing news, I'd say that you have bigger problems than the standard of their journalism. So we also accept quick turnaround blogs and longer features. We welcome stories and journalism informed by personal experiences and insight, though in the case of a piece that focuses entirely on these elements, we urge the writer to carefully consider what makes this story unique, why they are the right person to tell it at the particular time, and why it should be told at Vice. See, that's what I want to know. Why tell a story about how much you dislike Lolicon in Vice, of all places? Why make an argument about, we must think of the children in Vice, of all places? Vice, Pedophilia Defender magazine. Vice Pedophilia Defender Media. A bit of an odd choice in terms of publication. You mean like Dexerto and Ducky the VTuber journalist? Yeah, a bit like that, actually. Not all stories need to be pegged to current events. Some stories shouldn't be pegged at all, in my opinion, but maybe that's just me. Though a timely element can help distinguish a pitch. What subjects do we cover? Vice's life deck. Vice's life deck. Vice's life desk explores mental and physical health, identity, well-being, sex and sexuality, gender, race, class, work, money, inequality, education, relationships of all stripes, friendship, love, dating, drugs, alcohol, sobriety, etiquette, partying, community building, family, civic engagement, and lived realities of socio-political issues, especially as they're experienced by those they directly affect. By the way, in case those of you who don't understand what that last little bit of word vomit, lived realities of sociopolitical issues, means, basically what that means is people have carte blanche to shove politics into literally any issue they talk about. It doesn't matter if you're talking about how hard it is for you to jack off to a certain type of porn. It doesn't matter if you're talking about something like the price of kiwi fruit in the grocery aisles. No matter what your topic is, that one line, the lived realities of sociopolitical issues, that gives you free license to somehow make that political. You can talk about Elon Musk and Trump while you talk about how difficult it is for you to jack off to porn. You can talk about tariffs when you talk about how much your love of kiwi fruit, which you inherited from your great-great-grandmother or whatever the fuck, passed down through generations, has now been put at risk because of how you cannot afford them when you go to the grocery store, etc., etc. It's basically that, right? Here are some examples of successful stories along these topics. And here's where we get into the real meat and potatoes of what Vice is actually looking for. The examples they've given: service journalism, some pointers for not overdoing it on party drugs, a beginner's guide for quote-unquote straight women who want to act on queer feelings, self-care tips for black people who are really going through it, how to talk about Antifa with people who are freaked out about it, how to kick out your terrible roommate without being a jerk, a guide to bystander intervention without calling the cops, 30 non-boring things to do with a crush or partner, how to work from home and not feel like a lonely garbage slug. Sorry, give me a second. Then you have the other two categories, reports. The little cards that tell people, let's forget this ever happened. Shante, you pay inside the heavy financial burden of going on Drag Race. What it's like to break up with a sex work client you fell for. What the fuck? Alright. I read through this list, but even I've forgotten how weird some of these premises are. 6 stories of housemates who hooked up while isolating at home together. Reading Reddit drama helps some people leave bad relationships. Inside the fight to protect black moms and babies, asexual people tell us what their romantic lives are like. For some black people, the term Latinx is another form of erasure. Any Latinx in chat that would like to comment on that? That I don't know how. For some reason, I don't know. This is something that seems to be like. I don't know if it's unique to American news, but it's certainly especially prominent in American news, where any sort of racial issue they talk about, they somehow find a way to tie it back to black people. At this point, I kind of feel sorry for you guys, because you're kind of like the. At this point, you guys have become the sort of. It's like saying bless you when someone sneezes. It's so omnipresent and jammed into the interaction, right? Where, for some reason, whenever the topic of race comes up, you always have to talk about but my black people, right? Any Latinx who wanna, I love that term. It will never cease to amuse me how much Latinx was a fuck up by the people who invented it. Universally hated term gets used by white Karens, yeah. But how do we make this about black people? Like, American mainstream media is so funny. I would classify that to those that use as the dumbest thing ever, but I understand them trying to be inclusive. See, that's the difference, right? I don't understand them trying to be inclusive in that regards. It is stupid how the people who invented the term Latinx, what they really thought that they were cooking. They really thought that they were cooking. Gabriel, okay, I've got enough brain rot for today. No problem, no problem. Thanks for tuning in for as long as you have. But yeah. And then you have the essays and commentary. We are living in a Karenocracy, and it shows. That's a pretty accurate way of describing it. Let's write an article on China and how it somehow make it about black people in the US. You know, unironically, that's something that I think newspapers would do in America. Senor Tortillas, thank you for the 2. Say that in Mexico and you will disappear the next day. Good. That should be how it works. Essays and commentary. How microdosing testosterone changed my life. Getting, quote, California sober, end quote, showed me a kinder, gentler way to do drugs. I deal with grief through extreme makeup to make people look at me. I asked my crushes why they won't sleep with me. Native American is not my race. It's who I am. I was a trans comedian. Here's why I quit. Oh, is this the article that you were talking about earlier on, Kendra? Kendra, if you're still in chat. Is this the article? I forget if it was Kendra that brought this up, but I remember them mentioning something about the trans comedian. Right, but in any case, hopefully if you're watching the VOD or something, hopefully you can confirm if this is the one that you were referring to. And finally, quote unquote, pro-ho is my new definition of sexual freedom. Now, I don't know about you, but I seem to be picking up a bit of a trend here where a lot of the unifying themes behind all of these articles is that they cater to a fatherless audience. California sober? Okay, I'm looking that one up. I suspect it's something to do with only doing the lighter drugs. Kendra, no, not that one? Oh, okay, I see. Not trans comedian, just a different comedian. I see. Okay. But in any case, Then we go further, right? In addition to one-off stories, we publish editorial series that freelancers are welcome to pitch into, and I suspect that this is what Anna Valens falls into the category of, right? Editorial series. Best you've ever had. Advice on finer points of having great sex. Yeah, it's quitting alcohol, but still doing pot and psychedelics. Ah, okay. Of course. Of fucking course. Being California sober is... of course, that's the definition of California sober. Well, it's called Vice. That's true, Gritter. That's true. You know what, now that you point that out, that's true. Although I fail to see how fucking Velour Hit Piece fits into that brand identity. But in any case, maybe this will shed some light into it. Best you've ever had. Advice on the finer points of having great sex. This series of service pieces covers the actionable aspects of hooking up, offering how-to style guidance to readers that's conversational, inclusive, medically precise, and invigorating. A beginner's guide to squirting. How to talk dirty without feeling fake. How to enjoy masturbation more. How to train up your butt for anal sex of all kinds. The ins and outs of topping as a trans girl. A beginner's guide to sex parties. How to watch porn with your partner for the first time. I would imagine it starts with asking, and then turning on the TV, or whatever the fuck you use to watch it, while you two are, next to one another. Maybe, just maybe, although maybe it's more complicated for some people. Who knows? The next category. This is how we do it. A series about sex and stigma. This series speaks to people whose experiences of sex are often under-discussed because of their embodiment, neurodiversity. Ah yes, if there's anything I want to know about more than just sex, it's autistic sex. I'm a real sucker for that Down syndrome sex. But in any case, I didn't need to know about any of this. Well, to be fair, it is Vice, right? It's what we signed up to. Oh shit, Mama Akko, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Akko. Welcome to the stream, Akko Raiders. We're going through the quality journalism that lines the catalog of Vice Media. Specifically, we're going through their pitch guidelines to see what kinds of articles they actually want, right? Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Although I wouldn't be surprised if an article that unironically is something that actually, is part of Vice's roster, right? Because of their embodiment of their neurodiversity or other conditions that inform how their sexuality is perceived in the wider culture. Examples of such hard-hitting journalism include, but are not limited to, I have herpes. This is how it affects my sex life. We have ADHD. This is how we have a lot of sex. I presume it is by putting something into something else, but that just might be me, right? I don't know how ADHD changes the way you have sex, but who knows? Maybe that's why this article exists. I'm missing both arms. This is how I have sex. I don't know. Presumably not with your arms. It's... fuck. I'm a little person. My husband is average height. This is how we have sex. I have Tourette's, and he's on the autism spectrum. Here's how we have sex. I will never get tired. Actually, no, that's a lie. I will very easily get tired. I have gotten tired of how cliche it is to assume that when you mix two different sort of, neurodiversity conditions, neurodivergent conditions together. It reacts almost as if you're putting together some sort of cocktail that creates some sort of, some sort of special product to be consumed. Like, okay, you mix an autistic person with someone with Tourette's. It's not like you've just invented a new kind of chemical compound or element. It's just two people having sex, both of whom happen to be neurodivergent. Maybe you have an interesting kind of noise that you guys start making, but that's about it. What the fuck is this framing of it as some kind of grand revelation? Plap, 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 ooh, shiny. That is diabolical. Unironically though, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it works, because the way I would be surprised if it's something like, you're like halfway through, like you're really fucking somebody's brains out as someone with ADHD, and all of a sudden you just suddenly start stressing or thinking about about whether you took the garbage out last night or whatever. I could imagine that being the case, right? But I mean, it's just things like this that build it up to being like some really major thing that makes me wonder, why does this exist? They're looking to make their ultimate megazord of autism. Yeah, right. Autist sex. More autistic than your average sex. By the way, it's like it's a really petty thing. But whenever I see people start using the kinds of words and terminologies that I don't see very many other people use, it's always something that kind of makes me glow a little bit on the inside, and I'm always like, my people. And this happened like the other day when I was scrolling through Twitter and I saw Sheena use the word autist, and I was like, yes, my people. Anybody, I just prefer, like, why would you use the term autistic person or person with autism where you can just say autist? It's just so much funnier of a word to say. It just sounds so much funnier. Nothing like being balls deep in someone and then thinking of a meme you saw on Twitter the other day. Yeah, and also, like, why is this, the thing is, right? I get if you want to fetishize, like, having certain conditions, right? Everybody knows, people have fetishes for dwarfism, for Tourette's, for autism, for whatever, for Down syndrome, maybe, if you look hard enough. But when it's the main focus of an article like this, it really does make me wonder, like, why? Why does this, why? Just why? That's getting clipped for the future. If it was up to me, words would be rated as more or less acceptable, not on the basis of how they're used, but on the basis of how funny they sound, right? Autist is a word that I think should be more widely accepted, mostly because of how fun it is to say. Really, that's crazy. When I find one of those autist fetishists, I can avoid them. Yeah, crazy, I know, right? Thinking of trains, you're... unironically, that is something that has happened before. Fuck, maybe I have ADHD. I say that as a joke, mostly. I do think that I don't think it's a unique to ADHD thing, but I mean, like, surely everyone has had that instance when they're like, let's just say gooning or whatever, and then their mind just like hops to some really random thing that just takes you out of it because of how incongruous it is to whatever you're thinking about in order to goon, right? Surely someone has had that moment of, someone has had that moment of, I wonder what an Airbus Beluga would look like if it was a person, or something along those lines, right? Why did someone think it was a good idea to make to model a plane after the same appearance as what is possibly the most neurodivergent looking species on the planet, right? These like little random kind of tangents that pop up in your mind when and take you out of it, that kind of stuff. But in any case, isn't that clarity? You know what? Maybe that could be it. Maybe that could be it. That could be it. Dang sounds like Vice lives up to their name. Yeah. Based on experience. Okay. Not quite. I take that back. You are calling Anna a human Hindenburg. Hindenburg? Not quite. Hindenspurg, definitely. And then, of course, you have the third category. How to be hot. It's not about a set of rules, it's about a state of mind. This light, freewheeling service series focuses on the myriad of strategies there are for feeling less alone, more equipped and foxier in mind and body. Whatever a reader's body and mind are like. And then these include, of course, I'm trying to take this seriously, but it's so fucking difficult. How can you take this seriously when you have fucking headlines like "A Guide to Eye Fucking, the perfect way to flirt from a distance"? Like, I'm sorry, but how are you going to explain to someone the scientifics of looking at someone in a way that signals that you find them attractive? Like, you can talk about autism and breaking down social interaction to a uncomfortably mechanic level, but this is something else, right? Like, yeah, if I find, like, okay, first, nobody does this nowadays, certainly not men, right? Well, you'll be hard pressed to come across a man who is willing to do this nowadays because of how high the risk is of being deemed a creep, right? What, this wasn't about the iPad? Shush, hush, Inario. Not now, not here. Well, I honestly would have respected them more if it was all about that. If it was all about the eye penetration tag instead. That would be more cultured than this. But no, this is just about staring at someone really, really sexually, right? But, like, who is this for? I just have to know. Like, who is out there going, oh, I really want to signal to somebody that I'm into them, right? That I find them irresistible. The body on that, the body in that person, yada, yada, yada. But I can't say any of that. I just have to stare at them. How do I get that across using my eyes? How do I stare at them with strong sexual intent? Like, you know what? Maybe that's it. Maybe Vice is just the most autistic publication that is out there. Maybe that's it. Also followed by how to discuss fun crushes in a relationship without anyone getting jealous. How to flirt on dating apps without wanting to throw your phone in a toilet. Easy. Just don't get on the fucking app. How to maintain your sex life with a low libido. How to make someone a foot fetish. What the Oh, okay, maybe this is one for the VTuber fans. How to make someone with a foot fetish really happy. Damn. That's some wisdom to be dropping on your average reader. But no. It's okay, Randot. I'm right there with you. It's a rough industry to exist in for people without a foot fetish. We fight through surviving every single day. But in any case, Billy, Vice wants us to look at people like this. Yeah, pretty much. A guide to eye fucking. What the shit? Oh, it's so stupid. Oh. Billy, yo. Yeah, it's just for you, just for you. In any case, here's where we get into the real interesting sections, though. Because after you go through all of those various categories and stipulations as to what kind of articles Vice actually does want in their publication, you have one little section where Vice finally names what they don't want in their publication. And this This is the closest thing we are ever going to find to a set of journalistic standards or ethics as far as Vice is concerned. Sorry, give me a second. Alright. Quote, what are we not looking for? First, takes, e.g. uninformed and or arbitrary opinion pieces that are not rooted in any kind of reporting or research. Well, would you look at that? Closest thing they have to an editorial policy, in Vice of all things. And somehow Anna managed to violate that. Anything that cannot be fact-checked. Write-ups that don't offer additive analysis or aggregation of any kind. By the way, when they say aggregation, what they usually mean is collating a whole bunch of, for example, data into something that sheds new light on a phenomenon that people weren't paying attention to before. Write-ups that don't offer, general ventures into any of the following. Weight loss, slut-shaming, or street harassment. Excellent. I'm glad to know that the publication that carries water for pedophilia draws the line at weight loss, slut-shaming, and street harassment. We all need a line somewhere, I guess. Pseudoscience, or most pop science, unless in the form of a critique, which we love. Stories based on old, animal-tested, or thin studies without further context or corroboration. Oral histories. With how much in the way of inaccuracy there is in Valen's account of Vialur's controversies, we might as well classify those as an oral history. But in any case, interviews with quote-unquote experts generated by their publicists. In other words, don't shill for people. Anything that supports or gives credence to TERFs, if I'm remembering that acronym correctly, it's trans-exclusionary radical feminists. Stories about a given community or identity written by someone outside that given community or identity. Trend reports that don't incorporate any sort of insightful, research-based cultural commentary or hinge on vague people are saying style rhetoric in order to sidestep having to take a stance. Stories that stake their angles on quote-unquote problematic cultural products or practices without adding meaningful context or analysis. And finally, medically uninformed approaches to sex or any other topic areas relevant to physicality. Don't shill for people, I guess that doesn't include themselves. Yeah, that is a little bit of a loophole that they've left into the rules that I think Anna has been very quick to exploit. However, a few things here that are quite interesting, especially when we consider them in the context of the Vialur hit piece. Now, as far as I'm concerned, these 4 criterion are all things that describe quite accurately what Valens ended up doing when they put together that particular article. Takes, uninformed and arbitrary opinion pieces. That's definitely what the hit piece was. Write-ups that don't offer additive analysis. You could also say that as well, since Valens' additional analysis hinged upon, here's what I want, here's what fetishes I have catered to in the past in my content. This is what Vialur should do as well, for reasons being that I think that it would be a good idea, and that's pretty much all of it. Stories about a given community or identity written by someone outside of that given community or identity. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And finally, stories that stake their angle on problematic cultural products or practices without meaningful context or analysis. If you're going to say that Vialur is problematic for making female for male content, if that's the practice, the cultural practice that you are going to be critiquing, well, where is the context or analysis? Where is the meaningful critique or meaningful consideration of the Vtubing industry as a whole, demographics of Vtubing audiences, all of the companies that have risen and fallen, which Vialur has managed to surpass in the year that they became a thing? What about the rationale behind Stronny's rationale behind... What about the rationale behind Stronny's decision to start this agency? Her past as a content creator. What drove her to make sexual content for an audience and to turn it into a premise to start a company. All of this valuable context that would have given crucial background to the whole decision to pursue female for male content, which is the thing that Valence very obviously has an issue with, but which was, for some reason, completely absent from the piece. Even if you wanted to talk about lewd tubing in general and how that is an established precedent of being, female made for a male audience, right? There's so much more that Valence could have touched upon by way of provision of context that was omitted purely for the sake of trying to push the angle of Vialure being transphobic. Which, again, in Anna's own words, that was what the article was really about. Not Vialure was just a means to an end to get that pet issue out there into the public, to lend a little bit of credence to that sales pitch for the article. And so, when you look at all of these, you can't help but ask yourself, what the fuck? Why did they accept this article as part of their publication, since it ticks off if it sets off these many red flags for things that Vice themselves have expressed that they don't want. But there's one in particular that I want to focus on. This. Stories about a given community or identity written by someone who is outside of that given community and identity. This is by far the easiest to identify and the most egregious way in which Anna's article fails to live up to Vice's standards. Or, I shouldn't say standards. Vice's requests, tendencies, biases. Actually, no, biases is the correct word, I think. So, if you are a publication that insists that all of your articles should be submitted by people who come from the communities that they want to talk about, why would you accept one from Anna Valence when she's talking about Vtubing, of all things? Because I think at this point it's pretty clear, between all of the hopping into other streamers' chats in order to essentially self-promote, right, whinge and whine, as well as the whole... Oh, sorry. It's not loading on my side. I suppose the screenshot was so cancerous that Canva refused to load it. Hold on, give me a second to reload the page so that it actually shows. Between that and the blatant number monkeying that happens in the article itself, I think it's pretty safe to say that Anna Valence does not come from the quote-unquote community that she is talking about. If these basic pillars of streamer etiquette, let alone VTuber etiquette, are completely absent from her awareness or understanding, this is not an article that was written by somebody who is part of the community, quote-unquote community, that was being written about. And so again, you have to ask, why the fuck did Vice think that Anna had any sort of legitimacy when it comes to writing about VTubing? And the answer to that comes in the form of what journalism as a trade usually ends up coming to when it comes to how journalists affirm their own legitimacy. When it comes to a journalist affirming their own credentials insofar as, their right, their ability to be taken seriously when talking about certain issues, it all defaults to the same self-valatory loop. What do journalists use in order to validate their legitimacy? The answer is other works of journalism. If you're looking at why Vice thought it was a good idea to take on Anna as some sort of VTuber commentator, the answer is because earlier on this same year, Vice published another article where Anna was talking about how she had become a lewdtuber. Waypoint hired a giantess VTuber, and again featuring such stunning literature as Stomp, Stomp, Stomp. Here comes Anna Valence, the world's first and only giantess games journalist VTuber. Now, games journalist VTuber is a term that sounds a lot like long pig sashimi, in the sense that only one out of those words actually sounds remotely palatable, and when you put them together, they sound like something that you wouldn't want to touch with a 10-foot pole, let alone consume. But in any case, Zuli, earlier on when you said, oh, but Vice doesn't have a rule against self-promotion, right? Against shilling for yourself, you might have been saying it as a joke. But unironically, that is a loophole that Anna has been exploiting to the max with this article. Because this entire thing is just her shilling herself, essentially. Trying to read this out without cracking a smile is going to be difficult, but I'm going to try my best. Oh, by the way, Billy, thank you for being a Footstool for 9 months, and thus I have been birthed. That's so cursed. Oh. That is an image I did not need, especially for right now. But in any case, Evo, I earn money as a fetish artist, and even I'm like, goddamn, that's a niche fetish, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Can you hear my massive feet pulverizing the ground below? Whoops! Wrong job. How sorry. How embarrassing. Let's start again. Hello, my name is Anna Valens. You may remember me from such articles as Steam's best-selling big-budget porn game has nothing on these queer games, and Heel Sluts are challenging gaming to make room for queer, kinky self-discovery. Along the way, I became a giantess VTuber, and now I am your latest contributor for Waypoint. Yippee! So much whimsy, so much soul, stunning and brave. Everyone and all. Zuli, I was making it as a half joke. I was well aware of her being a VTuber, but the article itself says she was shilling for herself. Yeah, exactly. Oh, to go on. Introducing Anna Valens. Back in the 2010s and early 2020s, I carved out a niche in the games journalism industry by covering adult games. Bro thinks she's part of the team. Yeah, probably. At the time, breaking into the mainstream press was impossible for new, not safe for work creators. Many queer indie devs received their only shot at press coverage thanks to my work, but I had to stop eventually. Games journalism was melted away by SEO, Google algorithms, and white dudes in suits flooding prestige websites with ads. Ads from advertisers that didn't want to be next to articles about lesbian sexuality or queer censorship because it's quote-unquote controversial, because it's quote-unquote too political. And so it seemed like my days as a professional games journalist had come to a close. Until now. I'm back, baby, and I'm going to be very gay, lewd, and outspoken here. Especially in this day and age. Evo, as a not safe for work creator, we do not claim this person. And then you get something interesting. What can you expect from the first VTuber games journalist? Now, first of all, I don't know if she's the first VTuber games journalist. I know that for a fact that we've had VTuber journalists before, but VTuber games journalist, now that is a match made in hell. That is a match that might just be boiling in shit in hell, in fact. For those who understand that reference. In my mid-20s, I was writing about Overwatch heel sluts, and it's the first time I've read someone use the term heel slut in what is supposed to be a work of published journalism. But in any case, Overwatch heel sluts and VR anime porn from the outside looking in. I became something of a slut myself. when I left my editorial strategist job in 2024. Oh, by the way, you know when Anna popped up in Ilara's chat ranting about how she knows better because she's a content strategist? I'm willing to bet that this is what she was referring to, right? The editorial strategist job that she left in 2024. I started creating content as a full-time VTuber with a focus on ASMR. I became a quote-unquote LootTuber, or an adult VTuber. I stream every week on Twitch, devouring my fans and talking about how delicious they feel wiggling in my stomach. My ASMR content stars me in various roles, from giantess goddess to monster girl force feminizer, seducing nerdy girls and showing them the magical world of yandere futanari breeding kink. My brand can best be described as, quote, lesbian futanari giantess succubus, end quote. 4 words you will never find in the Bible. I bet if you said that aloud to a Victorian child, it would be the same thing as saying Avada Kedavra in the Harry Potter universe. In other words, I am fully immersed in the... This really is torture for you guys, isn't it? Having to hear me reading this shit out. Tell me how this is better than Lolly. That is an excellent question, Kendra. I'm sure the scientists and theologians alike are still trying to figure out how that is the case up until now. This is bad fanfic level? I wouldn't even bother calling it fanfic. I think it's just bad. But in any case... In other words, I am fully immersed in the world of adult content as a sex worker catering to a nerdy queer crowd. Gamers, it turns out, are down bad for a lot of crazy shit, and here at Waypoint I will tell you all about that crazy shit. And therein, this sentence, that is the only qualifier that Vice really needs. Someone, a credited journalist, saying, I am fully immersed in an article where they talk about how fully immersed they are in a certain online community or crowd. That is the only qualification that Anna Valens has. That is the only qualification that Vice seems to care about. It's a bingo card of degeneracy. Yeah, pretty much. And so... for Vice, at least, this is good enough for them to accept unquestioningly that Anna Valens has an opinion that is worth any sort of credibility or any sort of attention when it comes to the way that VTubing and LootTubing and VLure should work. But for the rest of us, probably not so much. For the rest of us, we may have higher standards when it comes to gauging the credibility, the legitimacy of somebody speaking as if they are some sort of expert on LootTubing or corporate VTubing. And so I went to check. I went to check how long Anna Valens has been a LootTuber for, an actual dedicated LootTuber for, actually streaming according to a consistent schedule, showing up regularly, making content for more than just a single stream in a blue moon, or streaming as a VTuber consistently. I went back to check, and I went to pull up their Twitch account, AC Valens. And when I entered it into Stream Chat, what I noticed was that, well, they said that they left their editorial strategist job to start making content as a full-time VTuber. So we know that it happened sometime during 2024, after they quit their editorial strategist job. So I went to check to get an idea of just how much experience this giantess succubus futanari lesbian is working with. What gives her the right to tell VLure what kind of content they should be making? And lo and behold, according to Stream Charts at least, I was able to find it. See, according to Stream Charts, prior to 2024 and in the early stages of 2024, it's fairly sporadic as to when she ends up streaming. However, around September of 2024, that streaming starts to increase exponentially in terms of how often and how intensive that schedule becomes. And so, from at least from my guess, based off of this chart of her Twitch activity when she was live, how much airtime she had, according to, again, these statistics, I would assume that Anna Valens went all in on being a giantess VTuber, actual LootTuber, starting from around September of 2024, which lines up with the date in which this article was published in October of, sorry, give me a second, let me just check to make sure it's not October, in March of 2025. So at this particular point in time, if you do the math, this works out to around 8 months of being a dedicated LootTuber, going all in on that, right? 7 to 8 months. And so you are asking me and Vialore, a company that is made up of not only veterans in LootTubing, but veterans in making adult content on the internet. Now, I don't know about you, but from what I've seen from Dude That's Loot, I think they've been making adult content on the internet, like adult ASMR content on the internet for like a decade or something at this point, which is a crazy long time. And you want to come in here, you want me to believe that an 8-month-old LootTuber is able to come into this space and tell this company what kind of porn they should be making and how they should be auditioning their talents? Really? That's a bold move. Pretty bold premise. Evidently not bold in the eyes of Vice, but to anybody who's actually paying attention to this, yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know how much I would take that opinion in terms of... I don't know how much weight I would attribute to this opinion. But in any case... And so... not only that, but... in terms of... It is very characteristic of a rag like Vice to not even bother factoring in something like that. I bet Vice doesn't even know what the fuck a Vialore is still, right? So it doesn't really surprise me that Vice would look at this article. Ignore this, right? I don't know if Vice even knows about this. I'm pretty sure that Vice would have looked at this article that was published earlier on this year about Anna Valens and viewed this as the only credential they really needed in order to publish her hit piece. But in any case, in case you guys are at all ambiguous as to what kind of publication Vice is, and also why they would be willing to publish some trash like this just so they could get a little bit of engagement or a bit more clicks, a bit more in the way of ad rev. Vice isn't exactly a squeaky clean publication either, because in February of 2016, Vice had their own little spat with other media outlets because they were called out for essentially faking their engagement or faking the amount of engagement that their sites were generating to their sponsors, as was documented in this article called Digiday, the favorite publisher trick that makes their digital audiences look bigger and younger. And according to the first 3 paragraphs in which it kind of sums up what this problem is, quote, The pressure is on digital publishers to show they have massive reach and a young readership. That means reporting a big Comscore audience number with plenty of those millennials who brands want so badly to engage with. The reason is simple. Many media plans have an arbitrary cutoff point for participating publishers, so publishers need to show big numbers. But this can in turn reward tricks to inflate the size of their audiences and make them appear younger than they actually are. They even have a favorite tactic: package up other independent sites into their Comscore audience number. So basically how this works is that you have a media publication that has their website, right? And basically what they need to present to advertisers, etc., is basically a score that shows how much engagement they've gotten, what traffic they've gotten, and from whom, what kind of users that traffic was received. Now, what these news outlets will end up doing is they will take the statistics, the traffic generated by a whole bunch of other websites that are similar but not directly related, and start integrating those scores in conjunction with their own when talking to their advertisers and trying to present their platform as if it's growing and profitable, etc., etc. Variety recently called out Vice Media for this. Vice itself had 25.4 million multi-platform unique visitors in December, but all of Vice Media is more than double that, 58.8 million. That includes visitors to Vice.com, but also sites that Vice Media doesn't own, for which it handles ad sales, the biggest having been Viral Destinations, OMG Facts, Dose, and Distractify. As of January, OMG Facts and Dose were dropped from Vice's network and replaced by Render Media, which operates OpposingViews.com, AmericanNews.com, and FoodPlease.com, according to ComScore. Basically, they're ripping off their advertisers. So, this is only made even funnier when you look at how, at the same time that Vice is presumably, back then and still now, I would assume, since they overloaded their site and article with so many ads that Rima's phone almost crashed, the thing that makes that so much more poetic, so ironic, so satisfying on a karmic level, is that at the same time as their site is evidently struggling to achieve the promotion that they need, that Ms. Valens is evidently struggling to promote herself in a way that doesn't make people cringe, their hit piece that they published has been, hands down, at least from the perspective of, PR and all that, it has been hands down the best kind of promotion that VLure never asked for. Because, even though, like I said, right, VLure absolutely made the correct decision to not respond to this at all. Not to have a single word about this in public, no statement, no acknowledgement, nothing. Again, like I said, this is slop that does not merit a response. However, what ended up happening is now people started reading this article, realized how much of an abortive mess it was, and they started speaking up in defense of the VLure girls. And you had all of these different VTubers come out of the woodwork to essentially quote tweet Rima's viral post about how awful the hit piece was and talk about their own personal experiences with being supported, being reached out to, being, basically just all round shown compassion, kindness by the talents who work at VLure. Echo, first you had, the whole wave of ex-AN talents coming out to say their piece. Echo Mori, when I was going through thoughts of doubt before my debuff, the VLure girls gave me endless amounts of love and support. They made me feel like I wasn't alone. They are all incredibly kind and loyal. I'm so proud to call them my friends. Furumi Kaipa, when my company exploded and I was left with nothing, the VLure girls were the first VTubers to offer help in any way they could. They are some of the kindest people you will ever meet on and off stream. I'm lucky to call them my friends. Elio, VLure girls are the sweetest girls ever. I will stand by this. If you hate them, you have mental issues. I genuinely do not give a fuck, lol. Please send love to the lovely ladies. They deserve it. They went through so much. Kuniho, or Kuniho. 1, Stronny is a wonderful businesswoman. 2, if you feel like you align with their content, shoot your shot. You'll be well taken care of. 3, for articles that actually cater towards VTubers and VTuber fans, I recommend VTuber News Drop and Acapella EN. Very, very good recommendations, by the way, in case any of you guys are, keen to check it out. Acapella EN also has that, quite, I don't know if quaint is the right word, but they have a very homey, classical zine, short for magazine aesthetic in the way that they present things, which is quite nice if you're an artist or if you like reading through zines and stuff like that. And finally, Itzy. The VLure girls are hands down some of the sweetest people I've ever met, and the support and help they gave me when transferring from my former job is something I'll always value and appreciate. It also speaks volumes of their characters that, despite everything, despite the buzz around the closure of my old job, despite rumors, they still had our backs. If you have an issue with them, it says more about you than them. You also had Blaze coming in with this write-up basically dunking on the way that the article was constructed. The article is hilarious because the second the OP starts comparing numbers on their VOD to Mercy's, they completely lost me. Unprofessional slop like this shouldn't have left the cutting room floor. Blaze is exactly on the money when she says that. It is fine to have criticism, but the person who wrote it clearly doesn't understand how the VTuber corpus field works at all. Sorry, but yes, the goal is to make money. I respect Stronny for standing by her guns on what she knows she can guarantee will provide for her girls. On that note, say what you want about Vialure, but they are not a corpo of monsters. The fact OP tries to push it in that direction shows their true intentions. Not news, just drama. When shit hit the fan with Aeon, some of the girls treated me with that kindness that I wish I could repay. They didn't ask for my story or cast blame on anyone. They just gave me their best wishes. Stronny alone has offered to help me help several times, figured out my next steps, and we never knew each other. Online ties are basically non-existent, and Stronny has no reason to give me a single second of her time. People can be complicated, but monsters don't do things like that. So, OP can shut the fuck up and make their own corpo if they want to be catered to so badly. Based. I'll never get used to Blaze and suddenly getting mentioned and thinking it's about me for some reason. The cost of sharing that name. But it wasn't just the ex-Aeon girls, the people who received possibly, I would make the argument, the most public show of support from Vialure. No, it was a bunch of other people as well, all other talents from a whole other bunch of different areas of the industry. Astria Natura, this is honestly kind of insane. I've worked with every girl in Vialure Official, and I can say that they are some of the most hardworking and kind-hearted individuals in the Vtubing space. To Stronny, Emmy, Mercy, Azura, Icy, and Chibi, keep your heads up. You have all been so vulnerable and open with me. By taking voice lessons, I've been able to learn so much about your personalities and aspirations. It is terribly unfortunate to see how little Vice knows about who you really are and what you all do. Do not let their ill-informed commentary bring you down. You all may make 18-plus adult content, but it is clear to me, and I hope to inform others, that you are all so much more than that. I can't wait for others to see how much you've grown as singers. Alien Mixture. Last year, when I came back to streaming, after everything I went through, some of the girls reached out to me and gave me words of encouragement to keep me going, and one of them is now a good friend. This is honestly disgusting. The Vialure girls are super hardworking and some of the nicest girls I've ever met. During my lowest, they reached out to me and picked me back up. Please go check them out and give them your support. And Miyu, Sloth VTuber. Why is Vialure getting slander lol? Those girls are so sweet. Crying emoji. And you want to know what's the funniest part? Not just the contents of what they were saying, right? But what happens when you start looking at the little numbers below those tweets? You start doing some tallying up on how many people those tweets reached individually, and you start combining them together. This is the part of the stream where we do a little bit of number monkeying ourselves. When you add up all of the impressions from just those tweets that I showed, right? Not all of the tweets that were defending Vialure, talking about how kind the girls are, talking about, good experiences being supported by them, whatever, them looking out for other people in the industry despite having no obligation to, all of that stuff aside, right? Just the post that I showed just then. When you tally up all of the, the amount of, exposure they got in terms of view count, adds up to around 160.2k. Pretty decent when it comes to a Twitter post, right? Or something that was not initially, it was a story that was broken onto it. And this is not factoring in all the other people, the commentators, like Zan, like Rima, like Alara, like myself, talking about it in our tweets either, right? This is just people advertising Vialure, basically, right? Completely organically of their own volition. At some point, halfway through this whole drama, when people were starting to criticize Anna Valens for the way that she put that article together, she decided that it was, the heat was too much. She temporarily disabled her Twitter account and fled to Blue Sky, saying Twitter is having a mini Gamergate. It's not a controversy that a journalist has created around themselves without them having to bring up Gamergate, right? More than a decade onwards, and Gamergate is still something that's at the forefront of every journalist's mind. Over my Vialure story. So from this point forward, the public commentary from me, no public commentary from me on it. Appreciate all the kind words, but it's time to read my next work. Whether you can eat the Nintendo Switch 2 carts. Right, just more plugging, I don't know about you, but that's probably the most brain-dead headline that I've read today. But in any case, the funny thing is, after this happened, Azehara made a tweet basically dunking on Anna Valens for basically deactivating her Twitter because she couldn't take the heat from writing a shit hit piece. The Horror Corpo just killed their first journalist by doing nothing. Absolute cinema. And this is where I stole the image from that I used in the the pre-yapping screen for the stream. And this doubled the count in terms of VLOR advertising, in terms of how many people ended up seeing it, because it got 180.3k views. We do all of the math, right? I didn't add in the 3k, so it adds up to around 340 this should say 0.5k, which is a lot of free advertising. And then you start factoring in the actual monetary value of that kind of exposure. Now, on my end, according to the resources I have as someone who has Twitter Blue, right, the sort of promotional tools that they offer me, all of the tweets that, from what I could see, most of the tweets that people made, basically talking about how good VLOR is, how much you should check out the girls, how kind their talents are, etc., etc., etc. They were mostly made over a 2-day period between April 3rd and April 4th. When you take all of the tweets that I just showed just then, right, total it up to around 340.5k views, whatever, impressions. According to Twitter's own advertising tools, promotional tools, that adds up to a promotion that would cost around 3.4k Australian, which adds up to around $2,122.61 USD, right? That is thousands, literal thousands of an advertising budget, thousands of dollars worth of advertising that VLOR got for free by doing nothing except that this hit piece directly caused VLOR to receive, right? And that's without even factoring the fact that, 1, this was organic, and 2, all of it was positive. Generally, if you want promotion in the form of people just, knowing you exist or being informed that you exist, this is basically this is the cost of just getting those people to know that you are there, right? Making them aware that you are there. This is not even factoring in the cost of making sure that their exposure to you is a positive one and makes you inclined to feel positively about the thing that you are advertising. So if you factor in the positivity surrounding this as well, that's double, easily at minimum double the value of what was provided here. And all because Vice and Anna could not help themselves but publish a hit piece on something they just had no understanding of. And so at the end, you get this extremely satisfying conclusion. Actually, Azahara, you summed this up in a post that you made later on very well. As you summed my feelings about this up very well in a post that you made later on as well. In their attempt to smear VLOR, Vice just gave them tens of thousands of dollars worth of free press, all because their salty writer got rejected from joining. I like that malicious attempts to cancel someone always seem to backfire and help the people getting quote-unquote cancelled. Because when you really think about it, that is exactly what it is. Now, VLOR did do a pretty good job of advertising the fact that their Gen 2 auditions were out, etc., 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 right? But I don't think anything could have gotten them as much positive press as this abortive hit piece managed to get them. And without them having to say or do a single thing. And at the end of the day, that hit piece that was designed to smear them, to make them out to be monsters, to erode their business and impugn their reputation, it is simply poetic justice, absolute cinema, that the end result of all of that, despite Anna Valen's best efforts, has been the complete opposite of what was intended. At the end of the day, you can try to cancel someone, you can try to smear them, whatever. But if you don't have a point, well, you're just giving them free marketing. At this point, it's kind of poetic that by the end of this entire saga, both VLOR and Anna absolutely got what they deserved. But in any case, that's about it. We get a happy ending after all, despite all of the pain, the degeneracy, the brain death, the illiterature. we finally managed to get to something that was... Well, this is what turns it into a funny story above all. Yeah, it also came out the same day that they they announced auditions. Honestly, if this was intentional, you couldn't have planned it better, right? It's just so funny that so much of their free press, positive press no less, came from a fucking hit piece of all things. Oh, a rare happy ending, yes. I think Stronny had a funny at Anna's expense a bit later on. The only important thing is that the company doesn't acknowledge it, right? The individual talents can allude to it if they want on their own streams or whatever. But so long as the company doesn't acknowledge it, it is perfectly fine. Short stream is 10 minutes from yeah. You know, Vlore did this one thing. Vlore did the one thing we yell at other corpus to do. They shut the hell up. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Crazy how easy it is to secure public support when you have been attacked by somebody for an unfounded reason. You just shut the fuck up. Because the thing is, right, and this is something that I think that Vlore understands, and part of the reason why they are a small company that has managed to break the mold when it comes to the small companies that emerged last year. They understand that some things don't warrant a response, right? You don't need to talk about everything. You don't need to respond to everything. And if something is beneath you, there's nothing wrong with enforcing that through your silence. I think it's safe to say that this is a hit piece that was very much beneath Vlore. And about to apply to new jobs as a marketing genius or content strategist for that matter. Stronny's always prepared for these things. That's why she shadowboxes cancellers in her head. Maybe. But yeah, I don't know. There's something about this. It's just infinitely funny that this person who's been streaming for like less than a year, basically, streaming as a YouTuber for like less than a year, thinks that they have the ability to. They have the chutzpah. It's funny that they have the chutzpah to come in to this industry, go up to Vlore and say, "Look, you're making the wrong kind of content. You should be making this kind of content instead." Which I find it amuses me to no end that Anna genuinely thought that was a good idea. And also that the rationale behind it was, but this worked for me, so why wouldn't it work for you? It's quite tragic. Or it would be if it wasn't so comedic. We didn't need to hear Anna's cursed script writing. Oh, no, we have plenty of material from which to anticipate what it would have been like from Vice itself. I don't think that Vlore missed out on a generational talent, if that's the quandary. I don't think they missed out on any sort of, W.B. Yeats or anything. Doing nothing was the best thing to do. Yeah. Again, it's because certain things don't warrant a response, so. They think they're hot shit when they are just lame. They are hot shit, just not in the way that they think it means. Yeah. I think that my biggest problem with the gripe, right, is that so much of this consists of preconceived notions that has absolutely no bearing in any of Vlore's marketing. Again, Vlore never promised to be something that would, that would break new ground for YouTubers everywhere or whatever. They never advertised themselves on the basis of that. Like, sure, that was an aspiration that some of their members had for the direction of the company going forward, but it wasn't something that the company existed to do. It was just, we offer a good deal to people who are going to audition with us, and we are going to make lewd content in a corporate capacity for people who've been wanting that kind of content but haven't been getting it in the EN side of the industry. That's it. And all of those go back to the same fundamental thing. We exist to make money. That's it. That's the sole purpose. That's the primary purpose. And yet, for some reason, I can't understand. Beyond just journalist things, Lamau, Anna seems to think that Violor has some sort of social obligation to become some sort of like cultural figurehead in this space. I mean, maybe they become that in time, but that's not the goal of the business. It shouldn't be the goal of the business. Because you know what businesses cropped up with the goal of doing that? Every single business that cropped up over the past year that advertised themselves on the basis of, oh, but our transparency. Oh, but talent freedom. Oh, but we want our talents to achieve their success independently, with independence, yada, yada, yada. And then they promptly ended up carking it because that's not a fucking business model. Being able to have Violor around, I do hope that. Well, I mean, not to jinx her or anything, but actually, about this same time last year, I was pretty concerned about how this space would handle mainstream journalists poking and prodding at various different, people in this industry, as Anna has here. But after seeing an actual example of a journalist attempt that kind of duplicitous shit, and looking at how people essentially came together to defend Violor, how people rallied together, stuck up the middle finger at Anna, pointed out how her journalistic process was a fucking joke, and were willing to push back on that much of a scale, I'm not as worried anymore. I think I may live to regret saying this. I may end up looking very, very stupid in a few weeks or months or maybe a year or so from now. But after having seen an actual example of that play out in the form of this hit piece on Violor, I think that this space is ready for mainstream journos to start trying to make their entrance, to start trying to shove their way through. I think we are in a spot where people have started to wake up to the fact that mainstream attention or attention from mainstream outlets can be beneficial, but it does bear a cost. And instances where that cost becomes too much to bear, such as this, for example, this piece that Vice published, I think people are in a position in this industry where they're not just, pining after mainstream media to acknowledge Vtubing as some sort of cultural phenomenon. I think people are now in a position where they are ready and capable of telling people to fuck off if they are not engaging with the medium and the industry in good faith. So, yeah. This has given me a lot more confidence in the VTubing industry's ability to stick up for itself in the face of mainstream pressure that I didn't have prior to this point. So, that's for the next few weeks or months or however, I feel like it's taken the edge off of my pessimism a little bit, which is a pleasant surprise. I was not expecting that when I first heard about the fact that Vice published a hit piece on Violor. But yeah, no, the thing I was saying before, Violor technically hasn't reached 1 year in operation yet after Gen 1's debut. I believe that's in June. But I think that again, it is objectively speaking, statistically speaking, it is still early to call them a success story. Or at least definitively call them a success story. But I think they will be one. I personally have faith. At this point, I think Violor has earned it, right? But personally, I have faith that they will end up becoming I hope, and I have faith that they will end up becoming a symbol of what success in the corpo side of the EN industry could look like. Not because they set out to do so or whatever, not because they had like some sort of message not some sort of incessant message that they had to work into their branding in order to get people to bother to look at them, no. but because they seem to be run by people who understand the nitty-gritty of how to actually run a business in this industry. They have their priorities straight. They have their heads screwed on. Ironically, despite the fact that this is a content niche that generates quite a bit of drama, they have a grip on how to conduct themselves in a professional manner in it all the same. So I don't think they will be a cultural trailblazer in the way that Anna wants them to be. But I do think that given time, Vialura is very capable of becoming one. Not consciously, not deliberately, not at the cost of their financial viability, commercial viability, but I think they will end up becoming one. They've shown good practice. Yeah, exactly. And at the end of the day, that's all I care about. Good practice. But of course, people are now more sensitive when it comes to journalists like this. Yeah. I think this proved that people are, I think early on in VTubing, especially when more and more people were coming in here who were basically just normies using a fucking model or as a way of not needing to use makeup, right? I think there was a period where the predominant sentiment among especially the Ian side of VTubing was, I want this industry to be acknowledged in the mainstream. I want that to be, I want mainstream acknowledgement. I want them to acknowledge this industry, this content niche as something that is legitimate, that is valuable, etc., etc., etc. They want acknowledgement from mainstream media and stuff like that. But I think that in a roundabout kind of way, this article has, for a lot of people, shown exactly what mainstream acknowledgement looks like, what mainstream journalism has become. Because a lot of people, especially in the age bracket that commonly populates VTubing, which is around like 20-somethings to 30-somethings to maybe 40-somethings, right? That age bracket. When we grew up, traditional mainstream media, right? That was something that people aspired to be, right? Everyone knows if you want to be famous, you get on the news, right? And I think that a lot of people in this space even have had a bit of trouble keeping up with how hard exactly media, traditional mainstream media, has deteriorated in quality and in reach since we were young, or younger, I should say. And so a lot of people are a bit slower to adjust to the absolute state of quote-unquote journalism nowadays, which is why I think that this hit piece, in a perverse way, might end up being a good thing for the industry, the VTubing industry in the long run, because people now see exactly how low the standards are, what mainstream acknowledgement bears the cost of. It's not just this thing that gives you free promotion. There is a cost that you will be covered, quote unquote, by people who don't understand you, don't want to understand you, and have nothing but contempt for you for no reason other than you've achieved success without their explicit personal blessing. So we still have that with people like Iron Mouse who see VTubing as only a tool. Kind of, yeah, kind of. But I don't think that is I think that is more of a sentiment that as time goes on, as people start to become more and more aware of exactly just how mainstream media and journalism has fucked itself over the last few years, I think that will become a sentiment that is less and less popular. I understand wanting acknowledgement from mainstream media, especially if you are at a certain age range, right? Where you probably grew up with the news being this sort of respected voice of truth and, whatever. Social legitimacy, whatever you want to call it. But the reality is, journalism hasn't been like that for a long time. It's gotten so bad that people are starting to doubt whether journalism has ever been like that. But yeah, I do suspect that as time goes on, we will have some attempts at good faith journalism trying to cover things that go on in this space, like, for example, the Business Insider article with Mint, or, other outlets coming in to try and, basically coming into this space without preconceived notions as to how things should work in it. People who understand their place, right? Normies who know their place, so to speak. I believe that will happen. But for the most part, mainstream attention is rife with things like this article. Again, it's not something that I expect people to be keeping track of, especially depending on, age, where they live, political leaning, etc., etc. But again, when you are taught to see this, like for example, doing a media degree, or even if you have been paying attention to how mainstream media has been reacting to the diversification of media voices that social media has brought on, if you've been paying attention to that, you can't unsee it. These outlets have not been functioning according to any set of principles, ethics, even purpose for a while now. They are completely in the pockets of their advertisers or whoever pays them. They rarely exhibit any sort of genuine curiosity or wonder when it comes to engaging with things that are unfamiliar to the writer. They all have agendas, and very few of them can be bothered to even try to hide that. And when it comes to intellectual honesty, journalists have now gotten to the point where now journalists are infamous for being the last kinds of people that you would expect to exhibit or attempt any sort of intellectual honesty. So, again, the degree to which mainstream media has fallen off is difficult to comprehend for, I suspect, a lot of people, even some people in this industry. But I hope that people will come to terms with that a bit more going forward in wake of this article. Yeah, the article was great. It let the expert Mint explain what it's about in an articulate way. It's what I want from mainstream awareness. Yeah. What I'm tired of is journalists not understanding a hobby or a niche community or an industry that they are outside of, and coming into it and assuming, getting on a moral high horse and telling everybody else, this is how things should work, for no reason other than I say so, or this has been my personal experience, so it should be yours as well. And again, it all ties back to that problem of journalists writing articles for themselves instead of an audience. So, but yeah, no, I think the Business Insider article was a good example of what you want from journalists entering the space. Basically, knowing their place and knowing to let somebody else do the talking, right? Which may sound insulting, but it's just facts. Some of the best work that you do as a journalist consists of the work that you do when your mouth is shut. Journalism just became entertainment. Well, not really. Kind of a 50-50, to be honest. Most of the time it's just propaganda. I don't think it qualifies as entertainment, really, because it is mostly made either for the people paying for the article to be made, or for the, for the person who's writing it, not really for the audience or the public or anything like that. I've seen a decline in MSM reporting quality since Occupy Wall Street. Damn. The rot is old. The rot is old. And when the money starts to run out, they lash out at a perceived enemy? Yep, exactly. Well, mostly because it is a vicious cycle where, because you don't get paid a lot, you don't have an incentive to report honestly, but because you don't report honestly, you lose your viewership, which means that the people paying you lose reasons to pay you as is. So, yeah. Alan, thank you for the 5. Do you recommend future content creators get media degrees or not if it helps them look at PR and business things seriously? No, I do not. Okay, I recommend doing things like... I don't recommend getting degrees, mostly because of how expensive they are and how much time you need to sink into it. But I do recommend, if you have any way that you can access the learning materials that degrees give you access to, so things like, for example... hypothetically, if you have a friend who's in university for a different degree and they have a uni key that allows you to access access papers or something using the institution, right? I recommend doing that. I recommend like maybe shorter paid courses. Like, for example, in Australia, we have something called TAFE, which I guess it's the equivalent to kind of like community college in America, where it's basically just teaching you a trade. It's shorter than a university, cheaper than a university. So I recommend doing something like that. I recommend taking the time to basically, use those resources. There are a few textbooks that are pretty popular when it comes to whole bunch of different media courses, a bunch of different universities, at least in Australia, when it comes to understanding how PR works, how things like journalism works, how to prune a brand image or whatever. The social sciences, the social science of branding and marketing and all that stuff. There are a few textbooks that are that all of these institutions use. And pretty much those textbooks are the only things that those institutions are good for beyond networking, usually. So if you have a way of accessing those textbooks, whether it be through piracy or whatever else, that's what I recommend people to do. I think that the knowledge that you gain in a media degree is definitely worth it. I believe that should be free. After all, that was one of the main motivations behind me doing this, like doing my content, starting this channel. But I don't think it is worth it to actually do a media degree as such. Although, again, that being said, there are a lot of other creators who have done media degrees who have very different opinions on it to me. I think if I remember correctly, I don't know if I'm remembering this wrong, but I think Toledo has a media degree. And maybe Static Tokyo. I think he either has one or he's studying as part of one. But yeah, no, there's plenty of other different content creators, both my size and larger, who have done media degrees and may have a pretty different opinion on how worth it is to do it, just for the sake of being media. Well, it's a bit of a meme now, but quote unquote media literate, right? Like understanding how these things work. But the internet is a good resource. You just have to sift out stuff. Yeah, exactly. Pirate the knowledge is honestly my best advice, right? I don't recommend doing a media degree, but I do recommend identifying what learning resources universities use and then finding ways of getting that don't require you to pay tens of thousands of dollars and spend years cooped up in like cooped up doing subjects that aren't even part of your main area, your main subject of interest. So don't do it. Yeah, pretty much. It's really a pain as well when you come from a family that does have that kind of blind worship of university as well, as is unfortunately common among a lot of Asian immigrant families. Because to them, they don't understand exactly how, well, especially from people who are like, generation older, maybe some people who are in like their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s even. They don't seem to understand just how hard universities have fallen off between when they were in university and the way that it is now. Because now it is literally just a paper factory where, again, it's going to be the most expensive piece of toilet paper you've ever bought in your life. But, again, when it comes to things like medicine, law, less so. But there are too many other degrees that are either, and again, I'm looping because this is something I've said on previous streams before, but too many other degrees where you either can learn the content without ever having to go to university, or it doesn't deserve to exist in the first place. Actually, now that I think about it, a lot of the more tangible skills that I've picked up, photography, editing, photo blending, all of that was essentially learned via practice and Indian Man on YouTube, rather than strictly from my degree. Like, sure, my degree had tasks that required me to actually use those skills, but I don't think I actually picked those skills up and learned them, actually like ingrained them into my brain from those degrees. So, I mean, you don't need it. Back then, you got a paper and instantly got invited to join some corporation to work for 30 years with good pay. Yeah, exactly. That's not the case now. Mostly because universities have turned degrees themselves into the end goal, which means that businesses have no incentive to actually view them as some sort of serious indicator of skill or quality of the worker, I should say. A lot of engineering materials are on the internet, but it's either 1, paywalled, or 2, wrong knowledge, or 3, incomplete. Yeah. I don't know if it is... Well, okay. It's kind of a different thing on YouTube. It's a kind of a different thing insofar as media theory is concerned, because the problem you'll face with media theory is not so much the knowledge is incomplete, but the knowledge of, how media theory works, how branding works, marketing works. It is very often the case that media theory is going to be hand in hand with somebody's political agenda or something along those lines. Political agenda, cultural product, they're going to be trying to sell you something that is besides the actual knowledge or content. So it's funnily enough, it's like that paradox of you need experience to get into a job, but you need a job to get experience. You need media literacy to immunize yourself from propaganda, agenda, blah 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 blah. But you're going to have a very tough time rendering yourself immune to propagandas, agendas, blah 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 blah, unless you have some degree of media literacy, right? So again, it's it's the opposite kind of problem where you're going to have to be learning on your feet regardless of you're going to be learning on your feet regardless of whether you are trying to apply knowledge that you gain from the ivory tower that is university in the real world, or if you decide to skip university altogether to try and learn stuff from the real world anyways. So my college joke that Google is a computer science professor. Yeah, and I mean, Coca-Cola is a media theory professor too. A-level media studies is where I heard of the male gaze. Yeah. Again, a lot of the... By the way, when I say that learning media theory on your own is going to require you to be able to navigate people's attempts to propagandize to you, university is not exempt by that. In fact, university is probably the most guilty proponent of that you could imagine. So... There were so many parts of my early university degree that when I was doing it, it felt like perfectly normal because I had no frame of experience. But only after I got into the later years of my university degree do I look back on that and I go, holy shit, that was basically propaganda. There's a very specific set of... this is something I'll probably end up expounding on next week's stream, albeit briefly, and not part of the actual stream itself. But there were some things that we ended up doing in the early stages of my degree where I was like, how does this help us learn? It really does just feel like the only way I can describe it is grooming. Grooming the students to think a certain way or to have certain attitudes towards certain things is how I would describe it. But That is a stream. That's a topic for a whole other stream. I will give credit to college that it's a good starting point and condenser of required knowledge that includes discipline in a working environment. The price for it is debatable. Agreed. No, I think you're absolutely right with that, Blaze, where the service that colleges provide, I mean, objectively speaking, it is a good one when you remove the when you remove the propagandizing. But the price is just it's I blame government loans. I blame government college loans for the deterioration of university as an experience. Because once universities realized that they could just charge the government money instead of individual people, they realized that they no longer really had to be competitive in their offering. They could just set whatever price they wanted and the government would pay for it because the government has infinite money so long as they are able to print more. So I mean, any economist knows that's not how like money in terms of like value works. But unfortunately, in the West at least, that seems to be the government policy where we're running out of just get into debt and who gives a fuck. So yeah, no. Once colleges realized that they could just charge the government for fees instead of individual students, and they didn't have to worry about making their courses affordable or anything, they just went fucking hog wild. And for the most part, at least in Australia, our government has been indulging universities for fucking decades. There's been like zero pushback on that. It sounds like indoctrination. That's what I would call it too. Chris, thank you for the 20. As someone with a degree in chemistry, I kind of have to disagree. Nobody would pick up any relevant skills or knowledge from the books. The thing that makes you develop those are practical courses in uni. Okay, yeah, no, so yeah, what I said will differ, but from degree to degree. Some things, like for example, I suspect medicine and chemistry, you're going to have to get your hands dirty in order to actually understand what is being taught. Reading up on it is not enough. But when it comes to media, right? When it comes to something like media, I think that it is very possible to become media literate through nothing more than just looking at gaining words and jargon to articulate how you already feel and think about something. When it comes to things like, when it comes to hard skills though, like editing or photography, yes, I'm very much on the same page as you, where I do think that you're going to need to actually, like do it, buckle down and do it in order to be able to get that skill engraved in your memory. But everything else, like if it's just media theory you're after, then I think just a bit of reading and trying to apply it to things you care about, that's where it is. That's where the real knowledge and familiarity is at. Speaking of knowledge and familiarity, so again, I'm thinking about, I might wrap up stream about now, because for a Guerilla, I mean, I try to keep my Guerillas a bit shorter than my usual ones, even though my last one, if I remember correctly, my last Guerilla was longer than the scheduled stream that succeeded it. But in any case, I might look to end stream here. Starting from next week, we are going to be, I did delay it, but starting from next week, we're going to be getting back to the way that the streams have been scheduled. I'm quite keen. I'm quite keen on going with the. I've been thinking. So, okay, for those who haven't seen my community post, right? For the past week, I've kind of been bashing my head into the wall to. Hold on, let me see. Did I miss a super chat somewhere? I don't think I think I did. Hold on. Let me just go to stream elements and make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh yeah, no. Prince of Dew. I think there was I think last stream you told me that you sent an offline donation that I didn't quite see. So let me go over to my stream elements and see if I missed anything. But yeah, no, as I was saying, over the past week, if you've been looking at my community tab, I've been basically like bashing my head into a wall, tackling the previously scheduled topic, which was the whole taboos in corporate Vtubing thing. I was trying to brute force a purely PR/media centric analysis of the situations, and I realized that it wasn't working. Like it could work in the sense that I could have a thesis and I could do the stream, right? It was I wasn't physically incapable of doing the stream, or conceptually incapable of doing the stream, but it would have come across less. I would have found it less interesting to deliver, and I think well, I mean, I know you guys aren't stupid, so you could probably detect that as well. So I was racking my brain for a better angle at which to go about talking about what these four individual controversies have in common, the sort of connective tissue that joins all of them together in terms of demonstrating how the industry has changed in the way that we approach the idea of bad corporations, black corporations, bad corporate practices, or lack thereof in terms of the lessons learned. And I think I managed to hit upon an alternative angle that I am quite satisfied in. And yeah, so one that draws on areas of knowledge that are, well, there is still going to be a bit of, the usual media analysis, but now I'm going to be using a part of my degree that I haven't been using so much of my content up until now as well. Which I do think it's not going to be that big of a shift. It's not going to be a change or anything, but I do think it works better it makes more sense in my head compared to the angle that I was going with before, I suppose, is the way that I would phrase it. But yeah. No big deal, you'll find out anyways. Yeah, exactly. Aren't you going on a podcast with Gator? Yes, I will be on. So tomorrow, I will be on Anime Boomers with Gator. So, hope you guys tune into that. Look forward to that. And yeah, so I also need to schedule in. I don't know if I had one last. Oh, no idea. I need to schedule in a chill stream for sometime later this month so I can unwind. I've been thinking with actually, I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was a clip floating around of Crony talking to the cronies about how I think one of the cronies asked, if we were to write a story about you, do you have any requests as to what you want in it? And she was talking about how she's a fan of having angst in the story, in stories, how she suggested this idea of being this immortal being that has to watch, her friends die and, leave her or whatever. And I think that really got the fan fiction brain jogging. So some point later on, hopefully later this month, but if not next month, I'll be able to have a chill stream where we have VTuber fanfiction stream 2.0. Yeah, there's been a lot of. I remember that the last VTuber fanfic stream that I did, some people were asking if I would think about doing Hololive lore or adapting Hololive lore. And at the time, I did say that Hololive lore, there's like a lot of stuff to work with. But I don't feel like I'm as familiar with Holo lore as I am with, for example, something like Phase lore. What little there is of Phase lore. But now, about like more than half a year later, I think that there are some parts of, the characters, themes, and stories behind some of the Holo talents that I do think I could possibly work with. So, yeah. I also need to write out that the fucking Lumi fanfic that I was talking about the last time that I brought up the idea of doing a second VTuber fanfic stream. But yeah, nature died, civilization died, only time and chaos are left. Yes, that explains the sad crony art on the timeline. Yeah, it'll be hype. I hope so. But yeah, I mean, those who tuned into my last VTuber fanfic stream, you know what to expect. But in any case, let me just go through the stream elements. Hold on, let me see. I don't think I've missed any. 7 days. Hold on. It's off stream, so hold on. Small dose of dark humor, avenged. I'm trying to look for. I can't seem to find the offline donation that you sent Prince. But I don't think I missed any from this stream, so. I started watching Sheena after the previous fanfic stream. Oh, that's so cool. Mimo is a gem. I'm glad to hear that, actually. That makes me feel warm inside. Thanks for telling me that. I'm glad that you managed to find somebody new to add to your repertoire as a result of that. Sheen is great. Sheen is great. You did Billy Super? Okay, hold on. Let me scroll more. If Stream Elements doesn't work, I'm gonna go back to YouTube and see if it should record it there. Hold on. Kakakakani, 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 kani. I had that stuck in my head for like fucking weeks after I saw that video. Oh, have you guys seen oh shit, what's the guy's name? Fuck. Let me go on to my saved posts on Twitter. I wanna shout this out because it's unironically a work of art. Very dopamine providing short little animation. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Fuck, I should know his name. Hold on, give me a second. Let me find it. I've been curating my my art bookmarks on Twitter, and at the moment it seems to be working out pretty great. Hold on, let me. Oh. Where is it? Fuck. It was someone who made an animation, drawn animation of the what's the song called? The oh fuck. I'm even forgetting the title of the song. Like the the Mandarin song that starts with oh fuck. I'm completely mind blanking on what it is, like the actual descriptors of it. I forget the English translation, but it's like the one that begins with ni hao. It's the thing where you have the animation of that blue archive character just jumping up and down. Oh, what's that called again? Is it Moi Moi? No, it's I don't think it's that. I think it's something else. It's the no, it's not Woman Cheat. It's not Woman Cheat. Fuck, I swore I saved this. Why can't I find it? Oh no, I found it. Okay. Yeah, no. It was made by a guy called David Edgerunner, and it's called Shanghai Sheena. It's this little it's this cute little animation that he posted onto Twitter, where it's basically the yeah, the Shanghai Kani, yeah, the War Aini, yeah, there we go, that's it, yeah. The War Aini, like the animation, but with sad bees instead. But yeah, no, it's that was something else that it's almost like a Cognito hazard, in that the moment you see it just gets stuck in your head permanently. But in any case, hold on, that was it. A Cyberpunk Edge Runners fan, exactly. I can't believe I forgot the name of the song was War Aini. That's so basic. Okay, hold on. Let me take a look at the supers. Let me take a look at the supers. See all. Billy, thank you for the super. Woman has 2 feet. Thank you. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. Yeah, Momoi Saiba. Yeah, that's the name of the character. Yeah. Link? Okay, yeah, let me chuck it in the chat. It's great. That. It's just, I don't know. It tickles a fancy. It's just really cute. In any case, I think that's it in terms of all of the supers. So, let me just look for a raid target. You see who's online at the moment. After seeing that his name is David Edgerunner, I now remember why I was so exasperated that I forgot. Because you don't forget a name like that. Any recommendations? Any indie VTubers that you've been watching that you would like to raid into? Any recommendations? Raid a televangelist. Signing off here. Thanks for the stream, Chairman. No problem, Blaze. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to all of you guys for tuning in for so long, by the way. And especially on such short notice after I just said that I was going to cancel the stream that usually happens in this time slot. But yeah, no, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for giving me your time, guys. Thank you for giving me your time. Thank you for all the supers and memberships as well. It's very generous. A lot of old faces showed up here for this stream, which I found to be very cozy, very cozy. Pio is live. Hold on. YouTube is searching. Oh, Pio channel. Okay, yep, I've got it. All right. We're going to raid into somebody new this time. I'm going to send you over to Pio's channel. Again, as per usual, thank you for using my Guerilla pick. No problem. Thank you for sending it to me. It gave me a good little chuckle when I saw it for the first time. But yeah, I'll be sending you on to Pio. This is going to be a new experience for me personally, but yeah, I hope you guys enjoy yourselves there. Behave. We are guests. This is someone new, so I want you guys to be on your best behavior. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. But yeah, I look forward to being able to talk to you guys next stream, next week. And until then, Otsu chair. Otsu chair. Oh yeah, also, I don't know if I'm going to timestamp this because it's a Guerilla, but we'll see. We'll see. If I feel like it, I'll timestamp it. But I will be uploading the slides later onto the Patreon. But in any case, yeah. Thanks again for tuning in. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.